All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Just in case you're tuning in, we are here with RAT. Unfortunately, Senator Stills has had to attend to something else, but I'm acting for today, or for most of today. But on that note, I want to declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 additional estimates. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of the proposed expenditure for the year 24-25 and related documents for the agricultural, fisheries and forestry portfolio. The committee has before it a program listing the agencies relating to matters for which senators have given notice, and the proceedings today will begin with an examination of corporate matters within the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. The committee has fixed Monday, the 24th of March 2025 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretary by Tuesday, the 4th of March. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I now incorporate that into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian Parliamentarians. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I also remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. That also applies to senators. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and Mr Adam Fennessy, PSM, Secretary of the Department. Welcome, good morning, and also to your officers today. Now, did either of you have an opening statement that you'd like to make? Secretary?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. Thanks, Senators. Thanks for the opportunity to make a short opening statement today and to give evidence to the committee. My focus as Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, or DAF, continues to be leading an efficient and focused department that delivers on Australian government priorities and, importantly, the needs of the Australian agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors. Our staff work hard with expertise and passion, supporting the growth of these sectors, strengthening our biosecurity system and increasing sector resilience and sustainability, including through frontline service delivery at ports and airports. The value of Australian agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors is back to $88 billion, including $76 billion in exports. This growth is critical for both the agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors, as well as regional communities and supply chains into cities and towns across Australia. In the department, our internal transformation program is continuing to progress at pace to ensure we are a modern, efficient and effective organisation where people want to work. There are significant international opportunities and challenges for our sectors, and we're continuing to navigate increasing geopolitical complexity to protect, expand and diversify international market access for our agriculture, fisheries and forestry exports. Since my last appearance at this committee, there have been significant market access gains, particularly with China, including the resumption of the live rock lobster trade and the full resumption of red meat exports, with the lifting of suspensions for the last 2 Australian meat processing establishments. This marks the end of trade impediments that have been in place with China since 2020. Following the resumption of the live rock lobster trade on 24 December 2024, over 2.2 million kilograms have been exported to China. I would like to acknowledge the dedicated work of our staff and our overseas posted agricultural trade counsellors, alongside our government and industry colleagues, to deliver the technical work required to achieve these outcomes in a patient, calibrated and deliberate way. In 2024, we recorded a total of 83 technical market access achievements across the globe, including 28 actions to maintain and 7 actions to restore existing markets. These actions protected markets worth $2 billion, and opening 11 new markets and 37 improvements to existing market access. We are focusing on supporting the transition of the live sheep industry through implementation of the $139.7 million transition assistance package, with co-design workshops now underway with industry in Western Australia. We are happy to speak more to agricultural policy and trade outcomes today under Outcome 1. Our biosecurity system is crucial for protecting Australian livelihoods and strengthening the environment and economy, including in agriculture, tourism and trade. Biosecurity risks are growing, and with significant investments by the Australian Government, we are focusing on how we better prepare for, anticipate and respond to these risks, as well as provide stronger national leadership of the biosecurity system. One of the significant risks to our industries, economy and wildlife is high pathogenicity avian influenza, or HPAI. We are continuing our preparedness for the H5N1 variant that is in every continent except Australia, through implementing the Australian Government's over $100 million package through a One Health approach. We are also working closely with our state government colleagues on responding to the current H7N8 outbreak in northeast Victoria, which is a different H7N8 strain to the outbreak in 2024. We'll be happy to answer questions on biosecurity as part of Outcome 2. I continue to be proud of the hard work of DAF's 6,200 staff in 86 sites across the country and internationally. We look forward to providing further information to the committee on the critical work our staff are delivering for agriculture, fisheries and forestry industries. We've prepared a list of issues by outcome to help guide the committee's questions and ensure we have the relevant officials available. We appreciate and understand the important oversight role of the Parliament and parliamentary committees, and, Acting Chair, we stand ready to answer the committee's questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Secretary. You're happy to table that, I'm assuming? Yes?
Yep, we'll table it.
And we'll get a copy sent around to the senators. Now, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you. Well, we're starting out in Corporate Secretary. Can I just have an understanding of staffing increases since we last spoke?
Yes, so with staffing numbers and contractors, the first point I'll make, Senator, and then I'll hand to the Chief Operating Officer and our Chief People Officer, is that our staffing increases have been tied to increase in funding for service delivery. So the majority of the increases have been frontline biosecurity officers. In terms of the numbers, to your question, I'll pass to our Chief People Officer.
Yeah.
Senator Tim Simpson, Chief People Officer for the Department. So since 30 June, so this financial year, the staffing increase APS headcount-wise is 477 positions or people.
So an additional 477 positions?
Yep.
Yep, at a cost of what?
I'd have to call on...
Yes, we're set at estimates. How much are our 477 additional roles costing?
Senator Matthew Geisen, Chief Finance Officer at the Department. I'll have to get that detail for you with regards, because those positions will be across the organisation, will be tied to budget measures that are outlined in the PBS and the additional estimate statements.
Yep, so when can you get that for me, Mr Geisen?
I'll endeavour to get that for you as soon as possible, Senator, but I'm happy to highlight the measures that are associated with that.
I'm interested in the number of roles. It's the government's decision to do these budget measures. I'm interested in how many people and how much cost. So if you could get that figure as soon as possible, that would be much benefit. Thank you. I wanted to understand some of the contracts and consultants that the department's been using. Could you just please outline the contracts? I've got a figure of 89,000 for the contract for 1N1 proprietary limited support for the live sheep phase-out panel, and another contract for that organisation at $75,000. There's quite Artemis and Partners got $123,000. Davy Alistair Collin, almost $50,000. Concept 6, $84,000. They were cataloguing sheep submissions, I'm assuming, to the panel. Secretary?
Certainly some of the contracts that we've...
No, the Concept 6, 84 grand, it says cataloguing sheep submissions.
In terms of the quantum of contracts, we're very happy to answer that now. In terms of the broader implementation of live sheep, we're happy to go into the detail.
Contracts in corporate now. So someone who's done the procurement for the contracts, who has the actual information that these contracts were awarded against, will be in this section of your department.
Senator, certainly we have the details of those contracts.
Yes, you do.
In terms of the dollar value, which is probably what you're referencing off
Yes.
AusTender. In terms of the actual detailed...
I don't need to know, like, at a granular level, but when I read cataloguing sheep submissions, I'm made an assumption that submissions to the inquiry or to the analysis that was conducted around the closure of the live sheep trade.
Senator, I need to defer that to the relevant outcome officials.
Okay, but you awarded the contract?
Not me personally,
No?
Senator.
Who did? Your department?
Senator...
As Chief Financial Officer, who did?
Sorry?
Who did?
The appropriate PGPA delegate, Senator.
Yep, and who would that be in this case?
I can tell you the division in which it... so that would be in our traceability plant and live exports division.
Traceability, right. Analysis of live sheep exports, we had episode 3, $319,000. TTF KM Unit Trust got paid $286,000 for a functional review, but you're unable to tell me what that was functionally reviewing.
Senator, if you bear with me...
That was a November 23 to June 24 contract.
We certainly can go to the detail of some of the areas of the department. So TTF KM Unit Trust was not in relation to the live sheep phase out. That was in relation to our Transformation Task Force.
Transformation Task Force?
Yes, which is the response of the department to the capability review led by the APSC.
Yes, got it.
Yep.
And similarly, the $362,500 that TTF KM Unit Trust got, that was to do with the capability review?
Correct. That was the Transformation Task Force functional review, so response to capability review.
So I have, since the government came to power, the consultancy's contracts valued at $10,000 or more at almost $21 million. Is that correct, Secretary, or Mr Geisen?
For the total, I'll ask Mr Geisen to make comment on that.
So, Senator, in terms of consultancy contracts sorry, were you looking for this financial year?
No, since May 22.
I won't have it specifically to May 22, but I have it from the 1st of July 22. So for the 22-23 financial year, we entered into consultancy contracts, valued at $10.34 million. In 23-24, entered into consultancy contracts of $8.12 million. And for the financial year 2024-25 to 31 December, entered into $4.33 million worth of consultancy contracts.
4.33, and that's to end of calendar year?
Correct.
24.
Senator.
Okay. What about, when did you close the books off for this estimate? Or you haven't awarded any contracts?
We may have, Senator, but the data I have is to the end of December.
Okay. All right. And you can't give me anything other than the name and the contractor? You don't have any of the other information?
Not in terms of the
details.
contents within the actual contract itself.
Right. All right. So the one-on-one, who do I talk to there if I want the details of that contract?
Which contract are you? There are a number of contracts there.
I've got the $89,000 one and the $75,000 one.
So I think the $89,000 one is traceability, plant and live export. And sorry, Senator, could you repeat the second one?
$75,500.
That is plant, live animal exports, animal welfare and regulation.
So what else did one get awarded?
Senator, there are a range of contracts in 23-24. They include management advisory services, co-design services, project planning. I'm happy to table a list of those if that's...
If you could just table that, that would be brilliant. Thank you very much, Will. That will save us a lot of questions. I just wanted to go to diversity networks. Secretary, does the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry have any diversity network?
Senator, we certainly have diversity programs, and I'll ask our Chief Operating Officer to comment on networks themselves.
Good morning, Tess Bishop, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Enterprise and Engagement. Senator, we have 6 inclusion networks in the department.
Mm-hmm. And can you outline what we're doing with inclusion? Disability?
Yes, Senator, the networks include First Nations, gender equity, pride, mental health awareness, care and disability, and our called networks.
Six. Okay, so how do you engage with your staff through these networks? In other departments, there's been co-chairs that are paid a stipend. How does it run in agriculture?
So we have champions and we have chairs of each of the networks. Mm-hmm. Our champions are not paid. I understand that some of the other departments, the champions were paid an allowance. We're not doing that.
What level are your champions?
So the champions for each of the networks are the deputy secretaries.
Aye, DepSecs, champions. How much are your department secretaries paid?
Of the deputy secretaries' salaries?
Yep.
I will just get that for you, our salary range.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, paid much more than we
are. The range. So, Senator, the range for a deputy secretary as at 31 December is $372,648 to $438,575.
Sorry, 438?
438,575.
Does that include super?
that does not include super.
Okay, so how much with super?
I will have to get you those.
Mr Simpson?
Final.
I'd have to follow it up, but it's applicable for the APS super, so 15.4% for the majority, depepending on the
Can
super
someone
fund.
do the quick maths on 438? We won't worry about the 575. $438,000, 15%.
So it'd be approximately $505,000.
$505,000. How much do you get paid, Minister?
About half that, I think.
About half that. Okay, but for that over $500,000, it is also an expectation that you're a champion of diversity.
Well, yes, it's part of our role, yes.
You'd think it'd be for everybody though, wouldn't it? But you're not paid an extra stipend?
No.
Good. That's good, on over $500,000. Okay, what about our chairs of our networks? Do they receive a stipend?
No, Senator, they don't.
They do not. This is a volunteer.
Yes,
Yep.
Senator, that's correct.
What about changes to their conditions of employment?
As in...
What if I'm holding a meeting?
I'll ask Tim
Like, does that
Simpson.
have to be done in work hours or out of work hours?
I think, Senator, that depends on the situation at the time. So it would be local management arrangements, but, I mean, there'd be some small amount of kind of hours allowable for them to undertake during work purposes, but the majority of the time for them would be outside of their core work time.
So how often do the diversity champions engage with the networks, or are they more about department secretaries rocking up at morning teas, etc., to actually show leadership and demonstrate that the leaders of the organisation take this stuff seriously and therefore driving culture change? And you're nodding, so I assume that's a yes. Thank you. But what engagement does the diversity champions have with the chairs, specifically the networks, or are they completely separate?
So, Senator, one of the subcommittees of our executive board is People and Culture Committee. Each of the inclusion networks, as you say, have a chair, and each of the champions, we meet regularly with the committees.
Mm-hmm.
And
how regularly is regularly?
I will fact check that and get back to you, but yeah, I will fact check it. And then the reports from each of our committees feed into the People and Culture Committee, and then that does ladder up to the Executive Board formal reporting arrangements.
And so that's
it's a part of our formal governance structure within the department.
Great. And so, Secretary, that is a regular line item in your executive meetings?
It's, in terms of our executive board, it's not what I'd call a regular line item, but it's part of the many different things that we oversight. Yep. And the one other comment I'll make is that we do our annual APS census through the APSC. So when issues like this come up through staff, we make sure we track it, respond to it, and put in place the right processes to take that into account.
Do you have digital notice boards in the department?
We certainly have screens like these, which put information up. So, yep, you could call them that.
Okay. What sort of diversity messaging do you... What is the interaction between the cultural change you're trying to drive through your diversity champions and your co-chairs of these networks? How is that linked up with the messaging that you have going throughout the department?
So I'll make a comment and then I'll ask Tess to add to that.
And have we got the 477 cost yet? Okay.
Yeah. So we do have digital screens in our Canberra office as well as in other major offices around Australia, and they have a range of messages from work health safety, what's happening with budget, as well as things like diversity networks. So a range of rotating messages. Tess, could you add to that, please?
Senator, so we have digital screens at Agriculture House, our Moonee Ponds office and the post-entry quarantine facility in Melbourne. Since July of last year, we have had 100 items appear on these digital screens, and they cover everything. For example, Essential 8, which is about cybersecurity, information about a lunchtime learning series, fraud and corruption, biosecurity matters, spotlight on security, and a blood drive, the Secretary Awards. So it's all very much tied to corporate and governance or security or all the operations of the department.
Dwali? Eid?
I don't see that one on the list, Senator, but I'm very happy to table for you our
That would be
list
awesome.
of items.
And then, yeah. Okay, thank you. Sounds quite pragmatic, as usual, from the Department of Agriculture. Lovely to hear. 477? It's coming. All right, I shall move on to other matters. Yeah. Senator Canavan.
I'll take the call then. Thank you,
Yeah, sure.
Chair.
Deputy Chair, you got the
just
call.
wanted to check on climate-related disclosures. I believe that regime is starting this year, so I know this is a matter for cross-portfolio, but there's been a lot of interest in the extent to which businesses in primary production will have to report under the scheme. There's a bill that passed last year and requires certain entities to report their Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. Does the department have a handle on how many primary production businesses will have to report their emissions, either to the government or to other entities captured by the scheme?
Deputy Chair, I'll check with the Chief Finance Officer. My understanding is most of this work will be done under the department under Outcome 1, so we're very happy to talk about it in detail then. I know also that Treasury presides over the broader process. In terms of the actual reporting, to go to your question...
I'm asking you here because I thought it might be cross-portfolio, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure...
Okay,
Matt,
you have people in Outcome 1? Or?
Yeah, Outcome 1. So very happy to talk to that in Outcome 1.
All right, okay, we might come back to it then. I just also wanted to check, I suppose, on another matter which could involve Treasury, is the Biosecurity levy. What is the status of that, particularly the government's policy in regards to the levy, the proposed levy?
Deputy Chair, that's we're very happy to go to the detail and Outcome 2. In terms of the Chief Finance Officer role...
I suppose my question is probably more for the Minister. What's the government policy? My understanding is at the last sitting week, the bill was discharged from the notice paper, trying to get understanding for ourselves and the Australian people what the future government's plans are, if they are to be re-elected. Is it still the policy of the government to impose a levy on farmers to pay for biosecurity?
We won't be taking the biosecurity levy to the election.
So one thing about the election, but you won't be reintroducing.
We supported the discharge in front of the Senate.
Well, you didn't support the discharge. Why was it still on the notice paper? And it required the National Party to actually move the discharge. We had to suspend standing orders, Minister, to actually get it to debate in order to discharge it. So please don't spread misinformation to the agriculture sector that somehow the Minister and you as her spokesperson here in the Senate somehow supported the discharge of the bill because you had to be dragged kicking and screaming on the last day of the Senate.
All right, we just focus...
We know the,
everyone, thank you, everyone. Now we'll just get back to questions. Senator Canavan, you've got the call.
I just wanted to respond,
Sure,
to that.
Minister. Sure.
We know the opposition are only good at scare campaigns. It's all they've got.
We see
the shadow minister for scare campaigns sitting right next to you as well, in Senator Duniam.
He's not scary.
So we.
All right. Come on.
And it had the Tasmanian division of
All
the
right,
Labor
let's
Party
get back.
backing
Let's
him
just
up.
get back to the budget estimates.
It is good to hear.
Let's get back to estimates, everyone. Thank you.
It's good to hear that we've
I know
had a
it's
win. The
9:30 in the
coalition has had a
morning,
win
but
on
let's
this
just
issue.
get back on
Obviously,
track.
if
Senator
the
Cameron, you
Labor
got the
Party
call.
had had their way, farmers would be paying this tax. But it was Liberal and National senators and members who fought against it. So that is great, a great victory for the farming sector. Moving on, other cross-portfolio matters.
Chair, could you please bring Senator Brown to under control?
I thought that was,
No, she's
I was
fine.
going to say the same
Well,
about
our
you,
first
Bridget.
day,
All right,
mate.
come on,
It's his
ladies.
first day of the job.
Just calm down.
I just wanted to ask about the Food and Grocery Code.
Do you need a
What was the involvement of the department in the drafting of the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct?
Deputy Chair, that is a whole of government example. I'm happy to go to the detail in outcome one if you're...
You were happy to do outcome one. Okay, all right. Well, we'll leave that. The palm scheme. Are you going to flick me off? Are you going to palm me off to another outcome
one.
on the palm scheme?
Yeah, our good Chief Finance Officer would probably not be across the detail.
Okay, so is there anyone who might...
I think this is outcome one.
Well,
Outcome
again, it's
one.
cross-portfolio because it's obviously a matter for the Department of Immigration, but it has massive ramifications on agriculture. So, outcome one?
Outcome one, yep.
Okay, all right. Water buybacks. Is there any work being done on that?
So, outcome one, mostly a DQ, Department of Climate Change, Environment,
Yes.
Energy, Water.
Yes.
But we could go to any of our involvement in outcome one.
All right.
Secretary, do
Okay,
you
we might.
meet- Who has what? Is Fredo got water? Yes, Secretary. So you don't have regular interaction with the Secretary about those policy impacts on agriculture?
I do have
Yes,
regular catch-ups
you
with the
do.
Secretary as well as the MDBA, but more as a whole of government department with critical interest in the outcome rather than the
But that's
levers of
why
the
we're
government.
asking it in corporate.
Yeah.
That's why we're not going to outcome one, because you've had the meetings.
Yes, but I will then engage with our senior executive from our outcome one area.
It doesn't seem, Mr Fennessy, that the Agriculture Department, the officials, nor the Secretary, and definitely not the Minister, is actually having any influence over the Labor Party's water policy to support regional communities and food production. Do you have any comment? What are you doing?
In terms of our corporate response, it's not narrowly construed a corporate issue. We are doing a lot under outcome one for the outcomes of agriculture. So we are doing a lot and happy to talk about it in more detail under that outcome.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Just sit and wait for the 477 figure before we go to outcome one, and we're happy to wait.
Just going back
Shouldn't be that hard.
to the broader issues around the levy, I noticed that in my info the department has received more money, more funding to sustain its export regulatory functions. It's also part of that funding is $3.7 million to develop an ongoing sustainable export funding model. So what does that mean?
So I can ask the Chief Finance Officer to comment on the work that we're doing regarding that. So sustainable trade funding.
Sorry, so the Sustainable Trade Funding Senator is looking at the pricing in regards to exports cost recovery, and I think you'd be aware of the busting and congestion measure from a few years ago where there were stepped legislated price increases in exports. That task force is looking at the future cost of our export regulatory services, but certainly happy to defer any or elaborate on that further in the relevant outcome.
Well, maybe we'll start with how long is this meant to take? When are you meant to finalise a sustainable funding model proposal?
Senator, we were provided funding for that. Sorry, let me just pull that up.
I've got it over 3 years.
Correct, Senator.
So it's going to take 3 years to develop a model.
Senator,
So
that
presumably the
time
3.7 million is just to develop a model. It's not to implement anything. It's just to develop a proposal.
Well, it is to look at the costings associated with those fees and charges, and then also progress through industry consultation to be able to provide advice on what any changes might be required.
I mean, 3 years does seem like a long time to develop a model. Is there some sort of interim targets or...?
Senator, I think what you're seeing in the budget papers is the funding is spread over 3 years, but it's only partial funding in the first and the third year.
Okay, so what is the time frame? When, as the Secretary or Minister said, I want a model produced by this date?
Senator, I think the original measure we were looking to the end of this financial year.
Right. Yep. So mid this year?
That was when the funding for that function was to.
Okay, and so when you're looking at the options here, are any options off the table to produce a sustainable funding model?
Senator, I'd say we're looking holistically at the exports, the cost base and the activities that go.
Has the government asked you to not consider a levy on the agricultural sector?
Not from me, Senator.
So we just heard from the Minister that the levy's not taking the election, but you're potentially developing a levy proposal with this funding. It hasn't been ruled out.
Deputy Chair, I think some options that will always be off the table would be any levies that went against things like WTO obligations. We would, of course, work with government around the policy parameters for that.
But it just seems strange if the Minister just said that the government's not taking a levy to the election, and now we've got a planning committee that is potentially looking at a levy. How can the Australian people particularly the farming sector, have trust and faith here that there's not a secret levy being developed that will be revealed post an election?
There we go with the scare campaign again.
Well, just rule it out. Why wouldn't you have told that?
I did. I was clear about what we're taking to the election.
Secret levy planning in
we'll
the
continue to work constructively with farmers and producers who benefit from a strong biosecurity system to ensure that we've got appropriate funding in place. But a levy is not something we'll be taking to the election. The legislation will not be reintroduced.
The problem is the words there, they're quite weasel words, not taken to an election. That doesn't.
I said it won't.
Doesn't mean you haven't got your department
after the election
working on the post-election implementation
I also
strategy.
said it will not be reintroduced.
Sorry?
I also said it will not be reintroduced.
So why is your department working on it?
Obviously, the funding that was committed to that was done before we withdrew the legislation in the Senate last week.
Who's running the show, Minister?
We are.
Doesn't look like it.
I think that
back to
look, we've established that the Minister has not ruled anything out, but given your
I just did.
No, to the review. I mean, the issue is the instructions to your officials. One thing to say here in this committee, that's good, and as I say, we welcome that. But it might be worthwhile for not you, Minister, but the Minister for Agriculture, to direct her officials to act consistent with the policy you've outlined here today, because that's not clearly the message they've got. The 95.5 million that has been allocated over 3 years to support the functions, can I just get a breakdown of what that money is going to?
Senator, in its broad sense, it is being used to offset the deficit within the current exports arrangements, or the under recovery of our current fees and charges. So that would cover a range of costs within those fees and charges.
So it's not necessarily going to anything specific. It's just filling a deficit that you've got. Is that?
Well, if in terms of... I
suppose, just to explain myself, my understanding of our discussions previously is that the current fee structure does not fully recover all of your costs.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Is this funding then just to fill that gap?
Correct.
Okay. And that will take you through for 3 years on these projections. So for 3 years you will be fully cost recovered after you account for this funding.
That is the intent, Senator, and obviously that is dependent on things like volumes, because if volumes do change.
Okay.
But that will take us through to 30 June 2026. Okay. So through additional estimates, there was that funding was continued for the next financial year.
Okay, all right. I've just got one more set of questions, and I might go to Senator Brockman. In regards to the international trade situation, since the election of President Trump, there's been a lot of conjecture about new trade barriers. Is the department doing any work assessing the potential impact on Australian agriculture from increased trade barriers across the world?
Deputy Chair, we are, and that work is being led out of the part of the organisation that reports or answers questions into Outcome 1, so happy to come to that under Outcome 1.
Oh, right, okay.
Yep.
All
It's not being done by the Chief Finance Officer.
All right, okay. Well, I'll wait till then. Different committees do things differently. Okay, well...
Senator Brockman?
Senator Brockman.
All right, Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to confirm the number that's been in the media about the advertising for the sheep transition package. Have we got the right people at the table?
We can comment on the procurement and the numbers here, and then for the content we can go to Outcome 1. But I'll ask the Chief Operating Officer and others on procurement.
Senator, I can confirm that the total cost of the live sheep, the full value of the contract is $2.3 million, which is published on AUSTender. The full responsibility for the budget and the program sits with Deputy Secretary Lowe, who can answer everything about the program in Outcome 1. But we can
and it's correct
see
that
how
that's
we can
gone
assist.
to a company called Universal Media.
Universal McCann, yes, that is correct.
And can you tell me about the tender process, how that company was selected?
So Universal McCann are a part of the panel arrangement that is administered via the Department of Finance.
So they were just selected from a panel? So what, did it go out to a tender, even a limited tender?
I will ask my First Assistant Secretary, Michelle Wellington, to come to the table.
Good morning, Senators. Michelle Wellington, First Assistant Secretary, Strategy, Performance and Engagement. To answer your question, Senator, Universal McCann is the government's mandated sole supplier for media placement for all advertising. Mandated supplier.
Across, just this department or across all government?
Across all of government.
Oh, okay, there you go. What forms of advertising are included in this, or should that be, is that Outcome 1?
Outcome 1.
Okay. And what's the duration of the contract?
The contract commenced on the 16th of December and concludes on the 28th of February.
And the scope of the contract, do you have that, or is that Outcome 1?
Outcome 1, Senator.
I think might leave it there then.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think you got more questions?
Senator Brown's got
She
some
does have
questions.
some questions.
Oh, it doesn't look like it, Chair. Come on, put the phone down.
It's fine. Thank you, Senator McKenzie.
thanks.
Please. I mean, we don't have a,
No,
we
it's
don't need his
fine.
commentary,
I'd like,
right? It's just early in the morning now. Senator Brown?
Senator Mackenzie's always out to help me.
I know she is.
I am,
Great.
Senator Brown.
And I like to help you as well.
This is true. This
So,
is true.
Can the... I just want to ask a couple of questions about your graduate program. You've got a cohort this year. Do you want to tell me how many... Well, just give me the basic update.
Yeah. So they've just commenced, Senator, and I'll ask our Chief Operating Officer to go to the detail. Or the 2025 cohort has just commenced, I think, last week.
Thanks, Senator. The graduate cohort this year, we have 37 in total, and that also includes our Indigenous apprenticeship program as well. And in good news, the graduates have commenced in Canberra. There's 10 in Canberra, 11 in Melbourne, 9 in Sydney, 7 in Brisbane, and we have 2 graduates also in Canberra and 2 in Cairns as part of the Indigenous apprenticeship program.
Okay. How long does the program go?
The graduates complete a 12-month program, and it's across all. They're able to select a number of streams throughout the department as part of their rotations.
Okay, thank you. I now wanted to. I understand that the National Emergency Management Agency's relocated. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. NEMA have taken up floor space in Agriculture House.
Okay, so why was that decision taken? And
maybe that is.
Was there any positives? Well, I'm assuming there was some positive reasons for the relocation.
We work closely with NEMA.
So who else is in Agricultural House?
Just the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Oh, right, okay. So your NEMA is now going co-locating.
That is correct, right. Senator. They're occupying 2 floors of our building, okay. A floor and a half at the moment.
And when did they go? When did they move in?
They moved in the second half of last year. It was around October and November they started the moving in process. And the benefit to the department is $18.6 million across the life of the contract to our budget bottom line.
Right, okay. So why was the decision taken, did you say?
It's a decision of NEMA to look to consolidate their footprint, and we were able to provide space within our building.
Do you have a team of officials who are engaged in whole of government emergency responses as well?
Yes, we do, and they work closely with NEMA across a range of items.
So, okay, do you want to?
Yes, so we have a team of 24, and they coordinate a number of responses from everything from weather events to, at the moment, they're assisting with the HPAI bird flu response.
Okay. My last question is about the increase in staffing levels as part of the election commitment on biosecurity. Can you outline the roles of these staff, the location and some of the outcomes? You don't have that?
We've had 167 biosecurity staff commence.
Senator, I'm happy to take you through the ASL that was provided as part of the sustainable budget decision in the 23-24 budget. What I won't have is the location of those staff.
Is this the biosecurity?
Correct.
Okay. If you give me those details.
Now, I will caveat this, Senator, that in any given year there will be fluctuations in measures, but the direct part of that decision, there was 588 in 23-24, 185 in 24-25, and 167 in 25-26.
Right, okay. And are you able, obviously having those extra staff has been extremely helpful.
It is extremely helpful. Protecting Australia's border, I don't think can be underestimated the value if we were to have a significant outbreak of a biosecurity outbreak in Australia.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Senator Brown.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator McKenzie.
Are the 477?
I do, Senator. So,
thank you.
Year to date to the end of January, 25.5 million.
25.5
million.
And so, how much is budgeted for next financial year for that increase? Like, what is budgeted to the end of June?
in terms of the total departmental employee budget.
But the extra 477.
Senator,
Are you
I'm
able
not
to
sure
split? What's your top? Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to give you
Okay.
the total for those specific. I'm happy. I do have the total departmental employee budget, if that's helpful.
So of the 477 new staff, what band you won't be able to give? Well, you might be able to.
I don't have that on me, Senator, but it's fair to say they'll be for a range of different
Are there
positions.
any SES level roles?
I'm not aware that there are, Senator.
Mr Fennessy, you haven't appointed...
I'm not aware there'd be any new additional or ongoing SES roles.
And have you got anybody acting in roles at the moment?
We'd have to come back to you on that.
Well,
we do have
wait.
some people acting.
Yeah. Who? In the SES space. I don't need who, I need numbers.
Yep.
We've got 7 temporary
Thank you,
SES positions in our structure at the moment, Senator, and they're the majority are temporary and expire under their current arrangements conclude on the 30th of June at the end of this financial year.
And so how much do the 7 temporary roles cost to the 30th of June? How much have you budgeted for that?
So they'll be paid for out of because they're across the department in different groups. So we will...
But there will be...
We'll get you a total cost.
So I just want to know how much you've accounted.
Yeah, Senator, we'll endeavour to pull that for you. We'll have to make sure...
Well, don't leave. If we end in corporate, they're not to leave, Mr Fennessy, till they've got me that number. That'd be great. Now, I just want to go to travel. Did anyone in the department attend COP16 in Colombia?
COP16 Colombia, we'll have to confirm that.
That's why I'm asking.
Yes, we may have sent 1 or 2 officers as part of the whole of Australian government delegation.
We'd have to ask Trade.
Yeah, so that's an outcome 1 measure which we'd be happy to answer then.
Will they have the costs to the budget though, Mr Fennessy? I don't want to wait for the officer to tell me what they did when they were in Colombia, only to never find out how much it cost.
They should be able to speak to the costs.
Have you found it, Mr Gason?
No, we are finding the cost for the SES, Senator.
Okay. So how many... We don't know how many we sent?
We can confirm that under outcome 1. My recollection is either 2 or 3 officers.
Of what level, Mr Fennessy? Did any department secretary go? Anyone from your executive team?
We'll have to come back to that in outcome 1, just because I don't have that information in front of me.
You can't recall?
It was not a senior delegation, but we may have sent an assistant secretary.
Okay, got it. Yep. What about COP in Azerbaijan? Did agriculture send anyone?
I think similar. So sorry, Senator, your first COP was
Colombia?
Colombia. So I think...
Is that biodiversity?
Yes. So I'll just to correct the record, I know we sent some officers to Azerbaijan.
Mm-hmm. How many?
I think that was the 2 to 3 that I was referring to. I was getting my COPs confused. I'm not aware if we sent anybody to the one in Colombia. So we definitely sent at least 2 or 3 officers to Azerbaijan. Your reference to COP, that I was thinking about the climate change related COP, not the other one that you referred to.
Okay, Ms Bishop, I
Senator,
think you might have
I'm advised that we did not attend Colombia.
Yep.
No one from Ag, and 2 to 3 in Azerbaijan, but who will be able to tell me about that? I think Ms Bishop's found the right page in her briefing pack.
I understand that we sent 1 SES officer, 1 EL, so 2 staff, 1 SES and 1 EL2.
1 EL2.
To Azerbaijan.
Okay, and how much was the cost of that?
I'm just getting that one, sorry. We will have to get that for you.
Why don't we just get the international travel line item data then?
Senator, I've got total international spend if
Great.
there's assistance. So for
It would be of
financial
assistance.
year to 31 December, international travel expenditure is $3.2 million.
3.2 million from the 30th of June to the 30th.
Yeah, 1st of July to 31st of December.
31st of December. And how much have you budgeted for international travel between the 1st of January and the 30th of June 25?
I'll get that for you, Senator. I don't know whether I've got the year-to-date figure on me.
I don't need the year-to-date. I need how much you've actually put in the bank to pay for this half of the financial year.
So, Senator, we currently have a full-year budget of $10.7 million.
And do you anticipate meeting that budget?
Senator, I would expect so, yes.
Okay. Well, that's going to look like you've got a pretty hefty second half the financial year, $7 million to be spent. So is that inclusive of accommodation?
That would be, Senator, yes.
And does that include ministerial travel?
No, Senator.
No. Do you have a ministerial budget line item for international travel?
No, I don't, Senator.
Who pays for that?
I need to check. So international travel expenditure, Senator, is Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority.
Yeah, but does
For international travel, IPIA pays.
That's what I've got in front of me, yes.
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
I'm happy to check that though, Senator.
I would check that. I find that fascinating. They do our travel allowance to Hobart and to Honiara, it would seem. Okay, if you could check that. And what travel has been done by the Minister, the former Minister, or any of the Assistant Ministers in this financial year?
Senator, we don't have the details of the...
You don't know when your Minister's overseas, Mr Fennessy?
We do, but
Good. Good.
we do. We don't
Like
have
major KPI.
Yeah, we don't have the detail relating to the travel. It sounds like at the table, but we will. I think
Usually, when a minister travels overseas, not for her own personal reasons, there would be departmental staff that accompany her, or if any of the assistant ministers have been over.
Yes, we certainly have that detail. I was just saying we don't have the cost details.
So why don't we tell me what I want to know, which is, has the minister or any of the assistant ministers in this portfolio travelled overseas in this financial year?
So
Thank you, Ms.
Minister
Bishop.
Collins has recently completed a trip to Europe, I believe. Okay. And I believe it was London.
It was an agriculture and food forum in Berlin.
The FAO?
I don't think it was related to FAO, but it was an international...
The GFFA.
Thank you. Everyone's got the answers now, haven't they? Okay, so Minister Collins, was she accompanied by any departmental staff, Mr Fennessy?
She was.
How many? Did IPIA pay for it all?
In terms of... So she was accompanied by one of our overseas staff and at least one staff from Australia, but we can get the details.
Could someone find the line item for that trip and tell me how much it cost? And not send me to the Parliamentary Expenses Authority.
For the cost to the departmental staff?
For the cost of the trip to Europe for your minister and whatever associated costs. I'll wait.
We can get the line item for the department officer, but I don't think we will have the minister's.
My understanding it was one staffer went with the minister and one SES officer from the department, and they were supported by an overseas counsellor.
Thank you, Ministerial Office, for that information. So one SES from the department, one Ag counsellor, I assume, from Europe,
correct.
And is that the only trip for any of your ministers, Mr Fennessy?
I can confirm the Assistant Minister has not been on an overseas trip.
Thank you, Assistant
In
Minister.
this
I do
term of
appreciate
government.
it. Mr Fennessy, I'd really like you to be able to show this committee that you know where your ministers are, if they're in the country or not.
Yep.
Is this the only trip?
Yes.
No,
I can.
No,
it's not.
sorry,
Ms.
sorry,
Bishop.
Secretary. The Minister has completed 2 international trips. So one
Thank you.
was also to the APEC ministerial meeting in Peru in November.
Peru? And when was that
And then
one?
in November.
Yep.
And
That
then
one, the Minister was representing the Foreign Minister at that one.
Okay, right. Thank you, Assistant Minister. Might get a pay rise and be the Secretary. And, sorry, she was accompanied by Foreign Affairs staff because she was representing the Foreign Affairs Minister, or Ag staff?
No, when the Minister travelled to Peru, she was not accompanied by any department staff.
Yep.
And I'm
Yeah, but
I'm assuming she had an advisor.
Yeah, thank you.
It was DFAT stuff, but Senator, the APAC meeting for officials, we sent staff to that, but I think that was a separate timing. Officials meet beforehand, so we didn't send people to Peru.
Did you go to that one, Mr Fennessy?
No.
So that's part of the $3.2 million? The APEC staff?
If it was departmental.
Yeah, the departmental would be part of that.
I'm asking. I'm assuming, but I don't want to...
Yes.
Right.
Well, it would be part of the departmental spend, and if that covers that period you referred to, it will be part of the 3.2.
Yes, thank you. I just had some questions about productivity across the department. What sort of measures are you undertaking to ensure increased productivity in the work of your department? Mr Fennessy?
I think in general, our productivity measures are against the funds under budget papers. We've also undertaken a range of digital upgrades to a lot of the processes we have for export and other. So there's a range of productivity measures. In terms of budget paper measures that we're funded for, Mr Geisen?
They don't need to be budget papers. I'm looking at your management.
Yeah, so we work through our corporate plan, a statement of strategic intent. The main areas of productivity...
Is productivity and efficiency one of the things that you explicitly look at
yes.
in that plan?
Yes. So in my opening statement, I referred to the capability review that talked in particular about the productivity of the department as it relates to regulation, engagement with external stakeholders and industry, and in particular how we process regulatory permits for exporters and importers. Yep.
Good, because getting product to port and onto plates overseas is the name of the game. I'm just wanting to understand some concerns that have been raised with me from exporters about decisions by your department, particularly as it relates to ports, that staff only work in daylight hours, even though ports, as Infrastructure Shadow Minister and anybody that understands ports know, are 24-hour operations. Can you outline for the committee the impact that your decision to have staff only operate, DAF staff to only, biosecurity staff to only operate on daylight hours? What's the impact on industry productivity and profitability?
So with biosecurity operations, I certainly have the correct officials here for outcome 2.
This goes to the impact of your decisions on viable agriculture businesses who are just trying to export.
Yeah. And so what I can say, and this is where I will ask the biosecurity officials, is the long-term approach out of Australian Border Force and DAF is to do pre-clearance for incoming imports and pre-clearance for outgoing. So that allows us to provide those services in a way that's not related to a 12 or 24-hour cycle in general.
Mr Fennessy, the industry hasn't raised concerns about the pre-clearance process. They're wanting to understand why, for a 24-hour-a-day export facility like a port, your decision to see DAF staff, biosecurity staff, only working daylight hours, what is the impact on industry of your decision?
That's
not the
where
pre-clearance process. I was very clear. It's about the daylight hours only decision.
So the officials who can answer that will answer that under outcome 2, because I don't think our...
So you don't know, do you?
I work very closely with our Deputy Secretary of Biosecurity and the Director of our Operations, but I don't take their operational decisions for them.
Do you understand the impact of your Department Secretary's decisions on the profitability and productivity of Australian agriculture?
Yes, and so through myself as well as our Deputy Secretary of Biosecurity, we've convened our Sustainable Biosecurity Funding Advisory Panel, where we meet directly with those importers and exporters, and I attend those meetings. And I also attend meetings with exporters from time to time around Australia to hear directly from them.
Mr Fennessy, the decision to have biosecurity staff only work in daylight hours at Australian ports, what impact has that had on industry?
So, to answer that question, the relevant officials will speak to that under outcome 2. The overall approach to biosecurity is risk-based, so it will depend on the cost
Only
and the
happens in the
benefit.
daytime?
It will depend on the best allocation of our resources, which is something that is worked through our operations team in biosecurity.
So the inefficiency has cost the cattle industry in live exports up to $26,000 in additional costs, lost revenue per shipment because of your decision. Will you commit to actually review the daylight hours only biosecurity measures if that is actually proven correct?
So I referred to that Biosecurity Sustainable Advisory Funding Panel. We now publish the allocation of all of our cost recovered funds. We do that with industry, and we have to be very transparent so that any investment returns benefit to whomever the exporters would be.
Why are biosecurity staff only working in daylight hours? Is there only a biosecurity risk at a 24-hour-a-day port during daytime?
Well, I'd want to have our biosecurity officials go to the
pretty simple
details. So our role in protecting biosecurity risk ranges across livestock, horticulture, grains. There are many different ways we provide those services. So
Minister, do you think biosecurity risks only present themselves during daytime?
Well, what about the complete hypocrisy from yourself? A minister in the former government that cut biosecurity funding by $100 million.
Why are your officers only working in daytime?
Has such a bad record of actually delivering on a sustainable biosecurity funding model that we've worked hard to overcome and have a proud record of implementing.
Let the Minister answer, please.
Have a proud record of implementing
Thank you, Senator
with the
McKenzie.
support of many across the industry.
Well,
you brought in a container levy.
Senator McKenzie, it's the Minister. Okay, thank you.
Live exporters across
Senator
the country.
McKenzie, you don't have the call. Senator McKenzie. All right, well, we'll just suspend. All right.
Let's do it.
All right. Now, Minister, did you have anything else? Otherwise, I'll go back to the opposition.
I'm just going to conclude with they did nothing to actually ensure that importers were paying their fair share of the biosecurity levy. Born in a container scheme, they didn't actually deliver one extra cent, whereas we've delivered sustainable biosecurity funding that the industry knows will be there to support them, and that's exactly what the Australians expect of us.
All right, thanks. Now, Senator Duniam.
Get Tim.
Senator...
No, he has.
Okay.
Senator Duniam, you've got the call.
And Senator McDonald. Just in terms of, we deal with sort of cross-portfolio stuff here, and legal drafting, chief legal counsel, etc. The letter from the Prime Minister dated the 15th of February to the salmon industry, making a commitment around laws. Are you familiar with that, and can I ask about that here?
I am familiar with that. I don't think our legal or corporate team they didn't have anything to do with that. So we're happy to talk to that under outcome 1 in terms of the general issue. But
Secretary, this isn't a general issue, it's quite specific, because the letter from the Prime Minister specifies this department as being a part of a group of agencies that will be, in his words, working to introduce legislation to ensure appropriate environmental laws are in place to continue sustainable salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour. So it would go to, and in fact the letter only refers to PM&C, who I asked about this yesterday, and DAF, and it relates to the drafting of legislation. Where else would I ask about that?
Outcome 1 has been, so we're very involved in that, just not through our Chief Operating Officer or our Chief Finance Officer.
So previously we've asked about legal matters, including drafting of laws here, but we'll do that in outcome 1 now?
That's correct, yeah. Particularly because that's that legislation sits in another department, so we wouldn't get involved in.
Does it sit in another department?
So is
that what's proposed? Because I asked both the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water and PM&C, and no one knew where it sat.
Yep. So I think we have been involved in it through Deputy Secretary Matthew Lowe under outcome 1, but not in terms of, from what I understand, the drafting of it. But we can speak to that under outcome 1.
Yeah, and Deputy Secretary Lowe is here today?
He will certainly be here for outcome 1.
Okay,
yep.
All right. Thank you. Well, I'll come back in outcome 1 then.
Senator McDonald, did you want to try and see where we go with your questions?
Thank you. So my questions are with regard to the funding of NAFI, the Northern Australia Fire Instrument, which I understand is a cross-portfolio funded instrument. Can you tell me where you're up to with that?
So, Senator, was that the Northern Australia
Fire
Instrument,
yeah.
NAFI? I don't think we are involved in that, looking at my officials.
I'm not aware.
No, we haven't been involved in that.
Okay, so the agents, the instrument, NAFI, says that you do. So
NAFI.
That's fabulous. It's a 4-year budget federal item. It's cross-funded between the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, National Emergency Management Agency, the Department of Defence, the Department of Agricultural, Fisheries and Forestry, you, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And it manages fire in Northern Australia, fire measurement.
It might be something we're involved in through... We certainly do a lot of work with NEMA in emergency management. It may relate to some of our Northern Australia Indigenous investment. Which is an outcome 1 measure, but I'm not aware of any funding contributions through our Chief Finance Officer, although I will ask the Chief Finance Officer to comment.
Senator, no, I'm not aware of that one, but if it would be in the outcome that the Secretary has mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. Chair, that's it.
Okay. Senator Mackenzie or
Thank you.
Deputy Chair?
Just following up on my previous line of questioning, I'm specifically talking about changes at the Port of Broome and the Port of Darwin, Secretary. You have been made personally aware of these issues. You're nodding, and yet when I ask you questions, you are unable to answer them.
Yes. So, Senator, we can speak to some of the broader...
I'm asking for you to speak. I don't
Yep. I can speak to the broader workplace health and safety issues. My understanding is under our enterprise agreements, safe workplaces will relate to the occupational conditions of work. At some ports that includes daylight hours for unloading of vessels and inspection. So that is relevant. With the Port of Broome, I'm aware that we from time to time get involved in funding if new biosecurity staff have to be funded. So I'm very much aware of that. Particularly Port of Broome as an expanding identified as an expanding port. We could. I can ask our Chief People Officer to give you evidence on the workplace health and safety aspects of shifts, if that assists.
It would, because the level of frustration is high, because additional costs are being incurred loading and waiting for biosecurity clearance. If the vessel arrives after 3 p.m, that becomes an issue. Housing cattle, feeding, etc., holding them is in excess of, as I understand it, $20,000 a day. And then exporters are reporting delays of up to 70% of their shipments are delayed because of these changes. That's tens of thousands of head of cattle that are not being exported as a result of the decisions of this department in these places. So coming and talking about all the productivity gains you like, whilst industry, you're shutting down the live sheep trade, and similarly under this government now, the live cattle trade is having significant impacts to their profitability and sustainability simply because you've only got your biosecurity officers operating during daylight hours. I want to understand why that decision was made, and I'm concerned that you weren't aware, even though you have been made personally aware of those impacts, and you weren't able to verbalise that to this committee.
So I'll ask our Chief People Officer to talk to our obligations under work health and safety.
I want to understand why our biosecurity officers are only working in daylight hours. That's all I want to know. I don't want to know every program you've got under the sun to ensure safe workplaces, because I assume you do that as a function of law.
Yeah,
what I want to understand is how you're negatively impacting agriculture.
So, Chief People Officer.
Senator, I could probably elaborate a little, but some will go to obviously the biosecurity people that make the decisions around this. But with us, obviously, as the Secretary said, there's work health and safety risk assessments. My understanding in relation to this is more so about the ability for light to be there to actually undertake the inspections, like sufficient light so they can see the potential biosecurity risks and hazards at those locations. So it is a long-standing principle at all our locations, if the light isn't there, to sufficiently undertake those. So that's my understanding about the rationale.
So we can have the
decision.
people if we have the lamps.
Well, I believe
light.
so, yes. If we had the light, like the workforce would need to be potentially recruited because it may move into shift arrangements and the funding issues, obviously, in the parameters, but it's about the WHS and ability to undertake those inspections at the moment in those locations outside of daylight hours.
Secretary, I assume you wouldn't want these sort of negative impacts of agriculture. Is that correct? Can I take that as a given?
Yes, that is correct. And at the same time, I have to comply with work health and safety outcomes and then the risk-based approach to funding biosecurity services. So that's the range of factors we take into account.
Well, it seems you're prioritising some things over others. What changes, given that this has been highlighted to you today, again, what changes can you make or commit to making?
So one thing I will recommit to is that every dollar of investment in biosecurity funding we make transparent through that new Sustainable Advisory Funding Panel. We work with industries, including the live animal industry, the grains industry, about best investment of levies that we collect from them to reinvest. So that's where the trade-offs and the discussions are made transparent around biosecurity risk, workplace health and safety, export opportunity and risk, value of markets, because, and I'm sure you'd appreciate, how do we compare grain trade to some parts of the world to animal trade to horticulture? So that's why we have all of those industries as part of that panel. And I know we work, for example, with Cattle Australia very closely in that panel. So we make transparent the obligations and trade-offs for our biosecurity operations, and Deputy Secretary Justine Saunders chairs that panel, and I'd be very happy to get her to speak to how we make transparent those trade-offs and those cost-benefit investments as part of outcome 2.
Because as it stands, Secretary, given this government's appalling decision to close down the live sheep trade, and for the coalition to be continually saying that the live cattle trade's next, it seems that this type of decision-making that is being made by the government's agricultural department negatively impacting the profitability, efficiency and productivity of the live cattle trade, it would be hard for them to feel supported by this decision, its impact, or indeed your response right now that they're going to be part of some panel and someone's going to have a chat to them to explain their own industry to them.
We know we're going to get a lot of scare campaigns today, and we just get a lot of another one from
there's
Senator
more.
Mackenzie. The Minister Collins was in the Northern Territory.
One at a time, just one at a time.
Minister Collins was in. I'm responding to.
Yeah, I know you are, but just one at a time, please.
Minister Collins was in the Northern Territory last week and engaged with cattle farmers up there in the industry, and reiterated her strong support for live cattle export. And that is something that this government, from the Prime Minister down, has been consistent and committed to.
You know what? It's a bit like your weasel words on anti-Semitism. You've got a lot of nice words, but when the rubber hits the road, they're still losing money per shipment because they cannot get the cattle onto vessel and to leave.
Your hypocrisy on biosecurity is absolutely breathtaking, given your record in government.
Senator McDonald, did you want to squeeze in there with one, please?
It's just, Mr Fennessy, you've talked about the workplace health and safety things that you're considering, but have you considered what the animal welfare issue is when you're leaving cattle in yards for longer than necessary, and you're exposing the workforce, the cattle industry's workforce, to having to work out of hours to feed and to monitor cattle in the yards? Does this not seem unreasonable that the government's not willing to put in place some systems that allow them to work at the times when the stock are there and they need to be attended to?
Senator, that is a very important consideration as well. It's the human workplace health safety factors, the animal welfare outcomes, and that is, as senators would be aware, regulated through the SCAS process. Export, I cannot remember what that acronym stands for, but SCAS is our export regulated pathway for livestock. That's critical to those export markets, so that is an important factor.
It just doesn't seem to have been taken into consideration if you're just saying you're only considering the workplace health and safety, when surely a generator and some lights would solve the problem.
Yeah, and we are considering a range of factors, including cost benefit, value of market, animal welfare and work health and safety. And that panel that I described before, that transparency panel, has been meeting now for since last year. So it's not a proposal to make that transparent. We've already published those, all the costs. It's really important that we support as productive and profitable in industry as possible in terms of the live cattle export.
It seems a simple solution.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Deputy Chair.
I just want to go back to the Minister's trip to Europe. Did the Minister meet with any EU officials on that trip?
My understanding is she did, and we can talk to that in outcome 1, but my understanding is she did meet with EU officials.
Right. Did she raise concerns around the EU deforestation regulations with those officials?
I'll ask our outcome 1 officials to go to the specific briefing, but I know that's been a constant priority that we raise with EU officials. So,
my understanding is the Minister did with the EU Ag Commissioner.
She did raise these issues. Great. Okay, thank you. All right.
Senator Mackenzie.
Was I waiting? I was waiting for some figures.
A good senator here.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator, you were asking about the 7 temporary SES roles. The estimated cost for this financial year, $1.97 million.
1.97 million. Excellent. Thank you.
And Senator,
I had another one.
networks,
I need to keep a list.
no, I apologise. Our networks meet quarterly.
Okay, very orderly. Thank you. No.
Okay. Is that it for corporate? Yes.
Oh, sorry. The ANAO audited the financial statements of Australian government entities. Can someone answer these questions for me?
Yes, sir.
We're getting some nods. Okay.
So the ANAO did identify 4 key areas of financial statement risk, including financial stability, accuracy and completeness of own source revenue relating to import and export functions, valuation of loans to state and territory governments and farm businesses, accuracy and completeness of the primary industry levies and charges revenue. The ANAO found a decrease in the net cost of services of $133.6 million, and departmental revenue from contracts with customers, $584.9 million. They also found the complexity of IT systems used to calculate and collect levies and charges cost $625.8 million. How does DAF ensure the accuracy and completeness of its own source revenue from import and export functions, given the complexities of numerous revenue streams and the reliance on third-party data?
Senator, those risks that the ANAO has identified, it's fair to say that they're consistent risks year on year that they raise with us, and that's the area of their audit focus. With regards to those, that revenue that we recover, it is quite diverse and does come through a number of systems, but all of those systems undergo a high level of scrutiny for their accuracy by the ANAO. We have a range of IT controls within that. And then more broadly across our financial statements, we have a governance framework where there is a financial statement steering committee that oversees the preparation, execution and review of any findings that might arise or ANAO observations, and we report in from an internal CFO perspective, report into that committee and then also into the audit committee to provide them I guess a level of awareness around how we are managing that revenue and those key risks identified by the ANAO.
So the decentralisation of your revenue collection is a problem, and trying to marry and manage all of that.
I wouldn't identify it as a problem, Senator. I'd say
what language
certainly,
would you use?
It is certainly complex and requires the appropriate controls around that to ensure the accuracy of it.
What steps are you taking to address some of that complexity?
Senator, we are looking with all of our systems to make sure they are, modern and meet the relevant IT security environment. But fundamentally, all of those systems, they have their own implicit controls within them to ensure there's differentiations of access that assist in ensuring the information that gets put into those systems, and then that is reconciled into our central finance system. So all of those systems are reconciled regularly, and those reconciliations are reviewed by
Is there any
ANAO.
efforts being put into simplifying the multiple IT systems that are involved in recording import and export transactions?
We certainly have the STEPS program, which stands for Simplifying Transactions or Trade, and we've just had that's gone through multiple gates to make sure that we're. Okay, we can ask our Chief Information Officer to speak to that, Senator.
I just need to know you're doing something about it, Secretary, and I would like to think that the Secretary of the Department can answer these type of questions.
So we're certainly, as a priority, investing in our STEPS system, and we've just had it gateway reviewed. Given the inherent risks with IT projects, we're working very closely with Department of Finance, Digital Transformation Agency and across our organisation.
So you need some resourcing from Minister Gallagher to actually fund
No,
nothing?
No, we don't need the resourcing.
You've got the steps up and going, we just need to implement?
It's the assurance to make sure that it's going to be implemented in a...
And Senator, we do have an active program where we are looking at those systems and simplifying them. We have what we call a revenue integration program, but it is in its very early stages, so we are looking at it.
Okay, and there is a plan in place to address their complexity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
No,
so
thank you.
On that note, are we done with corporate?
We are.
All right. Did we want to maybe have our morning tea now and then? Or, yeah? All right. Let's do that. Let's do that. Corporate. You all right? Oh, okay. I feel a bit of a heart attack. All right. We're going to now break for 15 minutes and then we'll move to outcome one. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Chair.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we're with outcome 1 with the department, and I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Canavan, or...
I'm happy to go.
Sure.
I had lots of things flicked to outcome 1. I might just start with the EU deforestation rules. You mentioned that the the right outcome for that. Great. Yes. The Minister had raised these issues. I noticed that the government's doing some kind of pilot associated with geolocation data for the EUDR. Could you tell me a bit about that?
Thanks very much, Senator. Tina Hutchison, Deputy Secretary for Agricultural Trade and Regulation. So, as you have mentioned, there's a range of work going on with the industry and with the European Commission about the EUDR, which, as we discussed last time, implementation has been delayed 12 months to the 30th of December. So we've been engaging with industry, NGOs and the states, in particular clarifying how agricultural land use exemptions will apply. We've been supporting industry-led initiatives, including the Ag Trace process project, which is the one that you referred to, which is led by the Food Agility Cooperative Research Centre, which undertook a pilot to test EUDR compliance with relevant EU importer and competent authorities. The pilot ended in December, and the outcomes will be shared with key industry stakeholders during a briefing that's due to be held on the 18th of March. The system is a voluntary one. It was designed to test whether credentials and information could be gathered and could be consolidated and provided in a format that would meet the requirements of the EUDR. But it's not an approved methodology. It was a trial to determine whether it could be done, and that would be available should people be interested in investing in that approach. But we continue to engage closely with the European Commission. I understand they're committed to releasing country ratings, risk ratings by 30 June, which is something that Australia is particularly interested in, which will determine the number of checks placed on imports at the EU border. And we've made a submission in support of receiving a low risk rating and continue to advocate for that. I think you asked earlier whether the Minister had raised EUDR in her recent trip. She met with the recently appointed EU Agriculture Commissioner, Christoph Hansen, in January and stressed the importance of avoiding one-size-fits-all approaches in regulation.
I mean, I suppose my concern is that it sounds like we're cooperating with the EU. Is the Australian government's position that the EU regulation is appropriate and is compliant with international trade rules?
The EU DR is their regulation. It is in their legislation. So we're continuing to work to clarify the requirements, how they're going to be given effect to at the border, what Australia can expect in terms of how its goods are going to be dealt with, and help industries prepare themselves for that.
But the EU is part of the international trade system, and we're often told in this committee that we can't do certain things because of obligations we have under the WTO. My question is, does the Australian government view the EUDR as consistent with international trade rules? And if it does not, I hope it does not, but if it does, that's that, I suppose. But if it does not, is it considering taking further action through the appropriate vehicles?
Yeah, so the Australian government at this stage is not considering taking further action. It is a rule that is now in place in the EU, and we're working very hard to put the Australian position in relation to how, you know, the Australian view of that and how we consider that that's going to be given effect to, and helping industries prepare for that. But it is a rule that is in the EU legislation.
Have you, as a department, received legal advice about whether or not the EUDR is consistent with WTO rules?
One thing I can confirm, Deputy Chair, is the previous Minister wrote to the EU seeking a delay or an exemption. We've worked with like-minded countries to push back on this form of regulation. So we've certainly been very active and continue to be very active with other like-minded countries, including Canada, New Zealand, etc., and also some European countries themselves. There's a number of European countries that are not happy with the EU Commission regulation. So at every opportunity, we make our views very clear to the EU.
Just go back to my question though, Secretary. Have you received legal advice about whether the EUDR is consistent with World Trade rules?
Yeah, I'll ask my officials to go to that question.
Senator, the department has not. That may be a matter for DFAT, who lead the Australian government in relation to matters of that kind. But we are working, as the Secretary said, with like-minded nations and in the WTA to continue to raise our concerns and issues, noting that it is part of Europe.
Well, it's obviously going to have a huge impact, as we've outlined previously in this committee. I'm a bit concerned that the stance of the government seems to be one of just sit back and take it from the Europeans.
I wouldn't agree with that.
I'll give you an opportunity. Well, sorry,
the Minister was there in January.
I had not finished my question,
just one at a time.
Let me finish. I don't need protection, but just if we could just finish my question.
We're all
and I'll give you an answer. Give you a chance, Minister, to respond to this. The key for me is, did the Minister say to the EU that the Australian government does not support this approach, that they do not think this is right? Or were the concerns simply around the implementation of the European regulations?
So I think, to go to that, Deputy Chair, that the previous Minister for Agriculture put our concerns in writing to the European Commission, and the present Minister for Agriculture reiterated the same Australian government position. So we've been very consistent in our views on EUDR regulation.
Well, it's pretty clear to me that the Australian government's not putting up a lot of fight here now. And look, I do give you credit for the work you did to delay it. That's good. But to my mind, and I think for most Australian primary producers, we don't see why we should allow the European Union to regulate what goes on Australian farms, which is effectively what this does.
Well, the Minister made clear in person the government stance, which has been consistent and outlined by the previous Minister when she was there in January.
Yeah, which is not seemingly an outright opposition. Has the Minister or the Department reached out to US officials since the inauguration of President Trump?
We've been very active in our preparations for the US administration. The Minister has made contact with the new, with the office of the new Secretary of Agriculture, and we're in constant contact through our Washington-based staff with US officials.
Have you raised this issue with US officials since the inauguration of Donald Trump?
We've certainly discussed this issue in the past with the United States. They're one of the like-minded countries that we've worked with to make our views very clear to the EU. Whether we've done that in the last few weeks, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if my colleagues can advise me on that. But this has certainly been on the agenda with the United States in the recent past.
Good morning, Chair. Jo Granger, Acting First Assistant Secretary of Trade and International Division. Senator, in terms of our conversations with US colleagues on EUDR since the Trump administration has come into effect, I can advise that our colleagues who are based in Brussels, who talk regularly with our counterparts, continue to have a conversation with them about EUDR. We continue to work together with them. We also have the WTO, SBS and TBT committees coming up in March. We have an officer going over there. They will be talking with their US counterparts on this topic, and we'll also continue to raise specific trade concern on this matter. So we continue to engage with US colleagues on this matter.
Well, I hope we would, because obviously we have in the past. It doesn't sound like we've taken a front foot role here in the last month or so, but I'm looking at articles in Politico and The Hill where there are Republican congressmen and women saying that the new Trump administration has to push back on the EU's broader climate agenda, but including the deforestation regulation is mentioned. One representative, Andy Barr of Kentucky, says that Donald Trump is America first, and if there's any example of a foreign regulation that puts America last, it's the EU's climate agenda. He calls Brussels a regulation factory. an American First agenda will animate ferocious opposition to a European Union that attempts to impose their costly, burdensome regulations on American firms. So, I mean, it just seems to me to have a real opportunity here to keep pushing. And the key question here is, it's really a matter for government, but is the government open to joining with countries like America? There's also Canada, there's also India, have raised concerns about in the TPT committee, joining with them in taking WTO action against the EU on this matter.
Yeah. And I think, Deputy Chair, we've certainly worked very closely with all those countries you mentioned. And as to the WTO specific action, that's something we continue to work on with those like-minded countries.
Just for, as a follow-up, that was the process answer. What Senator Canavan's saying is, are we taking a position on this, which is to say that the tree clearing requirements from the EU are unreasonable and unsustainable in the Australian context?
So we've made that very clear in the past, including through the previous Minister for Agriculture, and that continues to be our position. So we're doing both the process with like-mindeds as well as putting our views in writing and taking our views through the Minister to Brussels. The other approach that I've taken is we briefed the now Australian ambassador to the EU, Ambassador Campbell. That was our top priority when I met with him before he went to Brussels. So of all the agriculture issues, that was our number one priority.
When was that you met with him?
I met with him towards the end of last year, just before he took up his new role in Brussels.
Right. Thank you.
All right. That new guy, he's been appointed by the new Parliament, has he, post the EU elections?
That is Angus Campbell.
No, that's our...
Oh, that's your guy.
Yeah, sorry, he's the Australian ambassador.
Okay, sorry, I missed the start of that. Okay. Have they appointed a new commissioner for agriculture?
Yes, they have. It's Christoph Hansen. He's from Luxembourg.
Okay.
He's well known and has good support so far from the EU farming community.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on, unless there are other senators on topic. Sorry, just on this topic, but I'll move on. I mentioned earlier then, keeping on this broader topic, the potential implications of increased trade barriers from a Trump administration. You mentioned, Mr Fennessy, you have been doing some work on this, but you flicked me to this outcome. So coming back to this, what work are you doing about the potential implications for Australian agriculture of higher trade restrictions?
Yeah, so the primary work has been firstly coordinated through Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to take a whole of Australian approach. For us, we play a role at every level, including my contact with my secretary counterpart around the Australian agriculture aspects. Now, it's well known that Australia has or the US has a trade surplus with Australia across goods and services. We have a different set of trade for agriculture, and in particular, it's been documented publicly that we export a lot of beef to the US, mainly to complement a drop in the US beef herd coming out of drought. So we have a range of agricultural exports. So we've been working very closely with our senior officials through our Washington-based staff, and also coordinating through the Foreign Affairs and Trade American or ambassador in the Australian ambassador in the US. So we've been doing a lot of that work. My officials can comment more if that helps, Deputy Chair.
Sure. Well, I suppose, my key question, what do we think are the potential risks to Australian agriculture of higher trade restrictions? Where are the potential pain points?
Yeah. So I think the first is, I've mentioned beef, and by the value of export, that's the highest level of exposure. It's also been commented publicly that Australian beef is used to blend as a minced product with US beef, and it's very important as an input. So we've been making it very clear about the complementarity of our long-term relationship, the free trade agreement that we have where we don't have any agricultural tariffs imposed upon the US, and the underlying trade surplus that the US has with Australia. So that's very much to make clear how agriculture takes place in that broader relationship. And then secondly, there's always important interests around biosecurity that both nations have to work through for any import or export relations between the two nations. So the two main areas of focus are the broader economic opportunity or risk for exports, and secondly, the biosecurity work we do for all products that the US wish to import to Australia.
Have you done any modelling on potentially, like, if particular trade barriers go on in different countries around the world? What impact would there be?
There has been whole of Australian government modelling, and we do have our own expertise within our ABARES area, although the specificity of that modelling, the modelling is whole of Australian government that is done out of other parts of Australian government. But we can, to the extent we can speak to the ABARES work, we can call our ABARES executive director.
I'd be interested, yep. Has that looked at, well, they can come up as I ask the question. I mean, I suppose I'm interested to what level of disaggregation that modelling has been done. Has it looked at individual sectors of agriculture? And I'll come to sort of second round effects as well. But yep.
Jared Grenville, Executive Director of ABARES. Good morning, Senators. To your question, Senator Canavan, we've done some kind of scenario-based modelling to look at, obviously we don't have a firm idea as to where the world will end and where different things will play out. As Secretary Fennessy said, like some of the kind of, I guess, disaggregation we can get to really around the red meats, which are of interest for us, and also our grain sectors and how that plays out. So we have a bit of a view as to, you know, how things will flow should there be a range of scenarios. The key mitigating factor in this environment is the size of the US herd beef. It's, I think, around levels around the 1950s level. And so one of the important points is that Australian imports into the US, particularly of the lean beef, is kind of making sure that we've got beef still, you know, in the diets of American consumers at a reasonable price. As the US herd rebuilds, it will help support that demand as they come through. So that's a key kind of characteristic for what we do. So obviously, you know, you could play out scenarios in multiple different ways, and there's different permutations and combinations. With agriculture, in the short term, there is always opportunities around, you know, shifting, as we saw with, you know, previous examples with barley in China and so forth. The more market-specific the particular products are, say, you know, for example, wine in China is another example, the less flexible it is. And so the importance of Australia's broader trade agenda in terms of having, you know, options on the table for our exporters is kind of the key mitigant to some of these bilateral risks. And then I guess finally, you know, obviously there's impacts that will happen potentially to different, you know, levels of economic growth and so forth, and that's important for markets such as wool, and that drags through and consumer demand and incomes and so forth. So, you know, that's, I guess, a broad sweep, but I can't talk to anything in particular because we haven't, you know, there's no, I guess, direct, you know, scenario yet to model and to really kind of comment on.
Senator Canavan, I'd just also like to say that we'd be happy to arrange a private briefing on some of these issues for the committee if that was something that would be helpful, given the sensitive nature of some of these issues.
Difficult given other decisions that might be made in the next month, but
we'd be happy to prioritise it.
Next week, sorry. That might be something we'd be interested in at some point. Dr. Greenfield, just drilling down a bit then, how much of our agricultural exports go to the US?
I'll forget that exact number. My colleagues might have that. They're an important, so they're the most important by value for lamb exports, and so around in 23-24, Australia's value products were around 7.2 billion, up from 5.2 billion. So of around a $70 billion export, which is about 10%.
Yep, and they're our second biggest export market globally.
As a single destination.
Okay. All right. And what about second round effects? Have you looked at if say the tariffs go on Canada and countries like that, would some of their products potentially more likely to come here?
Yeah, so the approach we've taken is, so you'll be aware, computable general equilibrium modelling. So the idea is to pick up those second round effects, and particularly how, you know, if you're doing scenarios, sometimes what's of interest is not necessarily the relationship of the trade, any trade disruption in the bilateral sense, but it's the trade disruption between major, you know, partners that we might have and how that flows through. So we've looked looked at that. Given Australia is now, I guess, a fairly competitive global supplier across a number of products, at least in the short term, we haven't. I guess we wouldn't anticipate, significant movements around into products coming into Australia.
Well, look, and while I've got you up here, then I wanted to ask a little bit more about some ABARES work, and it does somewhat link, because the point I've been making about this issue is can't really do much about what the US does, but we can do a lot about the productivity and red tape we impose on our own businesses, which are probably more onerous than any particular tariffs that the US might charge. I noticed you've last year had ABARES issued a paper on farm productivity slowdown. It's pretty stark, as I'm sure you understand here, that this century we've effectively, I think, running at just a third of our productivity growth in farming for the previous period, or the late 20th century. Now, I know you raised a number of things in this report, but what I want to drill down to, you do raise the fact of rising input costs, but doesn't really go into the detail. So what are the input costs that are going up that are causing productivity to be so slow for Australian farming, the farming sector?
It's a good, thanks, Senator, and thanks for the interest in our productivity work. And just to give a plug, we'll be talking more productivity at our Outlook conference next week. So we released this study looking at, as you say, so productivity performance really accelerated to the year 2000, and for broadacre farms since 2000 has fallen and slowing down, as we've seen kind of elsewhere in the economy as well. Some of the reason why productivity is important is because it allows producers really to manage some of these variabilities as you get in input prices and output prices. And over the long term, we've seen agricultural output prices, fall in real value terms. And the way that our sector has really kind of dealt with that is become more productive. So more from less, and then you can deal with that. It also provides a bit of scope to help deal with the increase in, might be input prices, which we've seen over recent years. And so what we're seeing most recently, though, prior to, I guess, the last couple of seasons, is that output prices have been rising faster than input prices, supporting sector profitability. But in more recent years, particularly at the back of COVID, with a number of supply chain disruptions globally, we've seen fertiliser, fuel prices and also labour prices increase. And that's kind of started to close that, or diminish the terms of trade, which makes productivity more important. The other thing that's really kind of happened that's noticeable is a noticeable increase in land prices. Now that's, potentially locally quite good for producers, but it can, it's associated also with a reduction in business churn, and it can make it a bit more difficult for producers to exploit economies of scale. So that'll be the kind of on the input side, which would be some of the important factors, and why productivity is important in helping deal with that.
Okay. Obviously, there's different uses of inputs from different sectors in agriculture, but have we got an understanding of how much electricity prices have increased for farmers?
I think we've got an idea of the total cost of energy inputs, but I'll have to...
Energy inputs? You've got energy.
Might have to come back to you just quickly on that. I don't have that right in front of me.
But to me, for some, particularly those that are using pumps and irrigation, that's got to be a big factor. Fertiliser, obviously, is another big factor. Yeah. It's also energy related. I then wanted to just go to another report you've got, I think, released just February, snapshot of Australian agriculture. There's a lot of talk in the report about how incomes are up for Australian farmers, but there's not a lot of talk, I don't see a lot about profits. Is there any, do you do any work on what's happening to profitability?
Yeah, we do.
That doesn't seem to be in this report.
So in the historical, the reason we've more concentrated, in the historical looking papers on farm cash income instead of farm profits, is largely because of the debt profile is quite different across different farms, and it's quite skewed as well. And so we do in our forecast products, and we'll release the latest kind of forecast next week. We do present, and also online, both the farm cash income and farm profits. Generally, farm profits have moved in line with the farm cash income estimates that you have there. There are, at times, seasonal differences, because the key driver of the difference between farm cash incomes and farm profits relates to the value of inventories and stocks held on farm. So importantly, that's like held over grain from previous harvests. It's the value of your herd or flock that you have. And so at times, when prices fall, you can have quite a negative impact on profit because you're realising a range of capital losses. When prices are rising, you can have a quite positive impact on profit because your capital assets are rising. That's not always, transposed to the household in terms of the farming business because you don't generally eat your capital every year, and so that's why the farm cash income measure is an important one. But if there's anything specifically...
what's happened in the last few years? When I've spoken to farmers the last few years, profitability has been a real concern. They are getting quite often good prices, not all industries, but some have good prices, good incomes. It's probably reflecting your data, but costs have gone up a lot in the last few years in particular. And outpacing that increase in prices.
Yeah, it's a good question. So we see differentiation, and I'm kind of linking back to that story I was telling you about. We did get that period of high prices outpacing inputs, and then we've got that period where things have started to change a little bit. So for our cropping sector, profits have remained quite strong. They're obviously much more seasonally impacted. When we have a dry season, you don't have anything to sell. You often still realise the full cost because you're still paying the crop. And so you see that seasonality in the cropping incomes, but profits, productivity, cash incomes have been growing, quite strongly for that sector. For beef specialists, we've seen a similar kind of improvement over time. Most recently, profits fell, particularly in the, going back, I'll get the financial years wrong, but the 22-23 year where we saw that fall in prices, I think it was that. In livestock markets, maybe it was 23-24. I'll confirm the exact year, but we saw a fall in livestock prices, which I know we discussed within the committee. We had profits fall for them, but they've rebounded in the most recent estimates. But for sheep producers, we have had a series of kind of lower profitability years, particularly with a fall in the wool price since COVID, and that's really weighed on incomes, and we've also had lower sheep prices. The one thing we don't have really good visibility on is the horticulture and irrigation industries because we don't have a survey program that runs across those industries as we do for broadacre and dairy. But as you say, we are aware that the cost structure of those businesses are different to the broadacre businesses and are often much more input heavy.
Okay, and just finally from your report on page 7, this is the snapshot report, I'm quoting here, incomes for specialist sheep farms fell in recent years. Average farm cash income for the 3 years to 23-24 is estimated to have been around 50% lower than the average for the previous 10 years. That's a massive drop.
Yep.
We've spoken about this before, but is still your position that the live sheep ban is not having any impact on that? That reduction is completely independent of that decision?
So at the moment, if we're talking about, I guess, the dynamics in the sheep market, there's certainly, for Western Australian producers, would expect that there's a number of decisions that producers are making to reorient their business, so reduce the flocks as they adjust. There's a few other factors at play, particularly related to, there's been strong processor demand. I think we've seen a number of press articles around that. Record exports out of our sheep meat sector, improving prices, and so that's helped. Part of the story, though, is this wool story that's in those numbers reflected there, that we've had kind of low demand and low prices for wool since COVID. Most recently, they've kind of hit lows that we haven't seen since the collapse of the wool reserve price scheme. That's really getting caught up in the macroeconomic conditions that we're seeing in international markets, particularly China. Also, we're seeing that uncertainty that you were just talking about before, related to the potential trading environment. We're seeing China also has a lower exchange rate with the US, which is also creating some extra cost pressures for their exporters and lowering some demand. So it is a situation where we've got, particularly on that profit side, an instance where we're realising some capital losses. We're seeing some changes in the dynamics of the industry and some adjustment. Those factors around input prices as well are all affecting profits. And I think, as consistent with my previous estimates around the live sheep phase out, that we were always expecting that producers would start to make adjustment decisions once they had the information. At the time when we were talking about the price impacts, there were a number of other factors in markets back then that were driving that particular outcome.
Well, there is no doubt the government is not helping our sheep farmers at the moment. They're doing it pretty tough. Just back to, I'm going to move on from ABARES work, but related to increased costs, I asked earlier about climate-related financial disclosures, and Mr Fennessy, you said that this was outcome one. So I realise this is not a measure that is being implemented by this department, but I want to understand whether or not the department has looked at how many farms might have to comply with this scheme, either directly or indirectly through other parties that are captured.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Chair. I'll hand to Mr Lowe and Mr Blong.
Thank you, Senator. Matt Lowe, I'm the Deputy Secretary of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry Policy Group in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. So I guess as a starting answer, Senator, we don't have direct numbers in relation to producers or farming entities that will be affected by the climate-related financial disclosures. What we understand economy-wide is there's 1,800 entities that will be captured by the scheme, and that, I guess, is in comparison to the 87,000 farmers in Australia. So,
sorry, how many was that? I just missed that, sorry.
1,800.
1,800. They're directly impacted, are they?
That's correct. That's sorry, Senator Nick Blong, First Assistant Secretary, Sustainability and Climate Division. Treasury's analysis as part of the legislative process, if you like, found 1,800 firms would be captured economy-wide directly in their reporting obligations.
Is this the economy-wide? That's not. Okay, I was going to say that's quite a lot of farmers.
Yeah,
but no, okay. But you don't know how many of those 1,800 are in agriculture, so to speak?
No.
Not directly, but certainly the structure that Treasury's used to conduct their analysis, it's obviously got a phased implementation approach in terms of when certain reporting obligations take effect in the coming years. And they obviously start with the largest corporations, which are typically the ASX 200, followed by sort of ASX 300 the following year, and then other firms sort of in the third year. And they're typically so that third phase, if you like, which is from mid-27 onwards, requires a combination of $50 million in consolidated revenue, $25 million is in consolidated gross assets, and a large employer of sort of 100 or more employees.
Yeah, so obviously not many farmers will be captured by this directly. What about, say, a meatworks, a big meatworks chain that has to report? Do they, when they come to their Scope 3 emissions, do they need to report the methane emissions of the livestock that are inputs to their process?
Sort of potentially. So Scope 3 emissions don't take effect in the Treasury's reporting framework until I think it's 2 years after the reporting entity is first captured. And I am sort of conscious of paraphrasing Treasury's legislation, so I'm sort of conscious of some of the details that sit behind that. But obviously, the sector itself has done a lot of work over many years in terms of developing farm emissions calculators to help producers baseline their emissions. They've been in place over a number of years, and MLA, dairy, grains have all sort of...
But I don't think many farmers themselves do this accounting now.
No, and I think we will see over time more farms baseline their emissions, but you're right in terms of the current situation in terms of the number of farms that probably estimate their emissions. But we do know a lot of the supply chains, so the supermarkets, a lot of the food manufacturing companies are doing pilots with their suppliers to support their supply base develop a baseline understanding of their emissions profiles.
This is a government program. Don't try and avoid responsibility. This is a mandated program. So we established meatworks might do this, which capture basically every cattle producer in the country. What about banks? If you borrow from a bank that is having to report its emissions or make climate disclosures, will they have to go and seek information about Scope 3 emissions from the businesses they're doing business with, they're lending to, or other providing other financial products to?
I can't speak for banks, of course, but I know a number of banks have been working with many producers over a number of years to support baselining of their emissions. A number of banks have made commitments around sort of net zero banking alliances and things like that. So there's been a lot of activity over a number of years by many in the supply chain and in the finance sector as well to look at baselining. And it is a space that continues to sort of change. Obviously, there's some budget measures that the department is supporting to help with some of the calculators that sit behind the scenes to sort of streamline access to those types of tools. But it is something the sector has been working extensively on over a number of years, and it's more to do with the international dimension rather than
which is changing fast. We're probably going to be left behind the 8 ball here if we continue down this path.
And Senator, just to add to Mr. Bong's comments, I think from what we experience in terms of our discussions with banking, their focus is on, at the moment, upskilling producers in this space in terms of climate reporting. And, for example, we're aware Rabobank has supported 1,100 of their clients nationally in terms of what emissions mean for their business, how to calculate emissions, how to reduce them. And that is probably similar to
I'm
where...
very comforted to rely on the good faith of banks to help out. So how much would it cost? So if a farmer's captured by this, an average cattle farmer or cattle producer or cropping business, how much will it cost them to do their climate accounts?
Senator, I don't have a direct cost estimate. We expect that increasingly, we know, for instance, that a lot of the farm input supplying businesses are working on the farm business consultant.
I don't want to hear that. I mean, you've already gone through that, all right? And the reality is they're not doing that right now. Whatever you say, that is not happening right now. But in 2 years' time, because of a government decision, not the banks, not suppliers, because of a government decision, pretty much every farm business in this country may have to do a whole set of new accounts, along with running their own business, dealing with the vagaries of climate, all the things a farmer has to do. And now they're going to be asked by the government to go and do a bunch of accounts which mean nothing for your business. They don't help their business at all. They don't really help the environment either. That's another discussion, but it's just totally useless. We just heard how productivity is cratering in this sector, and you don't even know what the costs you're imposing on other businesses. Right? These are other businesses. Many of them are at the wall, right? And you're going to put potentially $10,000, $20,000 a year or something probably to employ someone to do this. It's ridiculous. And you don't even know. Didn't they do a RIS on this? So you didn't input into that RIS about how much it would cost farmers?
No, Senator.
No. So Treasury didn't ask the Department of Agriculture, what would this mean for farmers?
Look, there might have been some sort of industry data that was captured by Treasury.
Well, can I just ask the Secretary, this was only recent times, I think it was while you were a Secretary, did Treasury ask the Department of Agriculture what potential impact would this have on farmers, particularly given the dire financial straits that some farming sectors are in?
I think my understanding is that the Treasury impact analysis did come up with an estimate, but that related to the 1,800 businesses.
The direct, so it was $50,000 a year. Right?
So it was $1.15 billion across the entire economy. And I know there have been other figures as well. And then for us, that flows through to businesses at this stage who have at least $50 million in annual consolidated revenue. So I think for the Treasury modelling, they focused on those top 1,800 businesses to come up with that figure. So there is a figure, but it's at this stage it hasn't flown through to the full farming sector until I think that 2027 timeframe. So we're of course working on this very closely with ag industry.
So Senator, I think what's probably important to focus on is that it will be a phased implementation of the scheme. So and particularly in relation to Scope 3, so only required from an entity's second reporting year. Reporting entities only need to use information that's available to them without undue cost or effort, and the reporting is based on the concept of materiality. So that's information is only required to be disclosed if reasonably expected to affect the entity's prospects.
Okay, Senator McDonald, I think, has some follow-ups.
Thank you. Yes, follow up on this. So You would know that already large organisations like Nutrien and Elders and others and banks are writing to small producers and asking them for this data. So it is already flowing through to small producers. The cost is, each of the big banks are telling me they're putting on something like 500 new employees to cope with this. And at a farming level, the cost per farmer for something... So let's turn to our trading partners. Which of our trading partners, so does China do Scope 3 emissions reporting?
You're testing me there, Senator. I'm not sure.
How about the US? Does the US do Scope 3 emissions reporting?
Yeah, I think in terms of consultation, Senator...
No, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my point is that we are an exporting nation. We export our farmers to operate with no subsidies, to export incredibly at a very competitive market. We give them, no support. We now are putting them under an incredible weighted yoke to then go out and export to compete in a market where our trading partners don't have any requirements to meet these emissions reporting.
So, Senator, maybe you mentioned that we are, from our agriculture perspective, a trading nation, and obviously 70% of what we produce in Australia in broad terms is exported. 86% of Australia's agricultural exports go to markets that have net zero commitments.
No. Scope 3 emissions reporting...
I'll come to that, Senator. So we're aware that several other countries are taking or have taken similar steps. So the EU and New Zealand already require Scope 3 emissions to be reported. By 2026, we understand that Brazil and Turkey will also require Scope 3 disclosures. The UK, Canada, Japan, China and Singapore have all consulted on climate disclosure obligations that include Scope 3 emissions reporting.
So they've consulted on it, that they've not required their farmers to bear the cost of the nation's commitment to Scope 3 emissions.
I think I'd characterise that as their process around climate disclosure obligations.
So are you aware that under the Environment and Climate Departments that they've halted the use of the beef herd methodology calculator? They refuse to take up the supplement reduction methodology. So there is actually no pathway for farmers to be registered for the programs that they're spending a significant amount of money to try and reduce emissions under. So we're going to hit them with the cost for reporting, but we're not going to give them any benefits around ACCU pathways or payments for these things. I just think as the Ag Department, this is very one-sided. It's all cost, no benefit.
So I think so we're aware of the the decisions around the beef herd method. I'd probably characterise the opportunities for Australian farmers a little bit differently. There remain a number of ACCU methods that are available to Australian farmers to take up opportunities in the ACCU market. And there are a number of prospective methodologies that are still in train in relation to the ACCU market as well.
That's like you're talking very broad terms. If you want to look at the original, the four that have just been recognised, one of them is feral pig management in wetlands, something that isn't on the national accounting, and yet the Climate Change Energy Regulator wouldn't consider supplement feed changes. So as far as the Australian farmer is concerned, they're not. They're spending money on trying to find technologies to reduce emissions, and yet we're not allowing them a pathway, particularly in cattle, particularly in herds. So we're not doing that. And I thank you, but please don't go through that list because I've been through it at length with the Climate Change guys, and there is nothing. There is nothing. They'll talk a big game, but it is almost impossible to get registered for ACCUs. But I'm going off topic because what we're talking about is emissions reporting, which is the additional cost that's been put on Australian farmers for no benefit. Our biggest markets, China's consulting, US isn't doing it. I think you said Canada is. We're looking at importing beef from Canada and the US, but you know, what is in it for Australian farmers who the Agricultural Department's supposed to be defending?
So I'll go maybe just on one of your points, Senator. I just reflect that the integrity of the methods that Australian farmers adopt in relation to ACCUs is also really important, and it's important that those methods stand up to external and international scrutiny as well. That's just a general comment. In relation to...
well, no, let's unpick that because the beef herd methodology has just been suspended, undermining the credibility for Australian farmers for the work that's been done when there were minor changes that were recommended to be made. So I think that to say that they have to be integrity systems, of course they do, but only so long as the departments are supporting farmers, Australian farmers in this work, and I don't see that happening. In fact, the farmers who are spending money on these programs are saying, why would we spend another dollar on emission reduction programs when our own government is undermining the integrity by withdrawing? They've now undermined the credibility of the beef herd methodology. They're introducing other methodologies that are not relevant to the industry, not on the national accounts. I know this is not your problem, but I'm worried that other departments are giving you talking points that aren't supported by their actions. What your responsibility is growing the agricultural market, and that's absolutely not happening under these programs. And the emissions reporting scheme, Scope 3, is just one more nail in the coffin of Australian farmers' competitiveness. Farmers will go to the wall over these costs.
Maybe if I could, you mentioned, I guess, the work that the department's doing in relation to climate reporting, and I'd like to draw your attention to the funding that was committed in the budget, $28.7 million over 10 years to improve greenhouse gas emissions accounting and reporting on farm and in the national inventory. So we do recognise that this.
But that's been spent in the department on department programs. It's not being spent on farm by farmers.
So the key thing here is, I think, to recognise that what we're looking at is trying to make it easy for farmers to report and providing them with systems so that they're able to compare apples with apples and that what they're reporting is, again, stands up and kind of is in line with Australian standards. I
appreciate you think that's happening, but it's not happening on the ground, which is actually where the change needs to happen. Like, the department wishing for it to happen isn't the same as the farmer actually having the tools, and they're telling me they don't. So I fear we'll get bogged on this. I'm trying to explain to you that it's not happening at a farm level. They're just getting a whole lot more cost to hire consultants and other people to come on farm and try and assist them with emissions recording. Because I'm not talking about big farmers, I'm talking about the 80% of farmers who make up the Australian farming landscape. Sorry, I know that I'll lose my time shortly.
No.
Could I...
Take your time.
I just want to ask you, when, Mr Secretary, when you started, you committed to being a modern regulator that regulated on outcomes, not inputs. And I want to find out, what is it, can you point to anything that would describe your success in moving to being an outcomes-based regulator?
A lot of the activity is in the digital space. So one example is what's called NextDoc, which is our documentation for the regulation of imports and exports. That sits in Ms Hutchinson's area, and every month or so we put another whole set of regulatory instruments onto this digital system. So the most recent has been in the fisheries space, and that just removes a lot of paper-based documentation for import and export documentation. That's an example of that long-term digitisation and regulatory streamlining. The other initiative we've set up since my time is a new Office of Regulatory Best Practice, which we refer to as the Chief Regulatory Officer, and that's come directly out of the capability review that was done a few years ago that's told us or recommended that we increase our regulatory capability. So they're two examples of a whole of department capability approach to look at best practice regulation, not just across the department but across Australian government. And then secondly, examples of that digitisation of regulatory pathways.
So they're both going to the department's practices, making it easier for the department to receive forms, send forms out. You referred before to the live export regulatory roundtable that was set up in 2020 with 3 big ticket projects, 5 quick wins agreed with the department and industry. The department was to get it done with support from industry. 20 meetings later, the 3 big ticket projects have not been completed and the 5 quick wins have not been delivered on. So I'm just wondering, at the coalface for farmers and farming and industry and growing agriculture, do you think that you have been an outcomes-based regulator rather than an imports-based one?
So I think I'll get Ms Hutchinson to comment on that animal or livestock export regulatory system, because that sits in Ms Hutchinson's area. Going back to the digital, it saves money directly for importers and exporters. So yes, it's streamlined our systems, but that's so they can save money. So that is an important direct benefit.
Streamlined the department systems so they can save money complying with the department's rules, which we are concerned aren't outcomes-based.
Yeah, and the example there is we have to then comply with international import regulations, so we'll negotiate with an export country to replace their paper-based systems with digital, so that in the case of the fisheries sector, they don't really mind what our system is as long as it's cheaper, quicker and faster. So yes, we're streamlining our systems, but that's on the basis of making sure we comply with what Vietnam or China or Brazil requires. So it's that interface between the documentation. They are real savings and they are really important, and we've got to continue to work on streamlining those other regulatory systems. So I agree with the premise of your question. My colleagues have been leading that work in the live animal export space, and they can answer more detail, because I think this is where our systems do impose a cost. They also give assurance to international markets around animal welfare, and it's always got to be optimised for our industry. I don't know if you want to comment further.
Thanks very much. So just touching on, and the Secretary has touched on key points, and I take your point about redesigning the business systems of the department, but the point is equally to reduce costs of interacting with that system. So that the international rules trading environment is complicated, and so one element that we do have control of is our own rules and regulations and our own business systems. So there is significant effort underway in the department to invest in those systems, engaging with industry to reduce costs, to reduce their holding costs as the department's regulatory business. And while regulation is definitely seen as a burden and a barrier, it's actually also the mechanism that gives access to so it is also a benefit, but we are driving to make that as efficient and effective as we can. So the Secretary's touched on 2 big digital programs, one calling Take Farmers to Markets, which is the external, like the systems that we use to get goods and products out of Australia, and STEPS was talked about earlier, which is about products coming into Australia, and particularly reform for containerised cargo. So significant effort has been made and invested over time to both modernise and stabilise the underlying systems that the department utilises, but then develop applications that businesses interact with to make certification easier and simpler. And as you spoke about, Secretary, engaging with international counterparts, particularly around things like electronic certification, which improves the security, speed and efficiency of international certification. So there's examples.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That we could
Would
talk
you
about
mind
in
if we
relation to
turn
that.
back to the Live Export Roundtable Task Force and
Sure.
the 3 big tasks and the 5 quick wins?
Certainly. So you mentioned a program that was set up some years ago, and it was a true co-design engagement process with industry. So we sat down right at the beginning to say, where are the things that we can see that are creating cost and friction in the system, and what are our ambitions for shifting them? And we had a work program, as you mentioned, that was to give effect over a certain amount of time. There have been improvements and progress made. We didn't get all the way on all the items, but we certainly made good progress on a whole range of items to reduce complexity in some parts of the system and try and help the legislative framework that we've got that is aimed at ensuring that goods meet importing country requirements, which is critically important, and in fact most critically important with live animals, because we are dealing with live animals. We need to make sure that their transport and their ability to get into the foreign country is done
So
critically importantly.
Completely agree. I'm sorry, before you turn to somebody else. So specifically, am I hearing that the 3 big wins and the 3 big tasks and the 5 big quick wins, that list which has not been completed, which industry would say has not really even come close to being completed, that's now been pushed aside and that's no longer a priority?
So the work of the roundtable has formally been completed, but the focus on identifying areas where improvements can be made in that legislation and regulation approach continue, and that sits within the team that Mr McDonald leads. So there was a very formalised process under a roundtable program. That program is completed, but the department continues to look for opportunities to improve regulatory arrangements.
So I'm told 20 meetings, and industry doesn't consider that they have in any way been, that list has been in any way been completed or close to that. So that's some free feedback for you, that the department has said, we've done that, and industry's going, no, you haven't done any of it.
I'd probably have a different view. I wouldn't suggest that we have stepped back and said we've done nothing. We have a different view of what progress looks like on some of those issues. Definitely progress was made on some of those issues, and I'll ask Mr McDonald to outline some of them. But I understand the feedback. I've had that feedback directly from the industry as well.
Well, I guess that's my point, is that if industry, the people who grow the food and fibre and the plants and whatnot, if they're not seeing growth and change, it doesn't really matter what the department thinks. So I'm sure you're doing great work, Mr McDonald, and I don't mean to not hear from you, but in the limited time we have available, I'm trying to get to a point of what has the department done that makes it easier and cheaper for farmers to grow more food and fibre and animals, and it's not around, now we've got easier forms. That's not actually a win. And the emissions reduction, so just come back full circle, the emissions reduction, the emissions reporting legislation is not in any way going to help farmers, Australian farmers, be more productive, more efficient, more profitable, stay in business. In fact, all it will do is drive some, maybe many, to the wall. And the questions have been around what input has the Agricultural Department had in describing that to Treasury.
I don't think we've got anything further to add to our previous comments, Senator.
And Senator, one comment I would make, I think I understand your characterisation of some forms. I think that undersells the significant effort that the department has been making in close consultation with industries to improve the way that the systems work, that interact, that enable exporters across a whole range of commodities to improve and streamline the way that that system works. So I think it's beyond a few forms. It's fundamental systems, it's approvals and engagement with foreign countries about electronic certification. It reduces the time it takes to interact with the department. It makes it easier to update information, get access to information about where imports and exports are up to. It makes it cheaper to get access to the information they need. So I think it's underselling the significant investment and the shift that has been made that fundamentally underpins how we will continue to work on improving and removing that drag out of the system, because that's what we've got control of while we're working with the broader international trade system, which is a lot more outside the control of the department.
I do hear you. I don't mean to undervalue the work that you've done, but just where the rubber hits the road of real businesses doing real work. You know, we've had the example this morning of workplace health and safety stopping biosecurity officers actually get cattle through yards and onto ships and off to market. And the emissions reporting scheme is just going to be a huge cost with no tools. You know, I understand what you're saying about Rabobank's been supporting farmers, but the feedback I'm getting from the ground is that it's all just cost. It's all just cost. None of it's improving their productivity. None of it's making them more profitable. So all they're saying is potentially a $50,000 a year. I think it'll be more than that cost. And what will that do to next year when you come to estimates or next estimates and you report what is the gross production for farming? It can't just continue being uplifts based on increasing prices and exchange rate improvements. It's actually got to be tonnes and weights and eggs and...
And there are significant examples across the department, Senator, and I understand, and it's absolutely understandable that it's very hard when you're outside a department to see into the inner workings of it. But right at that ground level, particularly with exporters more so than producers, they will see interactions with officers of the department at all times of the day and night, across all days of the week, to ensure that certification is correct, that if there's any questions that need to be asked or answered by either exporters or importing countries, there are staff that absolutely are putting in a huge amount of time to make sure that those things go well for exporters and, by extension, producers in Australia. And we certainly saw that over the most recent Christmas, where we had, throughout the course of last year, officers getting on planes at very short notice to go to overseas countries like China, like other countries, to make sure that we negotiate access for Australian producers, which we were able to successfully do in conjunction with other government agencies that we've worked very closely on, and including staff that were working across Christmas, including Christmas Day, to ensure that we had quotas set up to get product into the US when their new quota markets opened on the 1st of January. So I think there is an enormous amount of effort that goes across the department day in, day out, notwithstanding your points that we need to keep focusing on improving the efficiency and effectiveness and the value for the money that, as you all are very much aware, we recover in cost recovery from those exporters and importers as well. But there is an enormous amount of effort that goes across the department day in, day out, with exactly that in mind.
Chair, can I just ask one more question of the Secretary? Mr Secretary, I asked you some questions about NAFI before. I've had a message from a North Australian producer who's confused because he says he's discussed the NAFI program with you on a number of occasions and now you have no recollection of it. Is there anybody here for Outcome 1 who's got any understanding of NAFI and funding programs for it?
And look, it might be the acronym that confused me. We certainly do Northern Australia projects for agriculture. One of them relates to NIAA, so I don't know if it's that one, but I'm looking at my colleagues for NAFI.
I could possibly help, but I think I'm probably going to simply defer you to DQ and NEMA, who I think have provided funding to NAFI to support some of the work under the Savannah burning method in the ACU scheme. But that funding doesn't come from our department. It's a part DQ, part NEMA funding bucket.
It is the misunderstanding of the funding recipient then who believes that the Department of Agriculture is involved in that. So,
and that, if we find out anything else throughout the course of today, we'll certainly come back, Senator, with that information.
And then the final question is, when you went to China, why is it that the avocado growers of North Queensland believed that you were going up to negotiate that when apples came off, that avocados were going on as the second 2x2 product? And when you returned, they were told, no, there will be no progress on avocados, despite them having a $300 million signed purchase agreement from a Chinese buyer.
So with when I went to China, our main focus as Australian delegation was lobster, apples and blueberries, and you'll have heard this reference to 2x2. So we agree 2 products for Australia, and the Chinese Customs Authority agrees 2. When those 2 products have been negotiated and access arrangements are satisfied, and we're still working that through, then we can put another one in the queue. So yes, we would always look at any new product, and it could include avocado, but we then work with the Australian horticultural industry. So we don't make a unilateral decision on what product is next. It will depend on the demand conditions in China, as well as the feedback from across the Australian horticultural sector. And you could imagine the horticultural sector would have lots of different views. So we've made it very clear with the avocados industry that we do have to comply with and abide by our bilateral arrangements for any nation, whether it's China, India or any other FTA that we negotiate. And the Chinese authorities in this case expect us to abide by that 2x2 arrangement. So avocados still could come into that when apples and blueberries are successfully finalised, but that is up to the discussion with China, the discussion with the Australian horticultural sector, and also our ability to work through trade and any other biosecurity requirements. So it's very complicated, and what we've said to avocados is talk to the Australian horticultural sector, we'll talk to the Chinese authorities, and of course we'll always look to prioritise any other demand-driven outcome. So it's very complicated.
Mr Fennessy, I've spoken to all of these other groups, and it seems that the sticking point is you, and that the Chinese government officials and suppliers, they featured Australian agriculture at the food conferences, the big expos that they've had. They have huge demand, that the horticultural industry is open to, when apples come off, avocados going on, so that you're not waiting until blueberries are finalised. But meanwhile, Australian farmers are pulling avocado trees out because there is not enough. A lot of people came into the market when avocados were the hot item, and now because we're not moving fast enough to open up new markets, we are not supporting them, and there will be avocado farmers who pull out mature trees in full production because the Japanese and other markets aren't big enough for what they're now producing. So it's a matter of some urgency.
So I agree, it's always a matter of urgency to support Australian producers, and while we won't go into the details of the bilateral negotiations with the Chinese government, it's very important that we abide by that bilateral negotiation with China or any other foreign or international government. And then secondly, we'll work through the processes with the Australian horticultural industry.
So the feedback from the Chinese officials is that Australia suggested not progressing with a new product until blueberries were also finalised.
Again, while I won't go into the detail, the direct feedback I got is how we undertake our work, and it's not necessarily the feedback that perhaps the avocado industry is hearing. We know there was a lot of activity that they've undertaken, and there are separate issues that are raised with us by the Chinese government. And we'd prefer not to go into those sensitive international negotiations, but it's very important that we abide by the international bilateral process and the horticultural sectoral process here in Australia, which is what we're doing with avocados. We have also successfully negotiated agreements, for example, access to other markets. I think it's India and maybe it's Thailand. And the avocado industry is very aware of that, but it's a very delicate bilateral relationship that we always seek to respect with international governments, particularly China.
I hear you. I'm just struggling to understand why the Chinese would feature Australian avocados at those huge international events, that they would sign purchase orders for hundreds of millions of dollars for product, and that Chinese government officials, not just the traders and the business people, are telling Australian avocados that they're keen to negotiate. And I appreciate that maybe it's not all as transparent as we would like in trade negotiations, but I would be concerned if we were the sticking point, not the Chinese.
Yeah. And the only other comment I'll add with caution is that the Shanghai Trade Expo that avocados were involved in is not the national government that we negotiate with. So we're very careful about all of our negotiations with any international trading partner.
So the Chinese government wasn't at the Shanghai Food Expo?
Not the Chinese government officials for whom we're responsible to negotiate these outcomes. That's, yeah, I don't want to go into more detail, but it's we're very aware of the issues that the avocado industry has raised.
So I guess in closing, Chair, I will say to Australian avocado growers that the timeline is that they have to wait for blueberries to be finalised, and that they have little prospect of offtake agreements for this season and probably the next.
We have been dealing directly with Avocados Australia to give them the advice of the current conditions in the Chinese market.
That's not the answer I was looking for. Yeah. The answer is, when will they have access to the Chinese market? It won't be this year.
The advice that we've given is that it's when we've worked through the bilateral 2x2 arrangements with China, and it's not a simple answer as I have outlined.
Thank you, Chair.
Might explain the boxes of avocados we got the other week and the berries people. Anyway, I've just got a couple of questions while we're just on trade, and thank you for, I guess, your answers to Senator McDonald. In terms of where we've got to now with China, and over the last 12 months, can you just walk through for me the removal of some of those trade impediments that we've been able to achieve as a country since the last couple of years, but also what does that actually mean for our agricultural exports into places like China, for instance?
So, Acting Chair, in my opening statement I made references to the significant volumes of lobster that's been traded since the 24th of December.
Yep.
I also mentioned the removal of the final restrictions on the meat establishments. I didn't refer to the broader list of issues around wine, barley, sawlogs and a range of other products. Acting Chair, through you, I'll ask my colleagues to go to some of that broader detail that I wasn't able to outline in my opening statement, as well as the detail around lobster and red meat.
I'm happy to pick up wine in the first instance.
Oh, do you want to go to wine first?
What a great combination. Wine, lobster, you know. Avocado, berries, red meat. Man, we'll get there, don't worry. Everyone's going to be patient. Sorry, Mr. Lowe.
Thank you for the question.
Start with wine. It's 12 o'clock.
So there is a good story to tell on wine in relation to export markets, and certainly in relation to China, since the tariffs were listed, which I think was in March 2024, and trade with China resumed, Australia has exported more than $907 million of value in wine to that Chinese market, which is part of more than a $2.5 billion worldwide export in the 12 months to December 2024. I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Denny, to potentially talk a bit more about the work.
Wine Australia export report?
Yeah, that's from the Wine Australia Export Dashboard, Senator.
Sorry, Mr. Denny.
Paul Denny, Assistant Secretary, Food Policy. So just to add that that's roughly on par with the previous peak of trade with China in 2019, which was about $1.1 billion, and is roughly about $100 million per month. So really strong results there for trade with China.
And I guess I'm assuming there's a continuation of diversification with the wine, and I'm assuming just all the other markets, but wine, particularly with wine at the moment.
That's right, Senator. Yeah. So we've been supporting industry to unlock potential in markets such as India, Japan and Korea, which we think are very prospective markets. We've undertaken trade missions through our agricultural trade and market access cooperation work. We've provided additional on-ground resourcing, and we undertake regular bilateral meetings to shape favourable regulatory landscapes for ourselves as well. But I ask Mr. Denny to add to that.
Yes, we've also provided additional funding to Wine Australia to increase its market development activities in Japan, China and the US. And as you mentioned, India also a potential long-term market for Australia, and so we've also established a joint dialogue with the Indian government and with the Indian industry as well. So that's a joint Australian government, Australian industry joint dialogue with the Indian government.
I'll come back to India and probably the United Kingdom later, but I know, Mr. Fennessy, did you want to add, or one of your colleagues said about the lobster?
Thanks very much, Senator. So we certainly have seen significant steps forward in the bilateral relationship with China, and a range of trade issues resolved, technical improvements and increased engagement with Chinese counterparts, which we very much welcome. So in 2024, we saw the reinstatement of the live rock lobster trade to China, which occurred on the 20th of December, and subsequently the trade commenced. Reinstatement of 2 red meat establishments in December, which followed the reinstatement of 5 meat establishments in May, and resolution of the WTO issues with wine, which we've heard about. Total agriculture, fisheries and forestry exports to China were valued at $17.1 billion in the 23-24 financial year. And we have also welcomed additions by the General Administration of Customs China of 2 new meat establishments, July and August, and 4 new dairy establishments. So this was the first time new dairy establishments and meat establishments have gained market access to China since 2017. We've spoken about the high-level dialogue led by the Secretary with outcomes, including a commitment by the GACC, who is that Administration of Customs in China, to visit Australia and review and audit germplasm establishments, and also review the blue tongue virus zoning, and the audit dates, the audits have commenced. In terms of other progress, in January this year, dairy manufacturers, we had 2 establishments registered for the export of infant formula products. We've talked about live rock lobster in December, the red meat establishments in December, the dairy establishments in August, the meat and cold store establishments in July and August, and in May, the bottled wine, the pest-free area for Queensland Fruit Fly in November of 2023, oat and hay in 2023, barley exports in 2023, and the packhouse treatment facility for citrus, stone fruit, mangoes and cherries for the 22-23 season. So we continue to engage, and as I mentioned, the officials continue to engage proactively with us. And since that, those trades have re-established, we've seen good movement on product, particularly lobster, which the Secretary referred to earlier today. What was your second question?
Well, I'll ask you this one, but what's left? Is there anything that we need to resolve?
Well, one thing I'll add is that not only have we now caught up and removed all those current restrictions, so there's only one thing left to resolve, which I'll come to, but we've now had new establishments added. Deputy Secretary Hutchison referred to the 2 new meat establishments and 4 dairy establishments. That's the first time we've gained new market access to China since 2017. The only remaining issue we now have is a very specific matter with tropical rock lobster, and that restriction applies to every nation exporting to China, because it's a protected species. What we do know is that because of the displacement effect for far north Queensland tropical rock lobster, there may be more domestic opportunities for that industry.
Okay. Yep. The $20 billion so the trade impediments that we had
of the $20 billion, they have all been lifted.
All right. Can I just also ask, with respect to one of our new agreements, United Arab Emirates, that UAE, have you got any updates on that end about how we're travelling with the SEPA in the UAE?
Yes, we do, Acting Chair, and I'll ask Ms Hutchison and Ms Granger to comment on the details for that.
Thank you, Senator. So Australia and the UAE signed the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, or SEPA, on the 6th of November in Canberra. We expect the entry into force of that agreement in mid-2025 following domestic treaty-making processes. So the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, JSCOT, reviewed the arrangement and recommended it be ratified on the 12th of February, and legislation changes to implement the agreement will need to be passed by Parliament. And it's a positive step forward for Australia, and finalising the agreement with the UAE could be an important building block for potential further agreements with the Gulf Cooperation Council. It is the first
Who's a member of that?
Sorry?
Who's a member of that Gulf?
I will get that information for you. Yep. SEPA is our first free trade agreement with the Middle East, and farmers and food producers will gain competitive edge through preferential access across the UAE's growing market for high-value premium food and agricultural products. So the agreement eliminates tariffs on 99% of Australia's export to the UAE by value, with most tariffs eliminated on entry into force or locked in at zero, which makes it the most liberalising FTA the UAE has agreed to date.
Yep. And actually, Chair, just in terms of the integrated approach that we take, through DFAT, that's where a lot of the that's where the FTA negotiations take place. We input on agriculture. This UAE FTA opens significant opportunities for Australian farmers and agribusinesses. Yeah. And just this week in the UAE is Gulf Foods, which is their annual event, which Austrade supports a very significant delegation. So while that event has been going on for many years, that allows us to have our businesses in country supported by Austrade to land those new contracts and those new supply deals to benefit businesses back in Australia. So it's part of an integrated approach, and this is the huge ongoing value every time a new FTA comes online.
And I'm assuming it's you and then DFAT will be at the negotiating table around the particulars of the SEPA, right?
Yeah, so DFAT will lead negotiations of the SEPA in this case. We'll input all the technical requirements around everything to do with agriculture, and then Austrade effectively does the in-country connection to markets that we get the benefit of the free trade agreements from which we get the benefits of those FTAs.
Could I also just quickly ask you too, around the United Kingdom and India?
Yes.
Be able to give me a bit of an update on that, please?
I'll ask my colleagues for those FTAs.
Yes.
All right.
And I will just jump back to your earlier question, who's in the Gulf Cooperation Council, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar and the UAE. And then you asked about India. So did you want to go to that?
Thank you, Senator. So in terms of the India agreement, as you're aware, there are actually two. First of all was the ECTA, which is the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, which has come into force, and there have been some very good outcomes. So a growth between 2022 and 2024, we've seen sheep meat increase 400%. In 2024, it was 2,095,238. Seafood products between those 4 years, the 2022 to 2024, 264% increase. We're now sending 4.2 million in seafood products. 87% increase in dried shelled broad beans, 5.69 million in 2024. Almonds, a very good story, 155% increase as a result. That was already coming off a good base of 63 million in 2022, and it's now up to 161.9 million in 2024, so obviously a very important market. Oranges, mandarins and tangerines, 110% increase, so that's $6.5 million in 2024. And cotton, a 20% increase, $430 million. That's a really important market, as you would expect, for our cotton industry, something that our industry is taking a lot of interest in, and our councils in market are really supporting a lot of industry engagement there.
And is that did you say the first iteration of the India agreement?
That's right, that's the first iteration.
What's the second one?
So the second one is going to be called the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement. That negotiation is ongoing, Senator.
When do we expect that to conclude?
Look, that is one that probably will take a little bit more time. Yeah. It is an important
I might
one.
ask the Trade Minister when I see him on Thursday night in estimates. All right. And the UK, just very quickly.
Yeah.
I think we've been on the record as saying many years ago we didn't ever anticipate an FTA with the UK, but now that we are negotiating on a lot of matters with the UK, the FTA has led to some huge percentage growth in Australian agricultural trade.
Indeed. So, Senator, when it came into force, it immediately removed tariffs on over 99% of Australian goods exported, and so that included short and medium grain rice, wine, most seafood, honey, nuts and olive oil. So within 10 years of entry into force on the 31st of May 2023, tariffs on all agricultural goods will be completely eliminated, and that's obviously...
From when, sorry?
From, so 10 years. So when we get to 2033, we'll see no tariffs at all, which is a very unusual outcome for many FTAs. So already tariff-free quotas for beef and sheep meat, sugar, wheat and mesclun, long and broken rice, barley and dairy have provided immediate benefits, and I can just take you through some of those. So for instance, sheep meat, $130.6 million, that's a 28% increase. Beef and veal, we're now at $72.9 million, that's 2023-24, that's a 339% increase. Food preparations, $10.7 million, a 53% increase. Sweetened water, approximately $9 million of that for 19% increase.
Sweetened water?
Sweetened water. I'm not actually sure what that product is, but...
If they buy it, we'll export it.
And we've seen our total exports to the UK grow by 14% to $711 million. And there's obviously huge potential in that agreement, Senator, so very positive. And including things that we were not expecting. So, for instance, you may be aware the UK had some supply issues with horticulture. All of a sudden, Australian tomatoes are in a UK supermarket ready to meet that demand on a counter-seasonal basis. So it was a really excellent outcome and the kind of thing that is the opportunity you can take when you have that free trade agreement between the two markets.
And I think we saw, Acting Chair, the first shipment of Australian sugar from Queensland to the UK in about 80 years. So some old historic trade routes being reinvigorated under an FTA, which is a great opportunity for different parts of Australia.
Excellent. Well, always good to showcase to those back home how good it is down south. All right, on that note, talking about down south, Senator Duniam, you want to talk about the great state of Tasmania?
I do indeed, thank you. So earlier on we talked about salmon and the letter from the Prime Minister to Salmon Australia representatives on the 15th of February. So I just wanted to get an understanding of when the department became aware of the existence of this letter, or that it was going to be sent.
So thank you, Senator. So I referred earlier that Mr Matthew Lowe has been leading our work on this, so I'll pass to Mr Lowe.
Sure.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Senator. So we became aware of the letter on the day it was sent. So I believe that was the Saturday, the 15th of February.
Yes. Okay. And were you invited to provide input to the contents of the letter, the aims?
We weren't, but what I would say is that the subject matter of the letter, as it relates to the work of DAF, is consistent with our objective of supporting sustainable aquaculture in Australia and Macquarie Harbour in particular, and it's in line with the direction we're taking in the review of the National Aquaculture Strategy.
Okay, and just in terms of then, the letter obviously has a couple of calls to action. It says that the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, the Department of Agriculture, is going to work with you, being industry, to build an enduring partnership to provide certainty for operations in Macquarie Harbour forevermore. But specifically it says, I can confirm that the Australian Government will introduce legislation to ensure appropriate environmental laws are in place to continue sustainable salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour. So just with regard to that commitment, were you aware of that commitment before the letter was sent?
We weren't, no, or I wasn't.
Was anyone in your section? No, no one was. So the commitment was made on the 15th. You found out about it after the letter had been dispatched?
Yes.
Okay. So then, what role will DAF play in relation to the development of this legislation?
Yeah, so I think in relation to the legislation, that you'd be aware that environmental legislation is not a matter in our purview. So what I can speak to, Senator, is the role that we'll play in the partnership. And in relation to the partnership, obviously we have pre-existing relationships with industry that go back over a number of years. And in terms of our interest, we're particularly interested in supporting sustainable growth of the aquaculture sector nationally, and looking at the additional steps that can be taken to ensure that the industry has a sustainable long-term future. And in relation to the partnership, particularly keen to explore that in the Macquarie Harbour context.
Sure, okay. So you indicated to me that it is not in this department's purview because I presume there is an assumption being made, or perhaps there is some confirmation you can provide to me, that the legislation referred to is going to be an amendment to the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. Is that what you understand to be the change that's being worked on?
I'm not in a position to comment and provide any additional information to what my colleagues in other sessions have provided, Senator.
Are you in possession of information, or you are not in possession of information relating to...
I'm not in possession of any more information than
what you've given me?
What's already provided.
Okay, so then you're not sure what legislation would look like or what the Act to be amended will be, but you are able to tell me it isn't within this department's purview thus far, so assuming it is the EPBC Act that will be changed.
What I can offer is that it's not in this department's purview.
Okay. So just then to this partnership, you talked about working in partnership. The only two departments mentioned in the letter are the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and DAF. Why? So DQ doesn't get a mention here at all. Yet I would imagine that given the EPBC Act is mentioned in the letter expressly, 2 paragraphs before the action item there of developing legislation, it would be their job to draft. I mean, so what role will you play? You're just facilitating contact between industry and government, or how does this work?
Are you talking more generally in relation to the partnership, Senator?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
So the letter has gone from the Prime Minister to industry, saying we're going to fix all your problems. That was Saturday a week ago. Part of that will be legislation. There's obviously then pointed to a process which involves DAF and PM&C. I'm just wondering how that works and what you'll do.
Yeah, so in relation to the partnership specifically, obviously, as I've mentioned earlier, Senator, we'll be keen to explore with the industry, I guess, some of their interests and what they see as some of the opportunities in relation to growing their operations, and thinking about how they can, I guess, sustainably grow agriculture more broadly as part of their broader operations, and explore what they see as some of the further opportunities to improve the sustainability of their operations in Macquarie Harbour specifically. In relation to the legislation, what we would anticipate is that that the industry would share with us what their interests are in relation to the legislation, and we'd take that opportunity, as we would in any process we work in, to share that information with departmental colleagues as needed.
Were there any discussions between DAF and PM&C and perhaps DQ about legislation changes that would have a similar effect prior to the issuing of this letter?
I can only, I guess, again, I probably don't have much more to offer than what's been provided in previous sessions, Senator.
So nothing more from this department's point of view. Since the letter was issued on what is, as any Tasmanian would agree, a fairly urgent matter on the 15th of February, what has happened in between departments since then? Has there been a meeting, some sort of arrangement of a meeting that is on a date you could tell me about now? Anything like that?
Yeah, very happy to. So we have reached out to all of the 3 companies with an interest in Macquarie Harbour, and I guess offered to organise an initial discussion in relation to the partnership and the...
When did you reach out to the companies?
I did that this morning, Senator.
This morning? Mm-hmm. Not on the 15th or 16th, when the Prime Minister made a commitment that would be... Why did it take a week and a bit to reach out to the companies?
We of course wanted to ensure that we discussed the matter with PM&C as the lead agency, and executed the email kind of as a subsequent step.
So when did you discuss this with PM&C?
Those matters were canvassed over the course of a number of discussions over the last week.
So between the 15th and the 25th. Has there been a meeting, some sort of work plan or structure to an IDC or something like that established in relation to this?
No, I think what we want to focus on in relation to the partnership is to first sit down with the concerned companies and hear in more detail about their interests in relation to Macquarie Harbour, and I think go from there.
Have industry, the 3 companies you mentioned, expressed any ideas around this prior to you reaching out to them, given this is something they've been calling for some time?
Ideas in relation to?
Legislative arrangements that might overcome the problem they've been experiencing?
Not that I'm aware to DAF, Senator.
To DAF, but it's not formed the basis of any conversation with PM&C or DQ, given you manage fisheries more broadly, not necessarily regulate aquaculture in Tasmanian waters, but the broader issue. So there's been no conversations within the department around legislative changes that might arise, fixing the problem this industry's been dealing with and calling for a solution to for a year or more now?
In relation to the specifics of your question, not that I'm aware.
Okay. I'll check that out with the industry. So have there been any key principles written down around what legislation might look like at all from the department's point of view in the last week?
Not that I'm aware, Senator. These are matters for, as I said, that I don't, not in a position to comment on in any more detail than what other agencies have in earlier sessions.
No, but so no sections within your part of the department have sat down and gone, let's have a brain dump, let's figure out what the problem is and perhaps how we might legislatively try and resolve the problem?
No.
When will you do that?
as I've said earlier, Senator, the specifics of the legislation aren't within the department's purview. What I think our first step and our focus is in relation to hearing from industry through the partnership that the Prime Minister referred to. So that's where the focus of our energy will be, and not just specifically on the legislation, but more broadly on activities that can support sustainable aquaculture in the harbour.
So when does the partnership between the agencies and industry actually... Well, are you having a meeting with other agencies before you meet with the salmon companies?
We might have discussions with PM&C, I suspect.
Have you organised anything or requested a meeting with PM&C or DQ or both?
No.
Do you intend to do that, given there's this body of work requested by the Prime Minister?
I think ordinarily I'd expect to liaise with PM&C in terms of setting dates to engage with industry in Macquarie Harbour. I probably can't speak to anything more than that at this point.
Have they reached out to you? Mr. Day.
George Day, Acting First Assistant Secretary of Agvet Chemicals, Fisheries and Forestry. We've started having discussions with PM&C about planning for the meeting, so just arrangements for those initial meetings with industry.
Okay, so when you say meeting, it is the industry meetings. There's not some separate bureaucratic level meeting where office officials from each department will come together with their thoughts about what might look best to present to industry?
No, we've been discussing with PM&C the arrangements for the industry meetings.
So is there anything more you can add around what's being put in place? I know there's been an email sent today, 10 days later than the Prime Minister's letter to industry, that there will be a meeting with industry. Is there anything else you can tell us about actions that have been taken, apart from conversations with PM&C about what a meeting might look like?
Maybe if I can just add to Mr. Day's comments. I think, as I said, Senator, the focus, our initial focus is sitting down with industry, apprising ourselves of their interests and their priorities and what they see as key actions to support sustainable aquaculture in Macquarie Harbour. So that's our first focus.
So I'm just finding it odd that after a year of this turmoil in the industry, we're just now sitting down with industry to find out what their interests are and how to support them. Has there been any work like that done in the last 12 months?
We've certainly engaged with industry more broadly. We've certainly engaged with organisations like Salmon Tasmania to hear about, I guess, what their priorities are, and we've also had the opportunity to hear from them about their perspectives, and this was some time ago, or not some time ago, but I guess over the course of last year when the focus was on the reconsideration decision, so hearing more from them about their perspectives on the reconsideration decision.
Okay, then, so what date do you expect to... Do you have a bit of an idea about the time frame for him here? Because PM&C indicated to me, and in fact Senator Wong said that this legislation would be ready by the end of the month of March. Is that a timeline you've been briefed on?
I'm aware of Senator Wong's comments. I don't have anything more to add to them.
So, and are you, do you think that you'll be able to provide the work required with input from industry to have laws ready to pass in the month of March?
I would expect that the partnership will be an important forum for us to apprise ourselves of industry's interests in relation to legislation. But we don't see ourselves as having a lead role in relation to the legislation, and doesn't sit within our purview.
But you are the Fisheries Department. So it could be an act under the administrative orders relating to this portfolio. We don't know yet.
I think the nature and the timing of the legislation, Senator, is a matter for government.
Minister, do you have anything else to add in relation to this?
Thanks, Senator Dunningham. I was obviously in the chair in another portfolio yesterday, so I didn't get to see all of the evidence that was given by, I think, questions of Senator Wong. But My understanding is there was a commitment around the legislation coming forward for the next sitting period, which is what the government is aiming to deliver on.
Which is March, yes. Do you agree that it should be done before an election?
Well, I think it's an important issue. It's one that Minister Collins has been engaged with for a long period of time as a local member, but also in this portfolio and has engaged strongly with the industry. We want to ensure that those jobs in industry are protected, as was outlined in the letter from the Prime Minister, and I'm sure that Minister Collins would be an enthusiastic backer of what the Prime Minister said in that letter.
Okay, but does that include getting it done before an election?
Well, obviously the commitment, my understanding, was given yesterday around introduced in the next legislative sitting week, which is coming up in March, so that would be my expectation.
So, and if we don't have a next sitting week before the election, would you support recall of Parliament to deal with this prior to the election, save for any problems that might arise afterward?
Look, it's neither of those are my call, Senator Dunningham, as I'm sure you'd understand.
Surely.
But I think what you've seen from the actions of the Prime Minister is that this is an important issue. Minister Collins understands that and has been someone who's engaged with the industry over a long period of time, including as Minister. So I think you can see from the urgency of the government actions that we're taking this very seriously and that it is important.
Yeah, so just on urgency, I mean, it's been nearly 18 months since this review started and 10 days since the Prime Minister wrote to industry saying he's going to fix all their problems. We've sent an email out today saying let's have a meeting sometime soon. So urgency is not a word that springs to mind here on the government response. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. But you talk about Minister Collins' support for industry. The department have indicated to me in their evidence that while there's been general conversations, there's been not much done in the way of specific understanding of the problems that are being experienced by the aquaculture sector, particularly in Tasmania around Macquarie Harbour, and what fixes there might be. Has the Minister had any interactions with industry that would give rise to suggestions about how to form up legislation that might be injected into these discussions?
Well, the PM was obviously engaging with the industry in Tasmania as recently as last Saturday. The Minister has regular engagement with the salmon industry, including those that are represented in Macquarie Harbour. I expect that that will continue on an ongoing basis. We understand this is important and want to ensure that those involved in the industry can have the confidence to operate into the future.
Has Minister Collins written to Minister Plibersek about how she would like to see this matter resolved?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, all right. That's fine. All right, I might just, that's enough for salmon for me for now. I think I'll just go on to, on this EU deforestation rules matter, if I can. I'm not sure if anyone needs to come forward, but anyway, while I'm... So
everyone will be here
in the room
to answer your questions,
sure.
Senator.
Okay. Right, I just wanted to, related to questions that Senator Canavan asked just before or earlier on today, from a forestry point of view, the American Forest and Paper Association had called on their new administration to lobby the EU to declare the United States a deforestation-free country, thereby not having to deal with the problems that this ridiculous set of regulations would impose on our economy. What is our status as a nation when it comes to deforestation, first of all?
I think, Senator, at the last estimates we gave evidence around rates of reforestation in Australia, information which we've also shared in this process on EUDR. I've got both the trade and the policy officials who will be better placed to answer that question, but I don't know, Matt, if last time, I think from an ABARES perspective, we released that report at the last Senate to coincide with the last Senate estimates about reforestation rates in Australia.
So, I mean, look, we're a signatory to Glasgow 2030. And I know others like Senator Chisholm have said that we're not a deforesting nation, but what's our official position?
Yeah. From memory, we might have been the second most reforested, but I'll ask the Executive Director to correct my memory.
To start off, and then I know that Dr. Greenville will have a lot more information, Senator. But in relation to forest regrowth and establishment, Australia's forest coverage is extensive and expanding. So the FAO ranked Australia second globally for increases in forest area, increasing by an average of 446,000 hectares per year between 2010 and 2020, and in the top 10 countries for areas of forests legally protected. In terms of our total forest area, it's increased year on year since 2008, and we're one of only a few nations to be able to sustain such an increase. So I might pass to Dr. Greenville now to add.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. And so just to, I guess, put the official statistics on. So at the moment, so our latest report that we discussed at the previous estimate, we detailed forest area change between 2016-17 and 2020-21. Of that forest area change, primary first-time clearing was around 0.22 million hectares. The re-clearing of regrowth was 1.53 million hectares, with a total sum of what we would call like clearing of forest, deforestation of 1.74 million hectares. The other side of that is that there's been 1.24 million hectares of regrowth, and also a further area of forest expansion and establishment, which leads us to a total area change of 0.75 million hectares. So that's the numbers which have, the increase in our forested areas.
So can we officially say Australia does not suffer from this terrible affliction of deforestation like some of the activist groups might claim, under the terms or definitions of the Glasgow 2030 agreement?
So I would say, like sticking with those numbers, there's areas of clearing and areas of regrowth and so forth, and in a net sense we certainly are increasing our forest area.
So you could argue that. So I just wonder, on the basis of what they're doing in the United States, and I hasten to add it's a call from an industry lobby to the United States Trump administration to basically tell the EU we're better than your rules. Have we put in a similar request, if the numbers are to be believed, and we've got an expanding area of tree cover? Have we said to the EU, well, please put us in a category which means we aren't subject to your, like a green light category or something similar?
I think in general terms that's been the basis of the work we've done, including through the previous minister when he wrote to the EU Commission, and I think, I can't speak for them, but I know our own Australian Forest Products Association has supported the work that we've been doing here.
Yes, they welcome the delay. I think they'd like to see us not in any way negatively impacted at any point in time by onerous and ridiculous thought bubbles from Brussels.
And that's why we've, as I said in previous discussions this morning, we've worked with like-mindeds and as many other nations as we can to keep putting our view to the EU.
And does our view include something of that nature, given we are probably better than most, if not nearly all, except one other nation? I don't know who was the other country at number one? China. Okay, well, maybe we'll leave that to one side. But I find that very odd. We should question their account keeping on tree coverage. That sounds nuts. But would we include like that sort of argument around the fact that we are expanding our forest estate as a proposition which would thereby reduce the burdens from industry? That is something we will do?
I think that is something we would do, but I'll ask Mr Lowe to confirm that, or Mr Greenville, or in fact any of my colleagues here involved in these processes.
Does anyone want to have a stab? Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. So Australia has submitted a submission to the EU which set out all of the story Dr Greenville just outlined, and it's our case for why we consider we're low risk under the legislation. So low risk is the lowest category possible. We consider we meet that, and the EU is still to make a decision about the risk status for Australia, but we obviously have a very substantial evidence base to support a low risk allocation.
So this entity in the US is looking for another category which is no risk, which I would argue on the numbers here, and something we should be very proud of we are. That's not something we're just going to work within the EU's rules, not...
Well, Senator, the EU's rules is the legislation and the obligation we need to comply with. So certainly low risk is what's in the black and white law of the EU right now. It's the lowest opportunity, and that's what we're looking to achieve.
Okay.
Senator, the one point I'll add to that is that my understanding is this is a direct regulation onto Australian businesses. So the Australian government will put a position, but I think the impact of the regulation is just straight onto business. So when we say we comply, it's in fact Australian businesses are subject to the regulation, and then the Australian government continues to put these views to the EU Commission.
Okay, and hopefully they listen. All right, thank you. Can I go to the National Forest Policy Statement as well, please? So I just wondered what's the latest on the development of that and when it will be publicly released?
Thank you, Senator. And always appreciate your interest in the National Forest Policy Statement.
I always very interested.
So what I can advise is that it was discussed at the last Forestry Ministers' meeting, which I'm going to ask my colleague Mr Bursell to provide me with specific details on. But and since that time we've circulated a draft discussion paper on the National Forest Policy Statement to state and territory counterparts seeking their comment.
Sure. Mr Bursell.
Thanks. Guy Bursell, Acting Assistant Secretary, AgVet Chemicals and Forestry. As Mr Lowe said, we've distributed a draft discussion paper to support the National Forest Policy Statement review to our state and territory colleagues. That was an outcome of, I think, the December meeting of Forestry Ministers' meetings. So that's with our state and territory colleagues for comment. We're expecting comments back in the near future. I think Forestry Ministers agreed that, noting that the West Australian Government is currently in caretaker, there was that comments would be due around March. So we're expecting comments from our state and territory colleagues soon.
When we might be in caretaker mode too, who knows? We'll soon see. So the discussion paper, does that contain a draft policy?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. So it is just a... Can you summarise what a discussion paper, without revealing its contents, what it might contain?
It's hard to summarise it and not disclose it. I'll give it a go. I think in a principle sense noting that it's the Commonwealth's draft and we're still subject to the comments of our state and territory colleagues, the proposal that the Commonwealth's put to states and territories is a relatively broad brush document that looks backwards at the objectives and strategies of the National Forest Policy Statement from the 90s and asks some questions that we would answer collectively with stakeholders about whether to try and ascertain the extent to which it remains fit for purpose, how the National Forest Policy Statement could be refreshed and updated to account for the changes that have happened since the 90s.
So, and the commitment by government to update the statement was made in 2023, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
When was it in 23 that we made that or you made that commitment?
I would have to take a specific date on notice. I think it was around August, but
Sure, I'm not going to hunt you down if you were wrong, but okay, right. So we have from August thereabouts 2023 to February, almost the end of February 2025, a discussion paper which has been circulated to state and territory counterparts. Yes, but not an actual draft forest policy statement yet.
Not at this point.
That's correct.
Not at this point. When do you expect we will get to the point, because I dare say you've mapped a bit of this out, an actual draft for a National Forest Policy Statement which would be the replacement for the one that is terribly outdated?
So obviously we're in a process with state and territory counterparts, and I think it's really important that we are mindful of their input and their interests as part of this process as well. So while I appreciate where you want to go with the question, Senator.
Where do I want to go?
Which is, I think, a timeline for a draft. We're not really in a position to provide you with one. I think it will depend both on what state and territory counterparts come back with in terms of input on the discussion paper, and then I think it will depend to a large degree on what comes through in terms of the outcomes of the discussion paper as well.
Sure, understood. I mean, but the Commonwealth must have a desired end date to this. I mean, you don't want to be working on this in 2029, for example, 2 elections hence.
We want to progress it as quickly as we can.
Yes, there we go. Bingo.
What I would say is that we obviously need to be mindful of our state and territory counterparts as well, and they've expressed varying degrees of opinion about the pace at which we're moving.
Okay, pace. Thank you very much. So we won't have it before the election. That is well established. Just in terms of illegal logging, do we have an assessment of which jurisdictions are the worst across the globe when it comes to illegal logging?
I don't think so, Senator. Noting that it's difficult to assess illegal logging risk on a state or jurisdiction basis, which is why the illegal logging laws are structured the way they are. You can't just take a country by country or source by source approach to illegal logging. The risks are complex, and so you need to really look at regional risks and a whole bunch of other sort of risks that attach to logging operations in other countries.
Okay, but we have a bit of a data, like we're keeping a track of imports and trying to enforce our illegal logging regime here in terms of illegal imports, I presume. There is some sort of...
We do have access to trade data, yes.
And what's that telling us? Are there an increasing number of illegal imports?
I don't have those illegal imports. I just don't have those figures to hand, Senator. I can take a look at what we might be able to provide on notice.
Yeah, I mean, as much as possible, as soon as possible. Do you want to have a go before lunch? Yeah,
I've got Senator Cox online for 5 minutes, so we can either do that now or got a due date, Perrin, or...
Can we fit both of us before lunch?
Yeah, no, I will. Well, Senator Cox, are you online? I'll give you the call for 5 minutes now, and then Senator Davey to take us to lunch.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Can I ask some questions around the agricultural traceability grants?
Yes, Senator.
I've got the right folks at the desk?
Yep, we do, Senator.
Thank you. Previously there was a grant for $1.9 million provided to the ILSC to develop an Indigenous agricultural product framework. Can you tell me what the delivery date is for that grant?
Thank you, Senator. The delivery date for that grant is June 2025, 30 June 2025.
Right. Are you able to give us any updates on the progress of that?
So there's structures and processes in place for consulting First Nations organisation and communities. To date, 140 stakeholders through 33 interviews of individuals and small groups and 7 roundtables, including a mob-based roundtable with a total of 91 participants has been held and 24 respondents to an online confidential survey. So that specifically goes to concerns raised about consultation. In terms of any more detail, I will just ask whether we've got any more specific detail on that.
Emma Cully, Assistant Secretary, Agricultural Traceability. Thanks for your question, Senator. That consultation process is very much ongoing as part of this grant. And although we've outlined the formal consultation processes that have undertaken to date, in finalising the outputs from this grant, Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation and the NFF are working consistently outside of formal consultation meetings and mechanisms with a broad range of stakeholders. It's fair to say that that's one of the most complex aspects of getting this grant delivery right and achieving its intended purpose.
Was this the, thank you, Ms Cully, was this the first, I suppose, attempt at this type of framework?
To my knowledge, yes, it is, and it's certainly a substantial amount of Australian government funding for this purpose. I think it reflects that discussions internationally on First Nations produce and economic determination have moved over time. And when this grant was entered on the 9th of May 2023, it was definitely a large amount of resourcing at a framework level, which indicates there's some work to be done to set this up for the future that's fundamental to design and intending those purposes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other current grants that are feeding into this or have any connectivity to this work that's currently being done by the ILSC?
Connectivity, I think I would describe in a sense of relating to First Nations agriculture more broadly and opportunities to take and set First Nations producers up for taking in the future. So there is an export readiness pilot for First Nations agriculture, which is an ad hoc grant. That's in the order of $1.58 million GST exclusive to the Noongar Land Enterprise Group Incorporated.
When's the delivery of that, Ms Cully?
That grant ends on the 30th of September 2026 and it was entered on the 14th of March 2024.
Are there any updates on that one?
Look, it is located in Western Australia, but it does take a national view. It is essentially a series of pilots about the barriers to early adoption of digital and traceability systems that support verifiable claims for First Nations producers in international markets. That is running on track. It is supporting its intended purposes at this point in time, but I would note that that work runs through well into next calendar year, so we are earlier on in the process with that specific grant.
Okay. My final question, I did assure the Chair that I'll only be 5 minutes on this one, is the Round 3 successful projects and the Traceability Grants Program. The one for NAAKPRE, so the Indigenous Bush Foods Provenance and Traceability Project, the one that's in the Northern Australian Aboriginal Kakadu Plum Alliance Cooperative Limited. Can you give us an update on that one?
Yes, I can, Senator. So that grant started on the 14th of June 2024. It runs through to the 31st of August 2026, so next calendar year. The funding allocated is $470,000, and you are correct, it is designed to empower Indigenous producers through training and resources to use elemental fingerprinting, which my understanding is that's an effective way of demonstrating with verifiable claims where a particular produce has come from. It's also looking at the feasibility of label certification and validation of that. All of these go towards securing futures for First Nations bush foods in our international markets. So this has a trade enabling focus, but underpinned by those really strong verifiable claims.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms Cully. Well, hopefully when we get that treaty ratified, we can get on with the job. Thank you for your work. Thanks Chair.
Cox. Senator Davey, you got the call.
Thank you very much. I have some questions about organics and the moves, progress or not, towards adopting a domestic organic standard. As the department's very aware, there's been a private senator's bill introduced into the Senate, the National Organic Standard Bill 2024, which was then referred to a Senate committee, which reported earlier this month. I just want a bit of an update as to what progress the department is making towards an organic standard, given the discussions about the need for one have been ongoing for quite some time.
Senator Daly, I'll start by confirming that we regulate organics for export purposes.
Yes.
The experts to my right, and then the bill that you referred to has been worked on by officials to my left. So I might start by asking Mr Lowe to make comments to your question.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Senator, for the question. So in relation to organics, obviously we provided submissions into that inquiry, and that inquiry pointed to further work in relation to pursuing a domestic standard. I think cognizant of some of the important considerations in relation to introducing any form of regulation or standard into the organic sector. We've done some work on this over a number of years, and I guess, and this was provided in our submissions to the inquiry, which essentially found that the costs of introducing a domestic standard outweighed the benefits. I think for us it's really important then when we consider introducing regulation that we think about the impacts that regulation can have and ensure that it's done in a considered and methodical way if indeed regulation is to be introduced, being really clear about the harm or market failure that's being sought to be addressed, and thinking about, for example, impacts in relation to the supply chain, such as costs imposed on supply chain participants and ultimately costs as they relate to consumers as well. So there's some of the considerations that we think are important in examining the question of a domestic standard for organics.
So my understanding, because previously, under the previous government, there was a committee set up to work with the department to try and develop domestic standards for organics. That work sort of ceased when the Labor government came into power. There has been reports that the lack of a domestic standard is actually an impediment to opening up further trade opportunities, and indeed there were two reports by committees chaired by the government, one Trading North and one Food for Thought, both of which actually recommended that Australia should pursue a domestic standard, and yet you're saying that costs of a standard don't outweigh potential benefits.
Based on previous work we've done.
Based on, is that previous work including the previous work you've done with the organics industry in trying to
examining a domestic standard? I think I'd have to defer to colleagues, and Senator, I'm conscious you raised a couple of, I guess, elements in that question. First is in relation to the impediment, or if there is one, in relation to exports, and then the second is to the extent that our work in relation to cost benefit. Maybe if we turn to the question around exports first, I'll pass to my colleague, Mr. Black.
Thanks, Mr. Lowe. Tom Black, First Assistant Secretary, Exports in the Veterinary Services Division. We're the export regulator for organic products, amongst many other things. We have market access, a pretty good coverage across the globe, as we've discussed at a number of Senate hearings, including two different types of arrangements. We have equivalence level arrangements, which is where we have agreement with different trading partners based on the Australian system as a whole for the export of organics. And we have equivalence arrangements in place for the European Union, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Japan and Taiwan. And then there are conformity assessment arrangements, which is where individual certifiers have reached agreement with organic regulators in other markets, under which they have then been able to provide certification for organic exports into those particular markets. So, for example, conformity assessments are in place with a number of markets, but including, for example, the United States. And I can confirm that over the past year, the United States has indeed been our largest export market for organic goods. We're in a reasonable place there. That is not an equivalence arrangement, it's a conformity assessment arrangement. We're also currently working through further negotiations with a number of markets around increasing our equivalence arrangements. As we've discussed previously, we're looking at a mutual recognition arrangement with India, and that is progressing well. Minister Collins signed a letter of intent with China in October last year, where Australia and China agreed to cooperate and share information in relation to organic product standards, certification supervision and acceptance of certification results, and to investigate the possibility of mutually beneficial arrangement of organic product certification. So we've got an opportunity there. And we are renegotiating our equivalence arrangements with the European Union. Our current arrangement expires on the 31st of December 2026, and we have seen exchanges of officials in both directions. So the European Union officials came and had a look at our system last year, and just recently we've had market access officials in Europe looking at their system as well. I'd also note that we are, through our National Standards Advisory Committee, very actively working on the current standard for export. That committee is working actively throughout the organic sector to see what can be included, what new areas can be included. For example, we've been conducting consultation with industry about the livestock chapter of that standard to try and make it, I guess, as lean as it can be, but as commercially meaningful as it can be as well, and fit for purpose. So we're continuing to look at how we can expand the breadth of the Australian standard and therefore our market access at every opportunity.
And to be clear, when you're talking about an Australian standard, you're talking about an Australian standard for export, not domestic?
For export, that's right. That's correct.
But I am advised that if we had a domestic standard, that could be used to enter into equivalence arrangements with more countries than we currently do. And you just said that Minister Collins has signed a letter with China to work towards recognition of a certification standard. Why would we not try and develop a domestic standard that could be used as to meet all of these? I mean, you've just explained multiple different systems which add to the complexity. Why aren't we working towards a domestic standard that industry wants that will then maybe take some of these layers out?
Senator, I guess I'd kind of refer to my earlier comments, and perhaps on the question of cost and benefit, I'm happy to pass to my colleagues. But I guess I'd also observe that fundamentally there is already existing regulation in place under Australian consumer law, and organics businesses still need to comply with truth in labelling requirements, and there are existing standards available, industry standards as I understand it, that organics producers can utilise.
So help me out here, because, you know, more often than not, you have businesses and industries saying, government, keep out, don't over-regulate us. But here we have an industry that is actually requesting a domestic standard be applied to them. Why would they be asking for that if everything else is working as it should?
Senator, it might be worth going to characterising some of the, I guess, the calls from industry as well as part of the further information we provide to you. So I'll defer to my colleagues.
Yeah, Senator, thanks for the question. So the previous work we've done on potential domestic standard, as you mentioned earlier, was the Organics Industry Advisory Group. There was a consultation res, there were 2 cost-benefit analysis. As part of that, we did lots of industry stakeholder engagement, and certainly strong support from parts of the industry over many years to have a domestic standard. I think that's absolutely correct. There's probably other parts of industry, particularly the smaller organic producers, that have been less enthusiastic about having a domestic standard. When we did some of our stakeholder engagement and industry engagement surveys, there was I can't remember the exact figure, but I think around, there was a significant proportion of those industry stakeholders who weren't supportive of regulation, and I think from their perspective they were potentially considering the costs of regulation and the impact that might have on their business. And so that's, I guess, broadly whether industries collectively, unanimously in support of a standard. And then there's other questions about the type of standard, how it would be administered, that I think industry has also had different views on at various times as well.
So, given we've got some members of industry, and you might say others aren't keen, but some members of industry recommending a domestic standard. You've got the House of Representatives Agricultural Committee Trading North report recommending a domestic standard. The House of Reps Industry Sciences and Resources Committee's Food for Thought report having recommended a domestic standard. You've got other nations right around the world who all have domestic standards, and Australia seems to be a bit of an outlier. You say industry already has to comply with other areas of Australian law, so why could we not develop a standard that provides that domestic standard, that gives us something that we can take to international markets to offer as an equivalence arrangement, that is not overly burdensome given people are already complying with other things, and given this is what consumers as well want, those assurances?
I think it goes to the earlier response, which is that the previous work we'd done had examined all of those issues and looked at the costs and the benefits. At that time, it's now, I guess, 2 or 3 years since we did undertake that cost-benefit analysis. But at that time, certainly, the costs outweighed the benefits. And I think in the meantime, I think it's the advice that Mr Black has provided demonstrates that the current arrangements with an export standard have facilitated trade with nations right around the world. So that is continuing to grow. And I guess in the meantime, the government and the department will be considering the inquiry, the report from the inquiry on this bill.
Yeah, so Senator, so we will be considering those recommendations that were provided as part of the inquiry, and I think it'd be best to characterise where we're at as a department as, you know, we want to ensure that we are supporting industry appropriately, and I think it's fair to say, and we were quite transparent about this in our submissions to the inquiry, that there are really important questions to consider in terms of introducing any regulation, domestic regulation, in relation to organics. And these questions, I think, are really material in terms of how a domestic standard should be considered. So things like interaction with other regulatory schemes, how issuing bodies are regulated, the auditing powers that were canvassed in the bill that led to the inquiry, competitiveness and interaction with existing consumer protection legislation, as you mentioned, and as I've mentioned and my colleagues have mentioned, costs to industry, consumers and government. So we're happy to be picking up those questions and pursuing them in conversation with industry going forward.
And just if I can add to that, Senator Davey, if it's helpful, the government's also willing to engage in discussions with the industry as well on those issues.
That was my last question, Minister, because I note that the Minister has, in correspondence with David Littleproud, said that she will continue to work with industry. I was going to ask, what steps has the department taken, given that you're not proceeding on this particular bill, but what steps is the department taking in line with the Minister's commitment to continue to work with industry? Are you going to establish another industry consultative group to try and make progress on a domestic standard or an industry model that satisfies everyone?
I'd say that we probably haven't progressed that far in our thinking in terms of exactly how we might establish our engagement going forward, but I think it'd be fair to characterise our mindset as a first step as focusing on engaging with industry in the sector. Really, I think talking through some of the issues as we see them and hearing from them about some of the opportunities as they see them. So I think it's really important that we've got the opportunity to share some of our analysis and our thinking, and I think hear from them and hear them reflect back on some of that as well.
Can I, as a final comment, can I just ask that instead of starting from scratch with a new industry body, take the work that was done with the last industry advisory group and build instead of rinse and repeat? Thank you.
That's all right. Thanks for that, Senator Davey. Now, we're going to break for lunch and we'll be back here at 2:15. But before we do that, I just want to let everyone know that we have agreed to release the following agencies: the APVMA, the Inspector General of Animal Welfare and Live Animal Exports, AgriFutures, and the Inspector General of Biosecurity. So they can go home. Thank you. All right, we'll see everyone back here with continuation of Outcome 1 after lunch. Thanks, everyone. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you all had a lovely lunch. Now, I've got some other good news for senators. We've also agreed to release the Australian Fisheries Management Authority and the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation. Wow.
Catch and release.
Catch and release.
Run.
Well, yes. All right. Now, Senator Canavan, are you after the call? Is that the prompt to hand you a call? Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Deputy Chair.
Turn to questions about the transition package for live sheep exports. In particular, just want to start with, I believe that 2.3 million of the $139.7 million has been allocated to a company called Universal Media. Why are they getting that money? Who are they?
Certainly. Just bear with me, Senator. Happy to take questions in relation to that. So I think this covers territory that was canvassed in an earlier session today, actually, Senator. So I think you're referring to Universal McCann?
Yep.
Oh, McCann.
So that's the provider of advertising that the department used, and Universal McCann is the Australian government's mandatory and sole advertising agency for media buy and placements.
Okay. Are they an Australian company?
I can't speak to that. Sorry, Senator.
Maybe.
Is that the mandatory for the whole of government?
Yes, for whole of government.
All right. Okay. So there was no tender process as such. They just were appointed.
It's compulsory.
I think it's through a panel process. So
Hang on.
It's compulsory
mandatory or panel?
That doesn't sound like a panel
It's
process.
one or the other, I suppose, isn't it?
I think there's a single provider. Sorry.
Yeah, presumably. So you might not be, but the Department of Finance or something has
It's the
selected
Department of
this,
Finance.
has selected them, and that's it. No, and you don't have a choice. Okay, but you're not sure if they're an Australian company. And so they're placing ads.
Yes.
For you through what media are they placing ads?
Let me see if I've got detail available for you. So they're placing advertisements in radio, in newspapers, so print media, and some online.
Okay, and online through social media?
Yes.
YouTube?
Social media is the information I've got, and digital advertisements.
All right, okay. What geographic areas of the country are targeted through the advertising buy?
So I think part of in relation to the advertising, I think probably the first thing I'd say is that what was really clear from the independent panel process and engagement with industry subsequently was the importance of certainty in relation to the phase-out.
Sorry, Chair, but can I just bring it's a very simple question. Didn't ask
sorry.
about
I'm just providing some context.
What geographic areas of the country are these ads running?
Nationally.
Sorry?
It was national.
Running nationally. So you can get an ad in North Queensland about the live sheep transition.
I think except for North Queensland.
Sorry?
And Northern Territory.
Melbourne?
Yes.
And Sydney?
What are the content of the ads?
The advertising is simple and factual in nature. So it talks to the decision to phase out live sheep exports by sea by 2028, the transition assistance that's available, and where to find information in relation to the assistance.
Why would you be running an ad in Melbourne about the transition assistance available? Who in Melbourne is going to need that information?
Well, this goes to where I was going earlier, Senator, which is a recognition that the sheep industry is a national industry, and in terms of supply.
Okay, so how many people in Victoria do you expect to access the $139.7 million transition package?
Well, I can't comment specifically, Senator, but again, what I'd say is that the sheep industry is national, and we appreciate.
But this is about the live sheep industry.
Phasing out the sheep industry. The national sheep industry that you're talking about, is that what you're phasing out?
The sheep industry has an interest more broadly in what's happening in the industry. So we think it's important that the advertising is available to everyone who has an interest in the sheep industry.
So can you go through the suburbs of Melbourne, who you know you're spending taxpayers' money on this advertising campaign? Which suburbs in Melbourne, what percentage of citizens have an interest in the national sheep industry?
So
in Fitzroy.
So if we're talking about Melbourne, what I'd observe is that, again, there's a range of supply chain participants in Melbourne in the sheep industry.
Whereabouts?
I mean, the key point here, where is this being funded out of? The 2.3 million?
It's part of the overall package.
It's part of the package that the government has advertised as being support for the live industry, right? It's the live sheep export support package.
It's part of the 100.
So the government is advertising, we've allocated this money to support the live sheep industry, and we're going to use that money to advertise how good we are for shutting down your industry to people in Melbourne. That's what's happening here. The government is using funds that they otherwise have told farmers that are there to help them to try and promote their own policy across the country ahead of an election. That's what's happening here.
I don't think it's about advertising.
Well, Minister, you explain.
It's not unusual for government to advertise about decisions that have been made, which is obviously what we're doing. I haven't seen the content of the ads, but
you're taking
I imagine,
money out of the pocket of the live sheep industry to tell Greens voters in inner city eastern suburbs.
Vote for Labor.
We're communicating across the country about decisions that the government have made, which are important. So that is not an unusual proposition for government to do.
Just coming back then to what were the instructions given to Universal McCann around the geographic footprint of the ads? I mean, they've only got 2.3 million, so are they trying to spend it proportionally to where people live? Are there any particular focus areas, instructions you've given them
I've just
for their ad buy?
are running in North Queensland.
Yep, I know people who've seen them.
Okay.
So I'm just after the instructions that were given to Universal McCann about where to place these ads
I'm just
on a
seeing
geographic
if I've got
basis.
some information on that, Senator.
Would have thought that would be a key variable.
So maybe if I can start at a high level, the starting point from the department was that the information was to be simple and factual, point to the transition assistance that's available and point to where further information could be accessed. Universal McCann, the provider that we spoke about earlier, we then relied on their advice in terms of the more detailed approach to the placement of the advertising.
So you gave them no instruction about where the ads should be concentrated?
That's not what I said, Senator.
Okay, so what instruction did you give them about where the ads should be placed?
Senator, I can give an indication of where the majority of the advertising took place. So radio dominated most of the advertising, accounted for about sort of 3/4 of the cost you referred to earlier, and then sort of there was a handful of metro newspapers and of course rural print as well, and of course advertising. So the majority of the activity was through radio, and also the radio activity in Western Australia sort of was.
What were the metro newspapers?
I do have that.
Not that many, so you say metro, they're capital city-based newspapers. So what were they? What were those?
So there were 5 metro newspapers: the West Australian, Adelaide Advertiser, Melbourne Age, Sydney Morning Herald, and the Brisbane Courier Mail. And then there were 15 rural press and specialty publications as well.
Were they full-page ads, half-page ads? What was bought?
I'm not sure of the dimensions of the ad, but it was, as Mr. Lowe indicated, it was a simple factual assessment of the...
And the radio stations, were they sort of bulk bought through
Would have been through
Southern
Universal
Cross
McCann provider as
Sorry?
well. It would have been through Universal McCann.
Yeah, but I'm after exactly which radio stations were aired upon.
From memory, I think there were about 35 radio stations in WA, but I don't have the...
Any outside WA? Or?
We're happy to take that on notice.
Take it on notice.
Well, maybe if you come back to us later, we don't think we'll get much back on notice. What was I going to go to next? Oh, yes, the social media then. So was there any... You obviously can target social media quite concentratedly. Was there any instructions given to them about the social media spend and where that should focus?
I don't have details specifically on social media spend.
But surely you gave them, I mean, there must have been some kind of instructions, or a brief given. Was there a brief? You don't just hand over $2.3 million, presumably, and say, here, go and spend it the way you like.
Happy to answer that, Senators. Michelle Wellington, First Assistant Secretary, Strategy, Performance and Engagement. So the brief given to Universal McCann, who is the government's mandated advertising placement supplier, was the budget for the ad. The details around what the change in policy was about, the transition package was available, and the fact that it was to be simple, factual information. So it was just to be the fact that there had been a change in legislation, transition assistance was available, and pointing to the website. I would say that in terms of Universal McCann provided advice on the placement, that was based on the fact that based on feedback from the independent panel and from others, and we have certainly seen this play out in the press, that the sheep industry, what happens in WA does affect the sheep industry in other parts of Australia, and that extends to its supply chains, including financial, business advisors, investors, researchers, for example, and so that informed their decisions around advice to us around media placement.
Right, and I'll still come back to the fact, well, where are the social media ads going?
The social media ads were placed on Facebook and Instagram, and ads have run across Australia with the exception of North Queensland and Northern Territory. Senator, you made comment earlier in relation to having seen some ads in North Queensland. There were a couple of publications, press publications, where ads will have been seen because those publications operate on a syndicated basis only, and you cannot withdraw an ad from one particular region.
Right, but you can, obviously, on social media. I mean, just to be clear, you gave no instructions to Universal McCann that any proportion of this $2.3 million should be concentrated and maximise the potential for actual sheep farmers to see the ads. Was there any instruction given them that would maximise the chance for sheep farmers to see the ads?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, what was that?
Advice given to Universal McCann around the change in the policy included that majority of live sheep export by sea comes out of WA, and obviously there's then a supply chain that runs off the back of that that does have impacts across Australia. So that is why, as Mr Wong said, the majority of the advertising was placed in Western Australia.
What proportion of the advertising was in Western Australia?
76%.
Oh, in Western Australia. I still don't understand why millions of dollars then are being spent outside of Western Australia on this issue.
Senator, the budget... So I'd simply say again that the advertising was, it was information advertising, so it really had three key messages: a change, laws had been passed, transition assistance was available, and here's where to find it. I've already gone to the issues of placement. I'm sorry, I forgot your last question, Senator.
Well, I just don't understand it's not really for you, I suppose. Ultimately, it's for the government. I do not understand the rationale for taxpayer money to be spent on advertisements far from the industry itself. When these ads are about accessing assistance, almost no one in Eastern Australia is going to be accessing this assistance. The only rationale that you can come to, the only conclusion you can come to, is the government's using taxpayer money to help its re-election campaign. That's what's happening here. Well, clearly it is.
The nature of the advertising was very fact-based about how to provide more information. It's not unusual when a government makes a decision that they do advertise those decisions in terms of something as important as this, in terms of the access that those impacted are able to the availability that those people have access to support. That's what the government did in this regard. I think the department have talked through the process that they've gone through to reach that, which was a very thorough one.
Right. What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought, Minister. But well, is there a website the ads directed people to?
Yes, there is, Senator.
What's that website?
It's on the DAF website, and there's a URL that's specific to that, which contains all the information around the change, including the transition assistance, and also information around the co-design workshops, for example.
Okay, what's the website? What's the URL?
I can assist, Senator. It's agriculture.gov.au/2028.
Australia will phase out live sheep.
Just start playing the ad then. Have you got any examples of the ads for us?
Well, not ones that
you got the newspaper ads,
play.
obviously. Yeah, but you could presumably you've got the newspaper ads there.
I do have one copy of the press ad if you give me a moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want us to just tables?
Yeah, that'd be great. That's the easier way to do it. All right. Well, while we're doing that...
On the social media ad.
Okay, yep, good question.
Oh, sorry.
Defer to my colleague.
I can answer that. Sorry, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
I can answer that, Senator. So at the beginning of the campaign, which in the first session this morning I mentioned commenced on the 16th of December, we set a target of 6,944 clicks as a target for the campaign, which obviously completes this week. And it has achieved 17,389 clicks as of the 23rd of February. In terms of digital display ads, a target KPI of 17,442 clicks was set.
What's your address?
And the actual clicks is 30,599 as at the 23rd of February.
Taz, what's your address?
And are you able to ascertain of the likes of the shares, of the comments, where those people are located?
I would say I don't have that information at the moment, Senator, but as is usual practice after advertising, there is a full evaluation that is done.
Minister, isn't it correct that this was more about advertising to Green voters in inner city urban electorates on the East Coast, that you had shut down the live sheep trade and had provided some poultry assistance for the industry in Western Australia as a fulfilment of your election commitment and your far left-wing credentials, rather than actually supporting the agriculture industry in WA?
Well, there's just no basis for that claim, Senator Mackenzie.
Sorry.
As I said, it's not unusual
how many
for
sheep
government
farmers
to...
live in Collins Street?
I haven't finished.
Live in Macquarie Street.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. I think Senator Chisholm has a call. I'll come back to you. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Chair. As I said, it's not unusual for government, once decisions are made, to advertise those so that people can be informed of those decisions. I'm sure there's plenty of people in markets other than Western Australia that will be, interested in those developments, and it might be the case that a meat processor might see an opportunity and think that, well, this is something that maybe I can go to Western Australia and get involved with. So I think that it is important for government, and I'm sure that your government did this when they were in power as well.
We would never shut down
advertise government
industries.
Decisions
that
so that the public are informed of
to
those
the Liberal and the National Party.
and have the opportunity to engage with the department on the opportunity that's available as we transition away from live sheep exports.
Well, if we win the next election, we won't be transitioning away from live sheep exports. The trade will be reinstated and we will have very grateful partners in the Middle East as a result.
Well, your own deputy said that it's a industry in terminal decline, and that's what the Liberal
that
deputy
she's
leader said.
actually revised her outlook.
All right, come on, let's get back to Senator Canavan.
Yep. Have you done for the social media ads? Have you
I think
gone?
you're laughing about people going out of work.
No, we're laughing at the deputy leader.
No, you're laughing at people losing.
No, we're laughing at your deputy leader.
So,
all right. Senator Canavan has a call, everyone.
You take
a bit of order, please. Senator Canavan.
For the social media ads, has the department done any analysis of who viewed the ads, like their ages, their locations, etc., the kind of tools you can use with social media?
Senator, as I mentioned to Senator Mackenzie just a moment ago, as with all advertising, there will be full analysis done at the completion of advertising. Though I can tell you what data I do have now before me is that the social media ads have reached, as at the 23rd of January, 426,025 people.
400,000. So do you have a breakdown on where those people lived?
No, I don't, Senator.
Okay. Well, I've got some documents here that I'd like to table. Just got another one coming through to you. So as they're coming off the printer, thankfully Facebook allow you to do this. I don't understand why you haven't been able to do this from now. My office has been able to. You can go to the ads that you've placed on Facebook and have a look at where people have looked at. This one particular ad had over 1 million impressions, and 46% of the people who viewed the ad were in New South Wales. 19% in Victoria and just 16% in Western Australia. Wow. How have you allowed a situation to emerge where an ad, which is notionally about shutting down a Western Australian industry, has ultimately been seen by people, but more than 80% of the spend has gone to people outside of Western Australia?
Well, I don't think you should assume based on one ad, Senator Canavan.
Okay, I've got more. There's more coming.
I'm happy to, but look, I'm not an expert on digital or social advertising, but
maybe you should.
I understand that they do a range of ads that reach different people as how they're targeted. So I think it's difficult just to pull out one example and extrapolate that.
Well, it would be better if your department had done their, like I've been able to do this, just what my office has, I should say. Excellent work from my office.
Well done.
And I've got them all now, and all of them show this exact same pattern, where the vast majority goes to New South Wales and Victoria, and only a minimal amount to Western Australia. I just ask again, I mean, why hasn't the department looked at this to see where the spend was going and see if it was value for money? This would clearly be a metric. If the objective here is to advertise assistance packages, which are, let's face it, going to be 98-99% of people are going to be West Australian accessing these packages. Why hasn't the advertisements been skewed towards the people that could access the transition you're advertising? Anyone got an answer to this?
So I'd probably start by saying again that it's not that the department hasn't done that. It's that the department, in the normal course of proceedings, would evaluate these sorts of things post the advertising being completed.
Why aren't you doing it live? I mean, I do this live. When we boost ads, we look at it live. You can do that. Like, this is public, right? Why hasn't anyone in the department? How many people are actually overseeing? How many people are overseeing this ad campaign in the department?
There's one person in the department who is working with the Mr. Lowe's team in terms of the campaign. But what I would say is that in addition to evaluation at the end of a campaign, Universal McCann, as the placement agency, do monitor performance of campaigns on the way through, and As they monitor that performance, if they feel that it's not on track to achieve KPIs, they will recommend changes to that campaign. I'm not aware that there has been any advice.
Well, maybe there needs to be some training within the public service about this, because if we're going to spend millions of dollars on social media, I just cannot fathom why people aren't using the basic tools that are available to look at this. So this is publicly available information, and you'd have even greater insights on the account that you've placed the ad with. But particularly given this issue is clearly geographically concentrated in this country, you should be tracking where people are looking at the ad, and we've found 4 different ads. How many ads did you place on Facebook or Instagram or through Meta for this campain?
There were 8 social media posts, Senator.
Well, we've got 4 here. All of them show this pattern. So no one, did they all start on the same date, or were they staggered?
I don't have the information in front of me.
One of them, at least one, started on a day later. Others started on the 15th of December. It's not clear why did you place 3 separate ads on the 15th of December? What was the reason for that?
I refer to my earlier response, Senator, that the specific placement recommendations were made by Universal McCann.
Well, that's not good enough an answer, because this is taxpayer money, and so we need to know that. I also want to know, were in any of these ads, were they at all geographically targeted, or were they just national?
I would have to get that information for you, Senator.
So you don't know? You don't know I don't understand this, that we give away $2.3 million and this company can spend it as they like. You don't know whether Universal McCann geographically targeted any of these ads.
I don't know myself, Senator. I'm very happy to find out that information. But what I would say is that Universal McCann, like other media placement agencies, this is their core business. They have expertise in the field, and the commercial sector as well as government engage with their services because they do have that expertise, and we therefore rely on that advice.
This is a shocking waste of taxpayer money. Sorry.
I just had a follow-up. Mr Lowe, you said that this was a national campaign because it's a national sheep industry, the supply chain is national, there are impacts and flow-on impacts to the closure of the live sheep trade in Western Australia that would be felt in Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane. Am I reflecting your comments broadly earlier?
I characterise my comments as public information advertising in terms of how I referred to it, and I would reflect my comments as indicating an interest, a national interest.
So it's not that people will be impacted?
I think it's fair to say that the impacts will be primarily felt in WA.
Yeah, I'll just, when you get back to the office, or maybe one of your staff back in the office could actually send you what you actually did say, because I did hear you say supply chain on the East Coast would be impacted. I just want to clarify that this transition assistance package are people within the national sheep industry able to apply for it?
So there'll be elements of the transition assistance package that will have national impacts.
So sheep producers on the East Coast will be able to apply for support through the transition assistance package?
So not in that sense, okay, Senator, but what
supply chain?
So what I would say is that there are a number of elements or initiatives in the package that will have a national benefit for the sheep industry, particularly those related to stimulating demand internationally. And I'll ask Mr Blong.
I don't want to go through those pieces. I want to understand if the money from the transition assistance package will be going to entities or individuals, businesses outside of Western Australia.
So So if we talk about, for
Yes or
example,
no?
the out...
It's yes or no?
Well, it's not a yes or no.
It actually is.
No, it's not. The Assistant
Is it
Secretary-
cauterised to support Western Australian businesses and entities, or is this transition assistance going to be available in some way to entities, businesses or individuals outside of Western Australia?
So maybe if I can provide a little bit further detail on how the package is structured, because I think that goes to the substance of your question, Senator. So
I love it.
there's...
Tell me what my question is.
So there's elements of the package that are about increasing sheep processing capacity.
Where?
And
Across the
assisting
country or just in WA?
So if I can just finish, Senator. So assisting sheep producers and supply chain businesses to transition from live sheep exports by sea. So those components are the $45.5 million, which is working with producers and supply chain to prioritise transition actions. So that's the subject of the co-design work, and that's focused on WA, though we don't want to presuppose exactly what comes from the co-design process, Senator. There's $40 million, which is around grants to expand onshore processing supply chain capacity, such as capital upgrades in processing facilities, expanding cold storage and feedlotting. That was the subject of a federal financial arrangement with the Western Australian Government, so that is primarily focused on WA. There's additional funding for the Rural Financial Counselling Service in WA, that's $2.4 million, and that is obviously primarily focused on WA, and likewise $1.5 million to strengthen community resilience.
Is the strengthen communities, sorry, when you said likewise, did you mean that's
That's
for
focused
WA
on WA.
communities?
And that is also subject of the
So
funding
let's-
arrangement with the WA government.
Thank you for the context. And so to go back to my original question, the abattoir component, will that be available to entities outside of WA?
We don't expect that to be the case.
You don't expect, but it won't be closed off. Will that be a component?
Well, it's focused on WA, and
unlike your advertising, but yes.
And likewise, the co-design, the $45.5 million is also focused on WA.
Can you guarantee that the abattoir support,
Yes, the
Won't.
$40 million.
the $40 million, the
Is for
abattoir
WA.
support, will only be spent for WA?
Yes.
Right. There was some capital works, the next one. Can you guarantee that that will only be spent in WA? Sorry, you ran through about 4 or 5.
Well, I think we're talking about the one I just... The $40 million, the capital works, that's
For
the one I'm
abattoirs, then-
talking about.
and
is focused on
feedlots,
WA.
and feedlots?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. That will only be spent in WA, is my question. Yes or no?
That's the one that's subject to the federal funding agreement with the Western Australian Government. So it'll be what follows through from that.
Secretary, this isn't a difficult question. It's either will entities, individuals or businesses outside of WA be able to apply for this stream of funding, yes or no?
Well, that's a negotiation with the Western Australian Government. We did talk about national supply chain. If we're supporting the broader outcomes, we would expect most of the money to go to WA, but if there are solutions that will help the industry more broadly, then we're open to understanding what that is. But the federal funding agreement is with the Western Australian Government. And the whole idea of the co-design workshop is to ask the local industry players what they want to invest the money in.
Yeah, and we've all been around long enough to know that you can talk to the locals, you can get their ideas, and then it's structured in a way that the money doesn't go where people expect it to go. Like we're seeing, the $2.3 million advertising campaign is primarily being read by East Coast capital cities, not people in WA.
But the point that I'm...
And what I want to make sure is that the transition assistance that the government's put on the table actually goes to Western Australian communities, Western Australian farmers and Western Australian industry. And I am yet to get a confident answer from either yourself, Secretary, or Mr Lowe on whether that will be the case. Can you guarantee that?
So the $45.5 billion, Senator,
yep,
is subject to the co-design process. So
you can't guarantee it?
Well, what I would say is that it's in the it's from the feedback we receive from producers and supply chain participants that have participated in the co-design process as to how that money is allocated, and they have, I think, the right expertise and wisdom in terms of how that money should be directed.
The other monies?
The $40 million is the subject of the federal funding agreement and is focused on WA.
But you can't guarantee that it'll be spent in WA. That would also depend on your co-design process.
No, that $40 million is not subject to the co-design process.
So the government will get to decide where that goes, or is that the funding agreement with WA?
The WA government will be making decisions about through a grant.
Is there
process.
another bucket of money?
There is a separate stream of funding around enhancing market demand, which is where we started and where my comments started in relation to initiatives that would support the broader sheep industry in Australia. So,
how much is that in that one, Mr Lowe?
27 million. Okay.
And will that be available to entities, individuals, businesses outside of Western Australia?
So maybe if I speak to...
I'm going to get this made up.
It is?
Yes. Some of that is for Meat and Livestock Australia, for example, which is a national entity, and some of it is for agriculture councillors in international postings.
Mm-hmm.
So literally, not all of that goes to WA, but it all goes to the benefit of the broader industry.
Of the sheep industry.
Yep.
So those are the three streams. Any other streams?
There's two streams. There's the capacity enhancement and assisting producers. There's enhancing market demand, and as was provided to this committee in previous estimates, a policy and oversight
Mr
program
Lowe,
as well.
the 45.5, the 40, the 27, is there any other money?
There is.
Could you read it out
the
to me, Mr. Lowe?
$15.4 million policy and oversight
15.4? Will any of that money be spent outside of WA?
Essentially, yes, it's to support broader programs.
Okay.
So things like the Transition Advocate, for example,
Thank
who is based in WA.
Thank you. Is there any other money?
They're the key funding streams.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to check, going back to these ads, are these ads still active on Meta?
The campaign concludes on the 28th of February, Senator.
Oh, okay, in like a few days' time. And there's no plans to spend any more on social media, that's it?
No, there's no plans to extend.
Right, okay. I mean, it's still not too late. I mean, you said earlier that the majority of the spend had been in WA, but clearly on social media, the majority is not. So,
you can conclude that.
Well, it is.
Well, that's like $100.
This is like
Okay.
$300. Like what you've identified are only very small.
These are the ads. They're on your department's website. Part of Meta. They're on. I can send the link to you, Minister, if you like.
I don't think it's very clear. I don't want to discredit the work of your office, Matt, which was very diligent of them. But I would point out that the social media spend was a very small component, and what you've identified here was a very small component of a small component.
Well,
so I don't think we should necessarily base too much off the diligence
clearly,
work
Minister,
of the office.
Someone's dropped the ball. There's not even any analysis done of this. This is live data. Unfortunately, there's only a few days left of the campaign, but it would have been much better if the department had been tracking this earlier, and they could have adjusted this. You can adjust those ads during the campaign and still with a few days left, Secretary, I think it'd be worthwhile having a review of this, because this is clearly not in the best interests of Australian taxpayers, this money to being spent in the parts of the country where the assistance packages are not going to be of any worse. I mean, we may as well be advertising in Tuvalu for this, right? Like, they're going to have as much interest in this as some parts of Sydney and Melbourne. It is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so I wanted to go to the meetings on the co-design process. Apparently a number of workshops have been occurring. How many...
East Coast?
No, I think they're in WA. How many workshops, co-design workshops, have been conducted?
So, I might ask Mr. Blom.
15, Senator.
15. How many people came along?
We've had over 240, Senator.
Okay. Do you track whether or not any of the 240 are farmers, local community? Is there any evidence of that?
Yes, so I guess proportionally about 72% were farmers identified as farmers, producers or growers, 10% from wool industry, including brokers, shearers and testers, 4.5% farm consultants, advisors or counsellors, 2% sort of cartage or shiploading, so transport sector, 2.9% from the research academia, 2.9% from the processor exporter, 1.7% from vet, veterinary services, 1.7% from local state government, 1% from sort of feed suppliers, and sort of another category.
Okay.
I should also note, Senator, that many participants sort of wore multiple hats, so they were sort of part of perhaps a producer, but also potentially sort of on the local council or a grower group or a sort of industry advisory group as well. So we found that a lot of participants wore multiple hats.
Did you approach any industry organisations, farming organisations to help promote these events?
We did. We worked through a number of peak industry bodies, both to seek their advice on how to approach the co-design process, but also to seek their assistance in providing us with potential participants for the co-design process.
Did those organisations help advertise the events?
I'll defer to Mr. Blong.
Yeah, so we're aware many of them sort of, many of the peak groups passed on the registration invitation to members or others that they thought might.
How did you advertise the events?
We didn't advertise explicitly. We sent invitations and then.
You didn't advertise?
Not publicly. It wasn't sort of a town hall style meeting. There were sort of co-design workshops. So usually about 20 people or so would attend each co-design workshop, rather than sort of open forums.
Why can't farmers come along and participate? It's like, yeah. So you're advertising in Sydney about the assistance package, but there was no advertising in country Western Australia to come along to these workshops. Not at all. No spending at all.
Sorry.
There was no advertising, Senator. I think we're talking about two separate things, though. Co-design is a process where it's really important to ensure that individual participants have the opportunity to contribute and their voices are heard. So we followed the advice of our co-design advisors and industry experts in ensuring that the forums were 20 to 25 people. It provided the opportunity in the time that we had to ensure that those individual voices were heard and avoided, I guess, what would probably characterise more broadly as information presenting, which is what can happen when you've got a larger forum.
Yeah, okay. So you wanted to avoid people being able to make a point. That's
change of minister.
That's what this
Senator
was.
Watt
This was about denying people a voice. Hang on, Chair.
I'm not going to lecture.
I'm
not going to lecture.
You're quick to have a go at us.
Yeah.
I don't know why everyone's just
getting a bit defensive. No. Clearly he interrupted me, Caroline.
Thank you, everyone. Order.
Insert
just one at a
Salmon
time.
for live sheep.
Just just one at a time. Now, I don't know, Minister, you were saying something, and
no, I was saying something. I had the call.
If misrepresentation is going to occur, I'm going to intervene.
That is not a point of order. Misrepresentation is not a point of order. You can respond.
Order. Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Senator McKenzie, your colleague has the call. Thank you, Senator Canavan.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, where were these meetings held?
Welcome back, Senator Steele.
We can run through the towns, Senator.
Yeah, go for it.
But maybe if I can just refer.
No, can we just?
Well, I think it's really important to say that the focus
Mr. Lowe,
was.
I think you're enjoying this, aren't you?
Well, Senator McKenzie.
The question was where. Can we just get a list of the towns?
Sorry, just stop interrupting. Senator Canavan.
Can we just get a list of the towns, please?
Okay,
That's all I want.
Can I just have a bit of order?
We'll run through
I don't want any more gumph. I don't want any more useless explanation. I just want the towns.
Can we just get some order, please? Thank you, Senator Brown. Thank you, Senator Brown.
Yep.
Hang on, Mr. Lowe. Just
the towns, Mr. Lowe. That's the question.
For a moment.
Where are the
Can I
towns?
just get everyone to shut up for a minute? Now,
Chair,
one at a time.
that's unparliamentary.
Senator asks questions.
Clear
the witnesses have an opportunity to respond. Let's just do it in an orderly manner, okay? Thank you. Now, Mr. Lowe, please answer Senator Canavan's question.
We'll run through the locations now, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in week 1, which was the week of the 3rd of February.
Sorry.
So I'm just going through week 1.
Yeah, week 1. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
So that was the
We're
week
going,
of the
that's
3rd.
not a towel.
The week of the 3rd of February. Perth, Esperance, Lake Grace, Narrogin, Darkin, Kujanap, Cranbrook, Albany. And then week 2, which is the week of the 17th of February, Perth, Moora, Narrogin, York, Boyanup, and then 2 in Fremantle.
Right. So some of those are relatively small towns. So let's say Gunjamup. How many people did you have for that one?
We had 18, I believe, Senator.
18. And how were they? So they're chosen effectively, the 18. You chose them.
Not directly, Senator, no. So, as
But it's invite only.
That's generally the target we were looking for in terms of participation.
So what if someone turns up outside of the people who are invited? Were they allowed in?
So certainly the workshops I attended, no one was sort of prevented from entering. There was a requirement that you had to register, so we had people's details. And I think, across the couple of weeks, there are some very rare instances where there might have been some unannounced sort of arrivals that sort of registered on arrival, but the vast majority who participated registered in advance.
So we've received complaints from people on the ground. They only found out a few hours before, 24 hours before. Why are you trying to hide from the people that are being impacted by a decision to shut down their industry?
There's just no evidence.
Well, there is. It was only invitations.
They're talking about the co-design process that they're going through in terms of developing their process, which is what they've talked through about how they're approaching that, Senator Canavan.
Well, people are already upset, obviously, that the government has decided to shut down their industry. They get doubly upset then when it would appear that they have an agenda to hide from them or seek to limit their feedback on a program that's meant to be for them. And they're then getting millions of dollars siphoned off to spend ads in Sydney and Melbourne. You can understand why people get very angry here. Which agricultural organisations participated in the workshops?
Senator, if I can make a general comment first, there are probably some we can refer to, but one of the principles of the co-design process was that the privacy of individual participants and the confidentiality.
All right, I'm not asking specific. Did any industry, farming representative bodies participate?
Yes.
Right, how many?
Look, across the couple of weeks we were there, we would have had probably the order of 24 sort of separate organisations.
Organisations or people from the organisations? So 24 different farming representative organisations? That seems a lot.
So national, state, local government agencies, things like that.
My question was about farming organisations.
Well,
how many farming organisations participated?
So there'd be some national organisations are present and then quite a large number of state-based organisations, and they weren't directly agriculture related, they were sort of related to the supply chain. So
yeah, when I come back to my question, how many farming organisations participated?
I'll have to come back to you with the exact number, but as Mr. Lowe indicated...
I mean, my understanding is, or at least the large ones boycotted them, is that correct?
We're aware that Australian Livestock Exporters Corporation made a public statement that indicated they wouldn't participate, but I'm not aware of other public statements.
Why didn't they participate?
I'd have to refer to their public statement. It's all the information.
Did you reach out to them to discuss the matter, or
has
anyone called them? Or?
They were invited, and they responded indicating that they wouldn't be willing to participate in the process.
Has anyone in the department tried to call ALEC and speak?
I'd have to check, Senator.
You have to check. Have you? Who's ultimately responsible here? Who's the top guy?
Well, I think, Senator, we want to respect that they made their position quite clear in relation to their participation.
All right, Mr. Blong, have you tried to call ALEC?
No, Senator.
Mr. Lowe, have you tried to call ALEC?
I have not.
Unbelievable. Have you prepared a report on this on the workshops, or are you going to prepare a report, or have you?
So the co-design workshops have only recently concluded. There's still another forum to be held later this week, and subsequent to that, a report will be provided or be prepared. Sorry.
Will that report be made public?
That'll be a matter which we'll brief the Minister on and will be subject to her decision making.
Right, okay. All right, so I'll move on. Yes, you can.
The Department's Senate estimates brief from November last year states, and I quote, Minister Collins considers the co-design process is important to increase the alignment of assistance with transition needs. Is this alignment when farmers don't even know when these farmers forums are on in their own local district? Wow. And they only hear by word of mouth that their opportunity to participate?
Well, I think the department have talked through the thorough process they've been doing with the co-design process. I know that policy formulation is not something that you turn your mind to very often, Senator McKenzie, but it is something this government takes
Personal
seriously.
Personal attacks seem to be your last line of defence.
What we're doing in
government.
regards to the co-design process in WA is thorough. I think the department have talked through what they've done and the work that's been undertaken in recent weeks, and that's what the government expects of them, to do a professional and thorough job on that.
Secretary, the brief goes on to say, we will welcome the involvement of a wide range of organisations and individuals in the process. Is a process that you've heard your officers outline welcoming to those farmers and people affected by this policy to have a say on how they need, what they need from transition assistance?
I'm satisfied that we've taken a comprehensive approach to this, and wide is both affected farmers, communities and the broader supply chain, recognising that there is an investment process, including with the Western Australian Government, in those supply chain elements that Mr Lowe referred to.
Did you want me to keep going? I'm happy to keep going.
I move different, well, same broad topic.
No, it's the same topic.
But I can keep going.
Yep.
So just referring to some Live Corp and MLA surveys. They've done a number of national surveys in recent years, but a recent one was published or released in November 2024. That survey showed that 78% of respondents agree that live export makes a positive contribution to Australia. It's up 6% since 2019. And that 76% agreed the benefits outweigh the costs of live exports. Is the department aware, or the government or department aware of these surveys?
I'm not aware of those specific surveys, Senator.
Anyone? No.
Senator, I'm sort of aware of sort of public commentary, including from industry groups around sentiment, but I'm not sure.
But you haven't gone through, had a look at the report, or you've seen the reports but haven't asked for the actual survey results?
We're certainly aware of the reports in general. We know that there are, and we've made this point on record at this committee, that a substantial proportion of live animal export continues, and that's cattle by sea and also other live export by air. So we're aware of the importance of other aspects of the industry.
I mean, it's just interesting because I know the Minister has at times used RSPCA surveys to promote the end of live sheep exports as a justification. But it would appear that the government and the department here are consistently just ignoring evidence that is to the contrary of their position. I don't understand even the just lack of inquisition here into these results, so that I can probably take it the department has never briefed the minister about these surveys that are done by a government agency, LiveCorp and MLA. You've never. These are actually government, rather than using the animal activist surveys from the AUSPCA. The department have you ever briefed the minister about these results that are produced by government agencies?
I think I'd have to take that on notice,
Right.
Senator.
Okay. Another unbelievable result.
Okay. Do you want me to do the next one?
Yeah, you can go for it. Yep.
Thank you. I wanted to go to the expert advice around the phase-out deadline and ignoring the warnings that rushing the process would have negative impacts on the sheep and wool industry more broadly. My understanding is the department, you commissioned market analysis firm Episode 3 to produce a report on the phase-out of live sheep, yes?
I think it was the independent panel that commissioned that work. So
okay. Thank you for that clarification. That Episode 3 report warned that there would be adverse consequences for the WA sheep and wool industry if the phase-out was rushed, noting a time frame of 8 to 12 years. With the rush time frame and the WA sheep flock declining by 25% last year and shorn wool now at the lowest level in a century, aren't we currently witnessing those adverse consequences that were warned about in the independent panel's own report?
So what we're seeing in WA, I think, is producers making decisions based on the commitment to phase out live sheep by seed by 2028, and we've certainly heard that through the co-design workshops that producers make actively considering the implications for their farming system currently. What I would also say, though, is that the transition package that we talked about earlier, Senator, and the co-design process is focused on supporting producers and supply chain participants with options and measures that will support the sheep industry in WA going forward.
I'm sure they'll be comforted by that, Mr Lowe. Minister, the director of Episode 3, Matt Dalgleish, was quoted in an article in The Australian earlier this month and said this about the government's phase-out time frame. To try to force it into a 3-year period is incredibly problematic. If we continue to witness the adverse impact we're seeing now in the sheep and wool industry, and if this situation continues to worsen, is the government open to reconsidering the legislated time frame of the 1st of May 2028, given the advice from the expert panel and the Episode 3 report?
Thanks, Senator Mackenzie. The government's obviously took its position to the last 2 elections. The Parliament has now legislated for that 1 May 2028 end date. That is something that the government is committed to. Obviously, the work that we're doing as part of the transition package is really important. I think the department have done a good job talking to how active they have been on that. I know Minister Collins, since he took over, has also been to Western Australia and engaged with sheep producers on the ground. And that is still the view of the government, that we stick to that timetable, hence why we've got that transition package in place and the work that is going into it.
So despite the advice from your own independent panel and the report and the negative consequences we're seeing on the ground, what sort of will the government need to see before it rethinks its much shortened timeframe from the recommended timeframe from the report?
Well, I think it just
what sort of
goes
level
to-
of economic, social dislocation and devastation will you need as evidence that you may need to extend the phase-out timeframe?
Well, I disagree with that assessment, Senator McKenzie, and the government have been clear about what we want to do, which is support the industry transition, which is why we've put the $139 million on the table to assist in doing that, working constructively with the Western Australian government and also the co-design process that the department have talked through. That's the work that we are focused on. We understand that it's important, and that's what we want to continue to deliver on.
Mm. Minister. As we know, on the 3rd of June last year, former Minister Watt instructed the Standing Committee on Agriculture to consider the government's legislation to ban the live sheep export industry and gave that committee 3 weeks to provide its advice. So there was less than 1 week for public submissions. 13,000 were received, and unlike many of us that participate in these committees, they weren't form letters. When the committee inquiry held its only WA public hearing at Muresk, thousands of farmers turned out to protest, and I was there to support them, as many of my National Party colleagues were, including Mia Davies. The committee's advisory report was released in June last year. It's taken until February this year, 8 months later, and after the legislation's been rammed through the Senate. What a mockery of Parliament for the government to publish its response. And the response is just a single page. So thousands of farmers, 13,000 submissions within 1 week, absolutely lacking in empathy and detail that this decision of government requires as a matter of courtesy and respect. With this one-page response, when it comes to the decision to ban live sheep export, why is this government continuing to treat the people impacted by this decision and regional WA with such contempt? 1 page, 13,000 submissions, 1,000 people rocking up to Muresk from a state as large as WA, and they travelled all night to get there.
Well, I completely disagree with your characterisation there, Senator McKenzie. I think the government and the department have been very thorough in the work that we're doing to support the industry. The legislation has passed, that has gone through the Parliament. Our focus is now on doing what we can to support that industry transition. The department have talked through the thorough process that they've done in terms of working with the industry over there. I know that Minister Collins is engaged in that as well. We want to ensure that we do what we can, including the additional of new money that the Minister announced when she was over there of $32.7 million to help transition the industry. That's what we're focused on, that's what we're delivering on, that's what the government department have been here answering questions on today about the thorough work we're doing to support the industry transition.
So, Minister, you don't see a one-page response to those 13,000 submissions and the people that attended the 1 day of hearings that we had in WA, a one-page response to the myriad of concerns they raised as contemptuous?
Well, what I would respond with, Senator McKenzie, is the overwhelming work that the department are doing in regards to this issue. You might want to single out one particular response. What we're here talking about today is the thorough response that the government have put forward, led by Minister Collins, and that the department are working on in a very, very thorough manner that we believe is really important for Western Australia and the industry.
Can we get that government response up, please? I'll just revisit this when I've got the 1 page in front of me. Thank you.
Look, I just wanted to go to a delegation of government officials and importers from Morocco who visited Western Australia recently. They were hosted by the Australian Livestock Exporters Council. Did anyone from the Federal Department of Agriculture come to meet that Moroccan delegation?
Not that I'm aware.
Someone coming to the table.
Yeah, we can ask our import and export related business.
Hi, Senator Andrew McDonald, First Assistant Secretary of Plant and Live Animal Exports, Welfare and Regulation Division. And yes, Senator, there was a virtual meeting of the delegation from Morocco, albeit those officials were at the invite and were being hosted by the live export industry.
Right, so you had a separate meeting with them, is that right, online? Or?
Not me personally, but some members of the department did, and it was a virtual online meeting, yes,
okay.
Senator.
So, and that was not, that did include the Australian Live Exporters Council. It was just a bilateral meeting between yourselves and
I wouldn't want to say who was in the room on their side, but it was relevant officials from the department on our side.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What did the Moroccan delegation say to the government?
So it was in respect to the recent finalisation of protocols for the export of livestock to Morocco, and about the arrangements needed to put in place, trade to commence following that execution of that protocol that just occurred before Christmas, Senator.
So my understanding is that the Moroccan delegation told Australian live sheep exporters that they believe Morocco can take up to 100,000 sheep per year, live sheep per year. Is that something they discussed with you or the department?
Not to my knowledge, but that would be a commercial decision, Senator.
Well, obviously it won't be a commercial decision post 2028. The head of the Moroccan delegation was quoted during the trip saying, "The Australian market presents considerable advantages in terms of health conditions and animal welfare, volume and logistics." The department has constantly been, in the last few years, saying how this is a declining industry, but how is that consistent with customers overseas lauding our market and wanting to take a lot more sheep?
I wouldn't say the department has been saying it's a declining industry. The department has been talking about the trade numbers overall, and the department has always said that the year on year the trade numbers fluctuate depending on broader economic conditions and trade activity that's happening in the global marketplace.
Maybe we should rephrase it. The government definitely has been saying it's a declining industry. The department's sort of given them moral support on that, quoting those figures. But yeah, I suppose I'd ask the Minister, do you believe that the demand for live sheep is still declining globally?
Well, that's the evidence that's been before us in this committee previously, is my understanding, Senator Cameron, and was certainly the case under the decade of your government, as highlighted by your deputy leader.
Well, have you met with the Moroccans here to discuss this issue?
It's not something that's come across my desk, no, Senator Cameron.
I'm just turning now to apparently, tragically, an abattoir in Salmon, small town in WA, has shut recently. 60 people lost their job. Are you aware of this, the meatworks closing there?
We are aware, Senator, of that closure.
Have you had discussions with Minerva Foods about the reasons for that?
My group hasn't had discussions.
Senator Tom Black, Exports and Veterinary Services, we didn't have any discussions with Minerva before they made their announcement around closing the Salmon facility.
Have you had any discussions since?
No, Senator, they've made a commercial decision. If they come back to the department in terms of export registration and seeking to commence operation, we'll, as we do with any approaches, supply regulatory staff as required.
Well, just Matt Delguiche has apparently been quoted linking the the closure of the abattoir would reduce lamb and sheep supply as farmers downsize their flocks because of the live sheep ban. I suppose I wonder why hasn't the department reached out? There's obviously potentially a link. I don't know myself without speaking to them, but it just, again, it comes back to the fact that the government, the department seems to want to blind itself to any evidence that might call into question this policy. Given the interest of this assistance package, apparently one of the things you want to do is actually expand meat processing in WA. Here you've got a meat processor actually falling over. Why hasn't anyone reached out to them and to understand why that has happened and why it could be avoided in the future? Or you want growth, apparently. But
Deputy Chair, we've been on the record at estimates, and I can quote some figures as well, that WA sheep meat exports in 2024 were valued at $634 million, which is the second highest on record. And we've also led evidence in the past that long-term global demand for sheep meat is expected to increase, and sheep meat exports are worth $4.8 billion in 24-25. So, on one hand, the economic data suggests growing markets, second highest on record for WA, and some of that work that Mr Lowe referred to with Western Australian government looks at very specific Western Australian supply chain issues and investments, but that's about how do we facilitate investment decisions rather than make them directly ourselves, but looking at those global figures about sheep meat exports. And you've also heard today from ABARES around the broader market drivers for not just sheep meat but also wool. So we're very aware of global trends, and then we're looking at national data as well as state data. So all of that suggests that long-term demand is increasing, and with meat and livestock projecting a sheep meat rise by 7% for domestic, that's why our package looks at WA industry conditions, international markets through MLA and Austrade, as well as domestic markets. So that's really the role of the department in this space.
But I suppose the issue is, I mean, the problem is the herd is reducing quite substantially. Is that correct in WA? The sheep herd size is falling quite a lot.
This is where I may need ABARES to help, but the Australian sheep flock is above both 5 and 10-year averages, 70.5 million. And then
Western Australia?
That's Australian, not Western Australia.
Yeah.
We know that sheep production in WA is interconnected with other farming systems. So we know that sheep meat exports in WA are second highest on record. The sheep flock numbers in WA, I think, are lower, but in the context of a higher national level. But
but the problem is, I mean, presumably some of the sheep meat export numbers in WA would be reflecting the decisions to reduce the flock herd, to reduce the size.
Yeah,
so they might not be sustainable.
But my evidence is it's the second highest on record.
That's the exports. But if the herd is reducing, I've got someone saying here the state sheep flock has shrunk by a third in 2 years.
Yep.
Is that close? I mean, that's someone in the industry saying that.
I think our ABARES colleague...
That's livestock industry analyst Matt Dalgeish that I quoted earlier. He says the flock's shrunk by a third in 2 years.
So we don't have... Those aren't our figures, Senator, so we can't confirm them.
Well, what are the figures?
I would say, based on the co-design workshops that I participated in, is that producers are making decisions at the moment in relation to their flock and their farming system. So, and we know that some of them are choosing to downsize their flocks in WA, and that obviously is something that is on the forefront of producers' minds at the moment.
Well, that's not what was promised or not what was predicted when the decision was made or being considered to shut the trade down. There was all roses here from officials saying it'll be fine, there's increased demand for exports. Is this unexpected then, that we're seeing such large reductions in flock numbers in WA?
As I said, I'm not in a position to confirm those figures that you've mentioned, Senator. Certainly we would have anticipated that producers and supply chain participants would be making decisions on the basis of adjustment, and obviously that points to the transition package and the importance of having tailored supports across a range of different areas in supporting that adjustment.
Well, I mean, I suppose now that would seem that there has been large reductions in. Well, I just want to ask, ABARES doesn't collect any numbers on this?
Yeah, so Dave Galliano, ABARES. So yeah, look, the latest number we've got for the WA flock is an ABS number from 21-22, so it's a little bit old. That was 12.4 million head. We don't have a WA number ourselves, but we know of other numbers out there. So there's the Australian, Wool Producers Forecasting Committee. They've got their number, and they're saying it's down a few percent this year compared to last year. But we don't have a number ourselves, no.
Well, I've got here that the Australian Wool Production Forecasting Committee says that it's about 6 million head now, which would be a 50% drop, consistent with Mr Dalguish's statement.
Maybe we need to confirm some numbers. The numbers I've got here is 10.2 million head, down 4.2% from 23-24, but perhaps we can go away and confirm numbers.
Numbers I have in front of me here. It's a bit of a shame, given the decisions being made, that we're not doing more to keep up-to-date data on that. I suppose the question then is, if the herd size does reduce against the expectations or against what we've been told it would happen, what are the knock-on effects here? Are there issues for the wool industry then, if there's a lower herd size in WA?
So again, what I would say, Senator, is that, as we've heard through the co-design workshops, sheep producers exist within a supply chain, as you've outlined, and there'll be a range of implications across the supply chain. And that's why, for the co-design process that we've been undertaking currently, that we have ensured that there is broad representation across the supply chain in terms of participation, so that all of those various interests can be canvassed.
Right, but have you done any analysis of what sort of critical mass is required to maintain a viable wool industry in WA? If those figures are true, and as I said, not just me, there's a livestock analyst being quoted in the ABC, there's a 50% drop. That is severe. So at what point will it start affecting the viability of the broader wool industry?
Yeah, and as my colleague said, we're not in a position to interrogate those numbers, but I think again, what I would say is that in relation to critical mass, I'm not aware of any analysis we've done in relation to that, but what we are being led by is the expertise and the insights of those who have participated in the co-design process in relation to what the impacts might be, what decisions they're making, and what options might assist going forward as part of the transition package.
Have you spoken to the Wool Producers Representative Body recently?
Wool Producers Australia. I'm just trying to think. Yes, I have.
In recent times? Yeah.
Yes.
And what are they concerned about the impacts?
So they're certainly flagging an interest, and as a consequence of that, and I might just get Mr. Bond to speak to this in more detail, but we're holding a dedicated co-design workshop focused on the wool industry. That was on Friday, sorry. That was on Friday, Senator.
Okay. Look, I just on this issue, I just want to read out a quote here. It's quite impactful from Mr. Henderson. He owns Henderson Shearing in Dongara, in Western Australia, and he's said to us that, as servants of the wool industry for our entire life, we feel completely abandoned by the federal Labor government. The Labor movement was founded under the Tree of Knowledge in Barcaldine, Queensland, by the shearers and pastoral workers of the time. The Albanese government have forgotten who and what they were formed for and who they should represent. Shame on them. I mean, Minister, Why can't the government seemingly provide adequate support to shearers, to workers, abattoir workers? 60 abattoir workers lost their job recently, and there seems to be no concern from the Labor Party. There just seems to be we're going to keep going on this because we need these preferences and votes, no matter how many people lose their job.
I couldn't disagree with you more strongly, Senator Canavan, and I think the evidence that we've given today from a government and department point of view have gone through the thorough process that we're going to support the industry in Western Australia. I understand the history of shearing in this country as well as anyone. I know how important the wool industry is. I've engaged with some of the Queensland producers in that regard in recent months. The support package that we have for Western Australia is one that will make a difference. It's one that the government are committed to delivering on, and I think the department have been very thorough in explaining the work that they've been doing to support the government decision.
Okay, I think Senator Mackenzie has some questions.
My question is also to you, Minister. On the 5th of February, Western Australia's farmers group Keep the Sheep released a letter addressed to the Prime Minister urging him to reverse the phase-out of live sheep export. The letter points out that WA farmers are suffering, with the sheep flock declining by 25% last year, 2 major abattoirs closing, wool production at the lowest level since the 1920s. Meanwhile, shearers are reporting their businesses have dropped by 30% in the last 12 months. The letter to the Prime Minister explains that these outcomes are because, and I quote, a viable WA sheep industry needs competition from 3 markets: meat processing, wool production and live exports. The letter goes on to say, good governments do not shut down industries that support regional businesses and communities, no matter how small you consider them, for political purposes. Please do the right thing for WA, repeal the ban, listen to the farmers that feed and clothe Australia and the world. These are actually the voices, Minister, of WA Agriculture. Why has your government refused to listen to them?
Well, I don't think that's the case, Senator Mackenzie, and we're always happy to engage with industry in this regard. Obviously,
this is like being
Parliament
gaslit.
have made a decision in regards to the phasing out of live sheep. I'm sure you're aware of that. What we've been doing since then is working as hard as we can to ensure that we support the industry. We think it has a bright future. I think the department have talked through the export of sheep meat and how that is growing across the country. So we think that there are enormous opportunities. That's why we've put the money on the table. That's why we're going through the co-design process. We think that there will be a strong sheep industry in Western Australia. We're committed to supporting them because we understand how important it is to those regional communities.
Minister, they do not believe you. They believe you are treating them with contempt. With the government response to the hastily convened inquiry into the bill, the shut doors on consultation processes, and now the weasel words from yourself trying to defend the indefensible. So I'll ask you directly, are there any circumstances that the Albanese Labor government would reverse or reconsider its decision to shut down the live sheep trade?
I completely disagree with your characterisation of the evidence that myself and the department have given today. We've been very thorough in our explanation. For you to misrepresent that is disappointing, but it's not surprising.
I'm reading you the letter to the Prime Minister
on this issue. We're going through the support that we're providing to the industry. The department have talked through the co-design process that you're obviously not interested in understanding about.
Oh, we've listened to it for an hour and a half.
And support the industry and know that it has a bright future because of the support the government is willing to provide and work constructively with them to ensure it has that bright future.
Minister, this is a letter from the industry. This is... Secretary, usually ministers have correspondence registers, and when the Prime Minister receives a letter of this sort on the 5th of February, it will have been probably go through PM&C's rabbit holes, and it will pop out at the appropriate departmental inbox for response. Have you received this letter from Keep the Sheep in WA regarding the closure of the sheep trade?
Senator, I'm not aware we've received that letter. We are very engaged with that industry through the co-design process.
Yes, I understand, Secretary. I just asked about the letter. Could you have someone, maybe your PA or someone who's in charge of the correspondence registry, actually check your records? It was sent to the Prime Minister on the 5th of February. And if you could get back to us today, that would be much appreciated. Last month, during the Prime Minister's visit to WA, I'm sure Premier Cook doesn't want to see him this side of the state election, we saw another example of the Albanese government's ongoing contempt and cruelty towards the farmers in Western Australia. The Prime Minister could not be bothered to meet with sheep producers during this trip. Very Minister Watt-like. It was reported that the Prime Minister spruiked the live cattle trade, the live lobster trade during his visit, whilst ignoring the trauma, pain and uncertainty caused by the government's decision to ban live sheep exports. Minister, how do you explain the double standards of this Prime Minister? Happy to spruik the live cattle trade, not too worried about live lobsters, but again ignores the trauma and economic impact that this decision is having on Western Australian sheep farmers. What is the double standard the Prime Minister seems to be exposing in his latest visit to WA?
Well, I completely disagree with your assessment there, Senator McKenzie. I see the Prime Minister as always respectful of his engagement when he is out and about meeting with people. I wasn't involved in his trip to WA, but I do know that he's been a very, very frequent visitor to Western Australia, so he has a good understanding of the issues that are important in Western Australia. I know that when the protesters were in Canberra, that he did meet with the NFF and extended an invite to meet with the rally organisers, which they rejected. So it's not as if the Prime Minister hasn't attempted previously to meet with those impacted, but where I think that we can make a difference is by the support we're providing to the industry, given that the decision of government and the Parliament have passed the legislation. That's what we're focused on delivering on.
Minister, isn't it the case that when the Prime Minister did meet with the National Farmers Federation, that it was more of a screaming match, an addressing down of the National Farmers Federation because they supported the live sheep trade and the farmers that had gathered on the front lawns here at Parliament House, rather than actually a respectful engagement?
I unfortunately wasn't at the meeting, Senator McKenzie, but in all my experience, the Prime Minister is always respectful in his engagements with stakeholders.
I don't think so. I think you need to be careful about who you're backing in there. You've spoken about how respectful the Prime Minister is, how often he's gone to WA, how much he loves WA, especially the fact that he wouldn't be the Prime Minister without the 4 seats he picked up there. When did he last meet with the Keep the Sheep in WA or Western Australian sheep processors and farmers?
Obviously, I'm not here answering for the Prime Minister. I'm answering for Minister Collins. But
well, you were spruiking his WA credentials a minute ago.
I'm always trying to help Senator McKenzie.
I can help you.
I do know of the instance.
Why don't we put you
when
out
the
of your misery?
protesters were here in Canberra. The Prime Minister did put out an invitation to meet with them. They rejected that, which is obviously their right to do that. And I do know that the Prime Minister, in my experience, is always happy to engage, and from what I observe, is also always does so in a respectful manner.
Well, maybe that's because you're his Assistant Minister, not part of the live sheep trade in WA. On September last year, the Prime Minister claimed in an interview on ABC radio in Perth that shutting down the live sheep export industry was good policy. He said, and I quote, "When you get good policy, the politics will look after itself, and this is good policy. It will lead to a better industry." Minister, do you agree with these comments from the Prime Minister? Can you explain the reasoning why he would declare on radio in WA to Perth audiences that shutting down the live sheep trade in the West was good policy?
I'm not aware of the comments from the Prime Minister at the time, but I do expect that he would have confidence in the government response. So we know the legislation's gone through the Parliament, the ban is in place from May 2028, and he would have confidence in the support package that we're putting around the industry as well. That is what he would expect of the government to deliver. We're optimistic about the bright future, particularly for sheep meat and export, which is growing. And that's something that the government want to work with WA on and the industry. The co-design process, which we've been through significantly today or thoroughly today, is part of that. That is what the government continues to work on, and I'm sure the Prime Minister is invested in that as the rest of us.
As I understand it, good agricultural policy is actually based on science and data. It's actually one of the few departments left federally that actually does focus on science, facts and data and solid evidence on which to base its policy. Sorry to keep you awake. Senator Brown discussing the issues of the Western Australian sheep industry.
At the forefront. That's the first time you've probably...
Right, come on.
As one of the few people with a science degree around this table, I'm very happy to champion science. It should never be driven by extreme activists. And Senator Brown, is your own salmon industry is about to be shut down by extreme activists? You think you'd be on my team?
Senator,
thank you, Senator.
Can you comprehensively outline to this committee what science, what evidence, what data has justified your government's disgraceful decision to forcibly end the live sheep export industry in Australia? What evidence have you based this decision on? What science?
Thanks, Senator McKenzie. And obviously,
other than political science.
I'm obviously only relatively new to this portfolio and took on these responsibilities after the legislation passed the Parliament.
Ignorance is an excuse.
But I did know that it was a policy that we took to the last two elections, and we have noted the decline in the live sheep trade under your government. We do know the comments from the Deputy Liberal Leader in saying that the industry was in terminal decline. We obviously want to ensure that we support Western Australian sheep farmers, which is why we have, once the legislation was passed, ensured that we're providing that support around the opportunities for the future, particularly when it comes to the export market. So
you could just say no.
That is what we're focused on, Senator McKenzie. The decision
just
has
no
been
science,
made,
no data,
and we're working.
no
we're working constructively with the Western Australian state government and stakeholders over there to ensure that we get our response accurate.
Premier Cook's very glad that you're not visiting.
Now, I've got some questions to slightly change the topic before we go to afternoon break. I just had some questions with respect to forestry, so I don't know if there was some relevant folks at the table. It was just about the recent announcement about the Round 3 Support the Plantation Establishment program.
Yep, so we can certainly speak to that. Acting Chair, Mr Lowe and team have oversighted that Round 3 program that you've referred to.
Okay. So, I don't know, Mr Lowe, are you able to just detail us the outcomes of that round, particularly what I'm interested in about where the successful grants or grantees are located, and the mix between the hardwood and softwood plantations, where will they be established?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and it was really pleasing, I think, to be able to release that next round of grants from the Support Plantation Establishment Scheme. In terms of the details that you go to, I might see if my colleague Mr Bursell has information that we can run through in relation to that.
Sure, happy to. Thanks, Senator, for the question. So, as you might be aware, the program's been running for a couple of years. This is the first batch of our third round and is the largest round that we've had so far, with a total of 14 projects that have been approved, which will yield just over 5,500 hectares of new plantations, with a total funding of a touch over $10 million, $10,480,000. I'm just seeing if I've got an easy summary of the breakdown. Unfortunately, I don't have a summary just for this round for softwood and hardwood, but I can give you the numbers for the entirety of the program. So the entirety of the program is...
Well, are you going to take that bit on notice?
Happy to take on...
a copy of the hardwood, softwood?
Certainly.
Okay.
For hardwood and softwood for the whole program, which is 41 projects and around $26 million, yielding 13,750 hectares of plantation area. That the breakdown is it's largely focused on softwood, so 11,150 new hectares of softwood and 2,600 hectares of hardwood.
Well, and if you're able to provide a breakdown by state as well,
certainly.
Just take that on notice. I'm just mindful.
Happy to take that on notice.
Okay. And how much in total has the program now committed, dollar terms?
In terms of dollars or hectares? $26 million.
Well, you got both, but dollars was my main focus.
Yeah, $26 million and 13,750 hectares.
Okay. And do we have a number of trees that are thinking of it that will be planted or part of the plantation?
I don't have a number of... Well, I don't have with me a number of trees. As part of the program, for this program, as part of their grant application process and their grant documentations, they do provide us with an estimated number of... essentially the stocking density for
if you would provide that on notice as well too,
yes,
that'd be great. And do we have any early projections or the indications in terms of the future demand for the remainder of the program?
It's difficult to say in terms of demand, but I think what we're seeing is the program tracking quite well. We introduced a number of changes to the program for round 3 to try and streamline the process for applicants. So the focus of that was to because projects under this program are seeking to target plant growers who might want to access the ACU method for plantation forestry. So we've changed the arrangements so that you can apply simultaneously for the Support Plantation Establishment Program and to the Clean Energy Regulator to have your project declared for an ACU at the same time. So we've tightened that up to make it as easy as possible for grantees. We've also sought to align the application processes and set out sort of 12 months in advance. So we've put the dates out for the next 5 batches altogether so that grantees or prospective grantees can see when they can apply and make their business decisions around that. And we've also sought to align those timeframes with the northern and southern planting timings. So one of the reasons we think this application round's done quite well is because this round aligns quite neatly with the southern plantation growing season. So the establishment activities will happen over late summer and autumn for the planting season in winter for the southern growers.
And what's your belief or indication that this money or the funding will go towards the establishment of new plantations?
It's a requirement of the program, so
so it won't go towards expansion of current plantations?
Well, it may go to the expansion of the current plantation estate for a grower, but the requirement is for the Support Plantation Establishment Program is that no plantation can have been on that land that the grant is for the previous 7 years. So as part of the application process.
So existing businesses that will expand.
Indeed, Senator.
Any new businesses that are going to be picking this up and coming to market?
There may be, although I'd have to check.
Can you check?
Well, I'll see what I can provide on notice, Senator. It is fair to say we have a mix of larger scale plantation growers as well as some smaller farm forestry kind of operations.
Okay. And with respect to round 2, I think you awarded, was it $5.6 odd million? And I think that was... Did that compare to 10 million in the previous round, in round 1? I couldn't go... When I was looking back at the papers, it wasn't very clear. So is it 5.6 for round 2 and then 10 million for round 1?
So round 1 was spread across 3 batches, but in total for round 1, there were 19 projects for yielding 5,000 hectares of and about just over $10 million. For round 2, which was across 2 batches, there were 8 projects, but the size of those projects was on average larger, so that was yielding 3,195 hectares for a grant figures of $5,646,000.
But 10 million in this latest round, though.
And yeah, in this 14 projects for 10,482,000.
So there's been an increase.
That's right.
Why is that?
Why is that? Well, in part because this round did really neatly align with the southern planting season. That's part of the reason. It's hard to put a precise sort of series of, why. Partly the program's been around for a while, so there's an increasing level of knowledge about the program. We had guidelines out comfortably in advance, so growers have had time to look at how the program works and have had time to consider things like land leasing or land purchasing arrangements. And so I think in some senses the time's right with the changes that we've made to the guidelines and also with the track record of the program for investments to be made now.
And Senator, if I can add to my colleagues' comments, what we've been mindful of is the feedback that in relation to the program from industry as well. So in terms of those refinements that we made to the guidelines for the most recent round, we prioritised engaging with industry and state and territory counterparts as well to get feedback on how the program was going and what refinements we could make to make it easier for participants and people who wanted to apply into the program.
So was the feedback from industry about having better access or suitability as part of the changes?
So the feedback that I was aware of was particularly around streamlining the process. So to the comments that Mr. Bursell made around accessing funding to support the establishment of plantation, but also accessing ACCUs, streamlining that process to make it easier and shorter for applicants.
And in terms of your engagement with stakeholders, have there been any other areas of review or any other initiatives that have come out of this program that the department's looking at, trying to make it a bit easier for businesses to expand their plantation?
Well, more broadly, we've been going through the process supported by partnership reporting to the Minister, which is an advisory committee, of developing a timber fibre strategy.
Yep.
And that process has been ongoing since, I think, mid-last year. That process has yielded really rich feedback as well from industry in relation to a range of different factors that would support both timber processing and timber production, including plantations. So that's another input. While we haven't used that specifically for the support plantation establishment program, that's a broader input, if you like, into how we're thinking about our policy and programs going forward.
All right, thank you.
Senator, just to add, though it's not within our portfolio, there were changes made by the Clean Energy Regulator to make reporting for the ACCU methods for plantation forestry simpler. And there's been feedback from the industry that we've heard that streamlining those arrangements does make it easier for smaller holders to access the plantation method. And Senator, with apologies, I do have the breakdown for you on hardwood and softwood from the latest round.
If you do, yeah, very quickly.
So we've had, from round 3, batch 1, we've had 4 hardwood projects that are, in terms of hectares, that's 2,332 projects with a total of $4.66 million. Those are across New South Wales, Victoria and Western Australia. And for softwood, there are 10 projects with a total hectares of 3,195 and $5.8 million. And those projects are in New South Wales, South Australia, Tasmania, Victoria and Western Australia.
Do you have a particular region that you can provide in those states for me, maybe on record, on notice?
On notice,
Yeah,
certainly.
all right. Okay, now it being 4 o'clock, we'll break for 15 minutes, at which I'll hand the chair back to Senator Stirl, who's back. And Secretary, you wanted something before we break?
Just a quick follow-up, Acting Chair. Senator Mackenzie, we just confirmed through my office that we didn't receive a copy of that Keep the Sheep Corro from 5 February into the department. So just to
Thank you.
just get back to you and confirm that.
I really appreciate that, Secretary.
All right, on that note, we'll break and we'll see everyone back here in 15 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
broadcast and Hansard Broadcasting. Thanks very much, everyone. Welcome back. Now we're still in outcome one. Senator Canavan, I believe you're seeking the call. No, Senator Dunham.
Thank you, Chair. If we can go back to Forestry, please. Just following on from Senator Cicconi's questions around the plantation expansion program. It may have been said, but I missed it. How much is left in that program to be expended, if anything at all?
All right. You'll be testing my knowledge, Senator.
Mr. Burse,
I'm sure Mr. Burse will be able to apprise you of that information.
It's in the order of $50 million, so we've expended about 26 and the administered budget is 76.4, I think.
Okay, and you said that this was the first batch of the
Third round.
Third round, yeah. So how do you, over what period of time do you intend to expend the remaining $50 million?
So the remaining 5 rounds will be held. Round 3 opened in, I think, October of last year and will run until November of this year.
Okay, so decisions around who gets a grant will be made in November 2025.
Well, made progressively. There are 5 rounds, so so as batch 1's been funded and announced, that's happened. So that'll happen progressively over the next 9 months or so.
Look, just to save time and a headache for me, could I, on notice, just ask for some sort of timeline of how that will all occur from round 1?
When the batches are?
Yes.
Sure. We could provide a web link. The dates are on the website.
Oh, well, that's fine. I'll just go and look for that. That's excellent. Are we doing any work, just to move topics briefly, on country of origin labelling? Is there any work underway at the moment with Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for timber?
Country of origin labelling for timber is not the government's policy. What we have done is make some significant changes to the Illegal Logging Prohibition Act. I think, as I referenced a bit earlier, Senator, the risk profile for countries is not always the same. So within countries dependent on the species or other kind of risk factors, the risk might be quite high for some species within a country and quite low for others. So it's difficult, or country of origin labelling has some barriers, I suppose.
Yes. So it's not work being progressed at the moment?
That's correct.
Okay. All right then. There was an issue that popped up in Tasmania around banks not providing finance to companies that engage in native forest logging. Are you aware of that issue?
Certainly I'm aware of at least a bank that's made a decision not to provide finance in relation to native forestry.
Has the government engaged with the businesses or business that was named in the article and the bank around this at all?
No, we haven't. I mean, ultimately, the funding arrangements for banks and the financing arrangements are a matter for banks.
Well, indeed they are, although it's interesting that banks are now dictating what's a sustainable industry and what is not. So I suppose, Minister, you may not personally be aware of this, but I will ask you, Minister, are you aware of this issue, the banks not financing native forest loggers?
You didn't name the institution?
No, I didn't, but it's on the public record.
Yeah, Bendigo?
Yeah, correct,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm aware of that.
Sorry, you are?
I am aware of that.
Yeah, so do you know whether at a ministerial level any representation has been made to that bank about their practices?
I'm unaware. I'd be happy to come back to you on notice.
Yeah, if you could take that on notice.
I think the best thing we can often do in these circumstances is just reiterate the government's support for the industry, and that's certainly the case when it comes to forestry.
Yeah, okay, all right. So the government remains committed to native forest harvesting, logging operations?
Yeah, our position hasn't changed. We remain
since the last election?
Yep.
Okay. I'll confirm that on the way through to the election. Has there been any assessment of what a Great Koala National Park would do to the forest estate in Australia if it is created?
Not directly by us, Senator. There are some numbers around, and I know that New South Wales DPI has had a look at the potential impacts of the various options that are around in relation to potential boundaries for a Great Koala National Park. So we have some general awareness of that work, but we're not undertaking any of that work ourselves.
So, okay, you're not undertaking the work, but obviously if something does happen, it will have an impact. That is something that would be factored into the Australian government's thinking around the National Forest estate or inventory. I mean, is it something we need to plan for? Because it sounds to me like the government in New South Wales is going down this pathway. So are there measures being considered or put in place to offset the loss of productive forests if we do have a new Great Koala National Park?
Well, I mean, the government has a suite of investments in forestry as a whole, including the Support Plantation Establishment program, which we were speaking about earlier, which are all about increasing the productive capacity of the industry, and in respect of the Support Plantation Establishment program, expanding the plantation estate within Australia. In terms of the native forestry estate, the Commonwealth is not the manager of public native forests, so ultimately those questions are dealt with by state governments and ultimately matters for states.
Yes, I've wheeled that answer out myself from time to time. So is it still the government's goal to plant 1 billion trees? Or have we scrapped that?
I don't know that it was ever it's never formed part of the government's policy platform, so it's not sort of a target within the government's $300 million worth of investments.
It's not a target that the department's working towards.
Okay, so we no longer... It used to be maybe it was industry who asked government to build it into their thinking, but there was the 1 billion tree promise in the last government. I assume that's gone under this government. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I think these matters were canvassed at the last estimates as well, Senator.
So we've dropped 1 billion trees. Well, how many trees have been planted since the last election, do we know? How many hectares of trees, perhaps, or do we do it in cubic metres of
we can go to hectares, I think. It's certainly through the Support Plantation Establishment Scheme. Are you asking more broadly, though, Senator?
Well, I mean, give me what you can.
Okay.
There is and colleagues from ABARES may be able to assist, and if you can bear with me a moment, there was a question on notice that went to this issue, and colleagues from ABARES may have the National Plantation Inventory figures, which I think the latest are for the 2022-23 financial year. But I see Dr. Greenville's just joined me, so I might defer to Dr. Greenville.
Thank you. Afternoon, Senators. Joe Greenville, Executive Director of ABARES. That's right. We do have an increase, I think we canvassed at last estimates. We don't actually collect data numbers of trees, data on the number of trees, but we do collect data on plantation owners on new plantation areas. And so over the period from 2020-21 to 2022-23, a total of 8,300 hectares of new plantations were established, which is about 0.3% of the total plantation estate. Of that, 6,000 hectares was softwood, digital these days. 6,000 hectares was softwood plantation and 2,300 hectares was hardwood.
Okay, all right.
If that helps.
Thank you very much. So I just have a couple of questions on fisheries. Now, we do biosecurity in Outcome 2, is that right?
We do biosecurity in Outcome 2, yes, Senator.
So just on fisheries matters, thank you, forestry folk. I just had a quick question in relation to, if I can find it, a matter that was brought to my attention today relating to the Southeast Marine Parks and some work that was done by DQ. Are you aware of this work that's been undertaken by DQ?
We're aware of the work being undertaken by DQ in relation to the Southeast Marine Park. Yes. Happy to clarify any questions.
So there's a review culminating in a new management plan which was, I gather, put in place on the 13th of this month, and the introduction of 11 new no-take marine sanctuary zonings beyond and separate to the Macquarie Island Marine Park area, with zonings impacting on the Tasmanian lobster, giant crab, octopus and scalefish fisheries. Were you consulted on what, I gather, Parks Australia was doing in creating these new marine parks?
Senator, if I could, I'll hand to my colleague, Mr. Day.
George Day, Acting First Assistant Secretary, AgVet, Fisheries and Forestry. Yes, we've engaged with DQ and Parks Australia in relation to the marine protected areas and the review of the southeast MPAs. The extent of that has been to ensure that fishing sector interests are considered and that the fishing sector is consulted in that process as well.
So how did you do that?
Regular discussions with Parks Australia, and we had some contact with the fishing sector as well, and ensuring that Parks Australia had the correct representative bodies to speak to. They were speaking to the Australian Fisheries Management Authority as well to understand the fishing that was taking place.
So it's been put to me that Parks Australia has estimated that, for example, in the Franklin Marine Park area no-take zoning, that they estimated 4.9 tonnes of catch, whereas the industry indicated 30 plus tonnes of catch from the same area. So, I mean, are you familiar with the details that were being provided by industry into this process?
Happy to, I might hand over to Dr Greenville, but just to say that there was data that was provided by Tasmanian government to feed into that process.
What about industry though? Just from the government, it was a formal source of data, or was it actually industry, like the Tasmanian Seafood Industry Council, for example?
I'm not aware of the data that the seafood industry provided. I know that Parks Australia was consulting with them during that period of consideration of the management plan.
Okay, so sorry, Dr Grenville?
Yeah, certainly. And I can, Mr Galliano can provide some more details. We did receive some data from, but it's on catch records and fishing related data, which to look at, you know, I guess the extent of activity that may be occurring. But Mr Galliano can give you that kind of blow-by-blow detail as to what that data was.
Blow-by-blow sounds good.
Yeah, okay. So we actually helped Parks Australia come up with the estimates of displaced fishing and displaced GVP. So we got data from the states.
From the state government authorities?
State government authorities and AFMA on, you know, fishing activity and catch and so on in the various areas. We then took that information and took the overlay of the proposed rezoning of the parks, and we helped them calculate what the displaced catch and GVP would be from those marine the changes to the zoning. Now, there's some challenges in that. So the data we got from the states isn't as fine a scale as maybe you'd like to be able to do those calculations. So there's assumptions made there about they give us data on a catch in a particular block, we need to make assumptions about how much of that catch is in or outside of the marine rezoning, and of course those things don't always line up. So there's likely to be discrepancies between what we were saying the displaced catch might be versus what industry are saying that might have been. My understanding is in the last couple of days there's been some issues about rock lobster in particular, but it really is probably a matter for DQ to talk to them about the detail of how industry have been involved in their process, because we were really just helping Parks Australia out.
Yes, so Parks Australia run the process though. They're the end. They collate everything to provide to the minister, who then makes a decision. Yes. But I got from Mr Day that there was you indicated it was about ensuring that the views of industry were heard and conveyed into this process. But I'm being told the information provided to the Commonwealth Parks Australia was state government data?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So where's the industry input or data coming from?
So when I was speaking before, it's about ensuring that Parks Australia is speaking to industry and there's lines of communication open with the industry in terms of what the plan is, what the zones look like, any interests of the fishing sector in those zones. But in this case, the information I'm aware that went into the planning came from the state government for those fisheries.
Right. So are you telling me I should be asking the Tasmanian government why there's a discrepancy between the data the Commonwealth has and what industry is telling you?
It's a question, I think, for Parks Australia, who've been running, or DQ, who've been running the process.
I think the issue goes to how fishers report data to the states and how that data then comes to us versus the very detailed on-the-ground knowledge that an individual fisherman might have about exactly where their catch is. And there could be a difference between that and what they're reporting to the states. I think that's the challenge here.
Okay. Minister, do you know if the Minister has conveyed any concerns arising out of this issue to the Minister for the Environment?
I'm unaware, Senator Dunningham. As you've alluded to there, this is a matter for Department of Climate Change.
But I was asking whether the Minister for Fisheries, my Tasmanian colleague, might have, but if you might take that on notice perhaps,
Happy to.
Would be, all right. That'll do me. Thank you, Chair.
No worries, Senator Dunningham. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple of quick ones, hopefully to finish outcome one. Just asking about the Regional Investment Corporation. How much funding is in the forward estimates for it?
So, in relation to the RIC, I might ask my colleagues to come to the table. I'm just seeing if I've got it in front of me, but my colleagues might have it quicker than me, Senator. So,
Melissa Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Farm Resilience Division. Sorry, Senator, what was your question?
How much funding is in the budget for the RIC over the forward estimates?
So, Chris Toyne, Acting Assistant Secretary. What am I? Financial Policy and Business Support Branch.
That question at Senator estimates.
Sorry, Senator, can you confirm, is this operational funding for the RIC or loan funding for the RIC?
All funding.
So, Senator, for the funding for the RIC, so the Minister for Finance did approve a movement of funds of $63.34 million in unspent loan funding from 23-24 to 24-25. So there's 31.67, and in 25-26 there's 31.67 million.
Anything beyond that?
No, it's still being considered by government, Senator.
Because it's due to finish, isn't it? So,
yes.
Apparently a report was completed into this in July 2024. Is that correct? Wendy Craig did a report.
The review that was undertaken by Wendy Craig. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the Minister has that report, presumably.
Yes.
Has the department sent up a brief to the Minister with potential options following the report?
No, we've had discussions with the Minister's office in relation to the report. And just in terms of the report, there are a third of the recommendations are for the RIC and the department, and we've actually commenced implementing some of those recommendations. 66% of the RECs require government action.
Once the review did conclude that the RIC should continue?
That's correct.
Okay. I suppose it's just getting a bit late now. We'll have an election soon, and that probably means that we'll be coming up with only a year left of the RIC. Is there any possibility the government will make a decision before the election?
That's a matter for government.
Yeah, well, the Minister can answer. No?
I'm aware of the report and that it is before the Minister. I would point out the review gives a number of detailed recommendations which will obviously take time to consider. There may be a need for legislative change as well. I do note that we've just extended the terms of the board with their new terms ending on staggered dates between October 26 and April 27. So there is that retention of corporate knowledge and stability in the organisation as a result of that.
Yeah, I suppose it's just the issue is that this body does issue loans, doesn't it? And if it's starting to come up, is there? Have you done any analysis of the risk here? If it gets to within a certain period, it may limit the RIC's ability to do business. Attract
that's
customers.
a matter for the RIC to consider, but I can take you through in terms of what the loan book looks like at the moment.
Where does the RIC sit? Is it in the department or
the RIC itself?
Yeah. Is it separate, organised, those statutory independent?
Yes.
Right. Okay. We've got them tonight, don't we? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll ask them that question. Okay, and just look finally, the Senate inquiry. One of the better titles for a Senate inquiry, don't mince your words, the meat labelling. Apparently the government hasn't responded to that yet, have they? That was actually in the last Parliament, I believe. Has the government responded?
It's still under government consideration, Senator.
That was produced... Okay, I signed off and I think the report was done. Basically the bulk of the report was done before, but it was sent to the Minister in August 23. No, draft response, sorry, okay. Now it was completed in February 22, I was right, in the last Parliament, and then apparently under questioning in February 24, a draft response to the report was sent to the Minister on the 22nd of August 23. Has there been any further correspondence from the department to the Minister since that date about this report?
Well, I can confirm it's still under government consideration, but I might pass to my colleagues if there's any further information to add, Senator.
Joanna Stanyon, First Assistant Secretary, Agricultural Policy Division. We're still waiting for ministerial approval across government for the government response.
Right. That's taking a long time. It's an important issue for many. Indeed, I think the government put some funding, didn't it, towards meat labelling issues in the last budget?
Yes, 1.5 million.
So what's happening with that? Is that being rolled out?
We are working on a couple of key initiatives in relation to that in relation to that funding commitment. So the first is a working group with industry representatives to consider the matters and concerns that they have in relation to plant-based labelling, and that's canvassed a range of matters.
How many times has that working group met?
Well, I'd have to defer to my colleague there.
3 times.
All right. When's it due to finish its work?
When, excuse me, Senator, when that election commitment has been acquitted. The other part of that funding has been to undertake consumer research on the level of consumer confusion around plant-based labelling.
But Senator, our work with industry doesn't have an end date at this point, so we're continuing discussions with them.
Okay, right. Not much. So is there, what's expected to come about from the 1.5 million? Is it just discussions, or is there meant to be changes to labelling to make it clearer to people about what...
So the $1.5 million was principally in relation to the consumer research. Obviously, we're supporting discussions with the industry working group, and as Ms Stanyon said, that's ongoing.
So the FSANs are doing a consumer research, is that right?
Beg your pardon, Senator?
FSANs?
FSANs.
When's that due to be completed?
That's largely complete, as I understand it, and we have walked through the findings of that research with the working group.
Right. Is it due to be released publicly?
I think we're envisaging that. I think we're going to brief the Minister.
Yep, we are just working it through with that industry working group.
Okay. All right, well, that's me done.
I've got one set of questions for outcome 2.
Oh, yeah, well, but any more outcome 1?
I've just got one question on outcome 1.
Senator Dunning.
Mr Lowe, just back on this billion trees, sorry, I won't be long, billion trees goal. Now, I've got a press release here entitled "A Future Grown in Australia, a Better Plan for Forestry and Forest Products," and it says here, about 5 paragraphs down, Labor is also committed to the 1 billion trees goal to meet Australia's future timber needs and to the continued sustainable management of the native timber industry. So, contrary to what was said before, does it remain the goal of government to plant and grow 1 billion trees?
You have been at a disadvantage, Senator. I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you in relation to
We
that.
could send it to the Secretariat to print out and we can table this.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Yep. Thank you so much.
I'll figure out how
And
to do
I'll
that.
ask some questions while you're doing it.
Right, okay.
Mr Fennessy, I wanted, and I did see Mr Grayson out the back, so if you can't answer this yourself, someone is out the back to help you. I just should have asked you earlier today around welcome to country ceremonies, how much they've cost the department and how often. Do you have that information in your folder?
We do have that information in the
Tess
department.
is going to get, yep,
Yes.
yep.
So we're
Thank
going to get
you.
it. So we'll come back to that shortly, Senator.
Wonderful.
Senator Brockman, do you have questions in outcome one?
See if you want me to filibuster for a little bit? Absolutely.
No, we're trying to shut colleagues down.
I'll support that. Fine. Senator Brockman, you do not have the call.
It's outrageous. It's tough.
We've got a question on notice we can answer while we're waiting for...
Brilliant. Let's get through the task list.
Thank you, Secretary. Just wanted to close out, Senator Canberra, you had a question about electricity prices and costs, total industry level early on today.
Yes.
And so I can, if it helps, we've got a detailed table which I can email in, but just to give you the increases that occurred over time in 2020-21, the industry total costs on electricity were around $659 million. This decreased by 2% in 21-22, but increased by 39% in 22-23, remained roughly stable in 23-24, but has fallen about 10% in the most recent year in 24-25.
Have you got those figures going back further than that?
Yeah, I do. So it might be, I can
Well,
send in
maybe,
the
because I
table,
don't
or-
want to delay things too much. How far back have you got them?
94, 95.
All right, give me, have you got 2008, roughly around then?
I give you the absolute 2008. So 2008-9, 290 million, but these are nominal terms.
Nominal,
as well.
yeah, 290 million, and they're not corrected for use either. It's just
No,
the total.
yeah, that's right.
Total
Just total,
expenses.
yeah, and so
you
there'll
don't have a
be-
unit cost.
No.
And how much was it for the most recent year?
It was 813.
Thanks, Mike.
870.
13. 813.
Sorry, 813.
13, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Nominal
you.
dollars, yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you to the back office team.
Yes,
Mr Fennessy.
And maybe just on notice, could I get them back to the mid-90s?
Yeah, I'll email. I can email them straight away.
Well, that's all right. Yep, cool. All right, thanks. Greg.
Document hasn't arrived, but Mr. Bursell, you predate Mr. Lowe. Do you remember what I'm talking about? Ms. Brown, is it a different function?
Happy with the suggestion
All
that I
moving
predate Mr. Lowe. I suppose it depends on what
You're holding your own
sense,
well, but you
what
predate
sense you
Mr.
mean.
Well, in a purely professional sense, yes.
I think, and I don't have the document that you're referring to in front of me either, so I can't speak to the precise language.
It was, I think it was may have been a press release from then Shadow Minister Collins, who is now Minister Collins.
I think in general, the billion trees commitments, as they've variously floated around, have been aspirational targets from the industry. I guess in a formal sense, what this government's done is set out a suite of measures that are overt, including measures relating to plantation establishment. None of those measures have a formal target for number of trees. And the billion trees commitment itself is, tracking a billion trees is quite difficult, obviously. I think you said that commitment references native forest regeneration in production forests. It's very difficult to measure numbers of trees. So in a sense, it's a sort of industry's aspiration in terms of expanding the industry, including the replacement of trees as part of ordinary native forest operations, including existing plantation operations, and the continuation of those operations as well as expansion of the plantation estate. What this government's done is made a series of commitments, including the Support Plantation Establishment Program.
The government remains committed to the billion trees goal?
Well, it doesn't formally constitute, if you like, a performance measure of the programs that we're rolling out, Senator.
Sorry, I didn't hear a word you just said.
Oh, sorry. Was I speaking too fast? It doesn't formally constitute a performance measure that we're using in relation to the programs that we're rolling out as a department.
Okay. Minister, does Labor maintain the commitment to the goal of 1 billion trees?
I haven't seen that, Senator Dunningham. This might be helpful. I do know that in 2018 the former government promised to plant 1 billion trees across 400,000 hectares of new plantations by 2030. I think by 2022 only around 1% had been planted. I think what we are focused on in terms of our delivery as part of the $300 million package is the $73.8 million in grants to support the establishment of up to 36,000 hectares of new plantations, which I think the department was sort of getting to. I don't know how many trees would be responsible, as a result of that, but I think that's in terms of the policies we took to the election and what we intend on implementing in government. That's where the focus has been from the department and the government.
Yeah, sure. So it was your policy at the last election, and yes, there are great policies that were implemented, all of them designed by us and copied by you. But yes, I just wondered whether this commitment remains, and it was alp.au/policies/a future grown in Australia. Labor is also committed to the 1 billion trees goal to meet Australia's future timber needs, but you're not sure if that remains the government's goal.
Well, I think I've talked through what our priorities are in terms of the 36,000 hectares of new plantations is what the government is focused on and what the department has talked through in terms of the work that they've been doing.
Okay, thank you.
Secretary.
Sorry,
guys. Senator McKenzie, for Welcome to Country ceremony in 2022-23, we had 19 invoices totalling $10,766 for Welcome to Country ceremonies. In 23-24 financial year, we had 10 invoices totalling $7,304 for ceremonies. And then this financial year to date, so 2024-25, we've had 7 invoices totalling $5,160 for Welcome to Country ceremonies.
Thank you. And how much did you budget for that in 22-23? That's how much you expended?
Yeah, I don't have the information on how much we budgeted, so I can't answer that directly. I can, of course, take it on notice, but that's...
We won't be seeing each other again, Mr Fantasy. I'll never get those quants.
Yeah, unless I can get very quick turnaround advice, that's the day.
Well, we're here for another couple of hours, so speedy back office, that would be awesome. Thank you so much. Were the invoices from the same group or organisation, or?
Yeah, I don't have that information. From my general knowledge, it would be from. Often it's from different providers, but we will confirm that if we can in the time that we've got.
Thank you. I had a question for outcome 2.
Me too. So we've finished in outcome 1?
Yep.
All right, so Mr Fancy, we'll let the officers from outcome 1 go. We'll wait for the changeover. We might suspend just quickly while we're waiting. because of my long involvement in biosecurity in this building, I've got a few queries. Now, I wasn't here this morning, but I just wanted to check. So, Mr. Fennessy, I believe there was figures given out of a number of biosecurity officers that had commenced in the department in recent years.
That's correct.
And I'm told 588 and 23-24 new starters, 588? 24-25, 185?
I think some of those numbers, Chair, was the number of new staff, and a component of which were the biosecurity workforce. And
I see. Good. Yep. So I'm glad I'm asking. All right. Well, that sorts it out because you'd given, or your department had given, a number of 477 new jobs just from June last year in biosecurity. Is that right?
I think, Deputy Secretary Saunders would be very happy to go to the specifics.
Ms. Saunders?
Thanks, Senator. So Justine Saunders, Deputy Secretary, Biosecurity Operations and Compliance. Yes, just to clarify the point that was made by Tim Simpson, our FAS people, earlier today, there has been an uplift of 477 people across the department. Of that, 57% of those officers are biosecurity frontline capability.
Right.
And I think the other point to make in that regards is more than 50% of those are undertaking activity directly in support of cost recovery arrangements with industry.
Right.
Just if I can go a step further, majority of this uplift has been in the regions within Australia, so about 26% of our footprint in biosecurity is in the ACT.
Sorry, how many percent?
26% of our biosecurity footprint is in the ACT. That's about 934 FTE, and 74% of our workforce is in the rest of the country, so about 3,413 in the regions. So I note the potential for consideration to be given of if there was to be a change in government, the potential of reducing those capabilities. Just as an observation in my role, that would mean a reduction in our service standards at our border, and noting that the investment that has been made this year has led to an improvement in our service standards, an increase in 7 out of 10 of those standards. And I think that's quite a remarkable achievement, noting we've seen a 38% increase in cargo in the last 12 months.
Well, I mean, look at the scare that Footmouth gave us not long after the election, and the fine work by Minister Watt at the time, and the increased observation and security in our airports, I know, was more than welcome, and what's more, was done with industry, so that was fantastic. So you talk about frontline services. Tell us what your frontline biosecurity officers do.
Oh, they do a range of functions, obviously, in ensuring that we maintain the strong biosecurity system. And they play a key role in terms of the biosecurity continuum, both at pre-border, at border and post-border efforts. So, at the most strategic level, critical to maintaining our biosecurity system, which we all know reduces the risk of diseases and pests entering our country, which is critical for our productive agriculture, fisheries and forestry sectors, much of which has been discussed earlier today. And plays a direct role in achieving growth in these sectors towards their goals of $100 billion industry by 2030. Our agriculture industries benefit from the work of our biosecurity officers, whether growing for the domestic market or exporting into overseas markets, and benefit considerably from Australia's biosecurity status, supports their sustainability, profitability and competitiveness. By way of example, it reduces costs and negative impacts on their productivity and profitability by avoiding having to manage costly pests and diseases. It means continued production of safe Australian products with a pest and disease-free status, so they can maximise domestic trade opportunities and movement of goods and secure market access and price premiums for our exports to other countries. By way of example, many of our export markets require some form of pest and disease-free certification. To achieve that, our biosecurity officers undertake activity, as I said, pre, at and post-border, and it includes working with foreign governments and agencies, importers and other stakeholders to mitigate risk and reduce number and frequency of exotic pests and disease coming into the country. We also work internationally to ensure Australia produce has access to international markets through technical market access negotiations. At the border, we undertake compliance activities supported by research and intelligence, all critically important to managing that risk at the border. And then post-border, we play a key role in terms of leading our response to emergency outbreaks in the country, as well as really important work in surveillance, which supports prevention and preparedness.
Great, because, you know, TV shows, border security and all that, the public can see with a fine job that our biosecurity officers do. But they're not just at airports, are they?
No, that's
Where else would we find them, your officers?
Biosecurity officers.
Yep.
Predominantly at the border, but as indicated, our biosecurity officers provide a key role throughout the entire continuum, both in our work offshore, at the border and post-border in terms of surveillance, and our preparedness work in eradicating incursions when they arise.
And through our freight movements, of course. I mean, in cars coming in, we're looking for weeds. I mean, it's a greater picture to paint that the normal... I've got the call, Senator McDonald, and look, I don't want to be rude, but I heard enough of your voice yesterday, and I really don't want to hear much more today. I'll have to put up with it till 11 o'clock, but the least I hear, the better. Keep going before there was that rude interruption that I should just ignore.
So, I mean, you've touched on those key points, Senator, in terms of, yes, a key role at the border, both in terms of movement of people and goods.
Yes, that's great. So we heard from you quite clearly that 477 positions have been created, and that's fantastic. And that's going to be absolutely important for our exporters industry and live cattle export market. But are you aware that Senator McKenzie did an interview with Sky News at 12:30 p.m. today after hearing the evidence from the department in this room here, and said, I'm going to quote Senator McKenzie, "We're in Senate estimates right now, and line by line as we go through these departments, you know, in agriculture themselves, they've added another 477 jobs just in the last little period. So there are absolutely areas that we can cut," unquote. So now we have it confirmed by Senator McKenzie on Sky News that a coalition government, God help us if they were elected, would cut frontline workers in the public service, including, there is no point of order, including these additional, resume your seat, there is no point of order. I will finish and then you will get the point of order when I'm finished. Do not interrupt. And I'll go back and I'll start again before I was cut off. So now, once again, as I said, we have confirmed by Senator McKenzie over here that a coalition government would cut frontline workers in the public service, including these additional biosecurity officers.
Point of order, Chair.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is being misquoted, because prior to saying that I said, let me be very clear that there will be no cuts to frontline services.
There is no point of order, and I will continue. Because either that I've got the call.
Thank you, former President.
And Minister, what do you think the impact would be on industry if Mr Dutton and Senator McKenzie and the rest of the coalition were elected and cut these frontline roles, as Senator McKenzie has confirmed today they will do? Your call, Minister.
Thanks, Chair. And it was those comments were brought to my attention, and it just goes to show how reckless and indiscriminate the opposition are. The fact that they would go on air so soon after the evidence and estimates and not understand the impact on frontline biosecurity workers in this country and the work that they do. We have a proud record in government of what we've delivered in biosecurity after what we inherited from them when they left it a complete mess. So we have invested more money, we have invested in to ensure that there's a bigger workforce that are actually dealing with these frontline issues that are so important to the producers of Australia to ensure that we have or keep Australia as largely as we can biosecurity free. So it just goes to highlight the indiscriminate nature of the opposition, the recklessness with which they treat these issues, and the fact that they would go on air so soon without actually understanding the impacts goes to show you the danger that the country does be confronted if there were to be a Dutton government in a couple of months' time.
Thank you, Minister. And I hate to think what those not only the 477 officers, but how many people do you have employed in the whole department, Mr Fennessy?
It's more than 6,000 staff, and more than half of our staff are distributed across Australia outside of Canberra.
Yes, yes. It would be a shame that they have to listen to this, but okay, well, thank you very much, Minister. And now, would you like the call, Senator McKenzie?
Thank you so much, Chair. I've just been sent through, and I will be tabling the transcript of that interview so that the scare campaign being run by the Labor Party through this committee can be made transparent. But I will read into Hansard the quote from me in the interview. We've made it really clear, Kieran, and again, another scare campaign from Labor. What a surprise. We've made it very, very clear that we will not be cutting frontline services in the public service. But you know what? Unlike the Labor Party's $4.5 billion Medicare announcement that you haven't actually disclosed how you're paying for, we're prepared to actually put up... I've got the call. We've actually put up how we are going to pay for that, and we don't take a backward step with being good economic managers. My questions are around velvet deer to China. Could the government provide an update on the status of velvet deer trade between Australia and China?
I think, Senator, that is an outcome one trade question. Unless there's a biosecurity risk with velvet deer, of which I'm not aware.
Are there any biosecurity risks with velvet deer?
Not that I'm aware.
No? All right, I made it relevant.
Sorry, Senator, take that on notice. I've just referred to my colleagues and I don't have any advice on that issue.
Great. It's all good. In accordance with recommendation 12 of the Joint Interagency Task Force Exotic Animal Disease Preparedness Final Quarterly Report, what work has the government undertaken with other jurisdictions to develop a system-wide strategy for national animal disease response workforce capacity and training?
I'm just keeping my colleague, Senator, so he might be able to assist me.
Clegg, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Animal Division. So sorry, Senator, if you could repeat the question, please.
Sorry, Ms. Craig, your microphone's not very loud.
Oh, sorry.
Or we might want you to just move it closer. You're softly spoken.
Thank you. Narelle Clegg, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Animal Division. And if you could just repeat that question, please.
Sure.
Thanks.
In accordance with recommendation 12 of the Joint Interagency Task Force Exotic Animal Disease Preparedness Final Quarterly Report, what work has the government undertaken with other jurisdictions to develop a system-wide strategy for national animal disease response, workforce capacity and training?
So, I'm sorry, Senator, I will have to take that on notice. I don't have that information here and we'll try and get it to you.
How many national animal disease response workers are needed to future-proof the industry?
Well, the outbreaks of animal diseases happen and are managed within our state and territory jurisdictions. So the Commonwealth is involved in the coordination roles for that, rather than being the arms and legs of those responses.
Is there a shortage of vets in the department?
We're always looking for veterinary officers, I suppose. We have abattoirs.
How many vacancies do you have?
I don't have the detail of that.
You don't have the detail of that, so it can't be too urgent, can it? All right. No shortage of vets, you're just looking for more.
We're always looking for interested vets to work in our department, yes.
But no, you're not short on vets within the department.
I think, Senator, just to add to that, we would consider that we have a shortage that impacts on our biosecurity responsibilities.
As in a compromise of the capacity of the department to do its job well?
I think that's all. We have the right resources in place to work with our state and territory colleagues, and I'm certainly not aware of any shortage of vets within the organisation. I think we're the largest public sector employer of vets in Australia.
Within the department, Senator?
Yep. No, I appreciate that.
There's certainly been some
in
work,
that context.
There's certainly been some work led by our Chief Veterinary Officer in regards to workforce capability across the sector, and I might ask Beth perhaps to come up and touch on where that work is at. And then
I'm
if I could,
probably actually the joint interagency task force report that I refer to, that the office is unable to go to the detail of, is the context of these questions. I don't need to understand the broader concern with vet shortages in the industry or in agriculture or in regional towns or large animal vets. We're all well aware of that. It's specifically in the context of being able to deal with exotic animal disease preparedness. And the evidence to this committee is in the context of the Commonwealth Department, there is not a shortage of vets. This was an issue raised with our ability to respond to exotic animal disease outbreaks.
Senator,
so I would continue.
Senator,
maybe there's a shortage of vets in state departments.
And in terms of addressing workforce skills challenges, as it relates to our national response to biosecurity, there's a number of mechanisms by which that work is being actioned. One of those is, as I said, Beth Cookson's work in regards to workforce capability across vets. Yep. And there's a range of activities that we're leading under the National Biosecurity Strategy Priority Area 3, which also goes to the intent, the recommendations that you're referring to, and the nature of the work that we are working with jurisdictions in regards to addressing workforce
When I
skills.
asked my first question, I was told we didn't have the detail to answer it, which went direct to response, workforce capacity and training. But we do. That's great.
No, so sorry, I misunderstood the question, and I've reflected on your comments. And your initial request was what as it relates to the specific task force. And what I'm saying is while I don't have the specific answer to what the task force has recorded as actions, what I'm saying is, as the Commonwealth, how are we addressing those actions through a range of activities across the National Biosecurity Strategy?
Yes,
so, yes,
thank you.
So I can clarify that.
Great.
My apologies for
no,
earlier.
all good. Let's go.
So maybe, Beth, if you want to kick off with the work that we're doing more broadly, and then I can touch on the priorities for the National Biosecurity Strategy.
Thank you. Beth Cookson, the Australian Chief Veterinary Officer. I have information here about the number of veterinarians employed in the department. We've currently got 352 veterinarians employed in the department. We are the largest public sector employer of veterinarians. Certainly the ability to attract and retain veterinarians into some of our roles, particularly as they relate to export and on-plant positions, can be quite difficult. That's managed through our Exports and Veterinary Services Division in terms of their own workforce. What we do know is that our ability to attract veterinarians is more challenging than it has been. We often advertise roles and get fewer applicants than we would have previously. But like the rest of the country, filling positions in regional and rural areas is and continues to be quite difficult. Some of the work that we have been doing at a national level to address that is looking at our own recruitment strategies within the department for veterinarians. We've also recently completed some work around the engagement of private veterinarians to support emergency response arrangements, which provides the framework for how private veterinarians can participate in some of those emergency response frameworks. And the other element of our work at the moment that Deputy Secretary Saunders mentioned is looking at what veterinary workforce data is needed nationally to support policy recommendations for addressing some of the veterinary workforce shortages.
Thank you. How many vets have completed the government's VRTT course on FMD and other transboundary animal diseases?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I don't have that detail with me, but I can get that for you before we finish.
Oh, excellent, because we won't be back and your quans
Understood.
will arrive well, it's too late. So if we could get that before we finish, that would be wonderful. Is there a shortage of vets across Australia? Do we have the capacity to search, given an incursion, to meet an incursion of, say, FMD or similar? How many vets would we need in order to be able to have a surge capacity should our borders be breached by FMD or something similar?
Senator, I don't have the numbers that would be needed. As was stated previously, the lead jurisdictions for response are the state and territory jurisdictions. Yep. They obviously employ their own veterinarians that are employed in that response. And the framework that I mentioned about the engagement of private veterinarians would also allow for surge capacity to support response. Notably, the response arrangements and part of the work in the national system has been to look at how we can strengthen emergency response frameworks, including drawing on other sectors, including our national emergency management arrangements to support the coordination and delivery of responses. So that whilst the veterinary workforce is really important, what would be critical in, say, a foot and mouth disease response is how we actually deploy those veterinarians into the technical roles and draw on workforce capability across the entire system to support the response activities.
Senator, if I can just add a little to that, as I referenced earlier, a lot of the actions relating to this work lead back to the National Biosecurity Strategy and the work being done there. But in specific response to your question, so we are working with jurisdictions to develop a system-wide strategy for national animal disease response workforce capacity and training, as you've pointed out. That does also note DAF's previous vet reserve program could be used as a guide. We do have a virtual real-time training course on FMD and other transboundary animal diseases, which was delivered to jurisdictional veterinarians and technical animal health staff in May 2024. In addition, DAF officers are pursuing a project to sponsor private veterinarians to attend the Emergency Animal Disease EAD Symposium being held at Australian Disease Preparedness, and I believe that may have already occurred, which increased EAD awareness and capability. The Northern Australia Biosecurity Strategy is funding subsidies for veterinary students' practical placements in Northern Australia and continuing to enhance EAD response effectiveness. NABS is also funding training initiatives under the Northern Australia People Capacity and Response Network to enhance capacity and capability in responding to incursions in Northern Australia. NABS is also funding various training initiatives under the Northern Australia People Capacity and Response Network that will contribute to enhanced capacity and capability building and enhanced ability to respond to an EAD incursion in Northern Australia. Training has been delivered in self-awareness, negotiation, risk and governance. The first National Biosecurity Strategy Action Plan includes activities reporting the NBS, such as conducting a National Biosecurity Skill Needs Analysis and broadening biosecurity training. And I'll leave it there. I can give further details on the NBS strategy if useful.
Thank you. No, that's fine. So we don't know how many have completed, because we did talk about private vets filling the gap, VRTT course on FMD or other transboundary animal diseases, but someone will get me that information. Can the department explain the prac placement courses for vets that work in Northern Australia and how many are involved? Do we need more? If so, how many?
Senator, I don't have the specifics on numbers.
Okay.
But in terms of testing surge capacity, whilst not FMD, we're continually exercising our national surge capacity. We've had to do so for H7. Last year is a great illustration of that. And what we've been able to demonstrate through the national arrangements, that jurisdictions do get in and support one another in providing the capacity needed to ensure that the combat state or states are adequately resourced to respond. And further, that's been evidenced by the fact we've had another outbreak of H7 in the same jurisdiction, and once again the country is stepping in behind that jurisdiction to make sure there's an appropriate response.
Great, thank you. Just going to self-assessed clearance cost recovery, why was implementation of the assessed clearance to cost recovery charge delayed from July 24 to October 24.
In short, and I will ask Monica Collins to come and join me, but the short reason is to ensure there was adequate time for industry to prepare for the arrangement necessary to implement this correctly.
What funding was missed due to this delay for biosecurity?
There was
July,
no,
August, September.
It was retrospective, so what we recovered in October covered the first quarter.
So nothing. Thank you. That's it.
All right.
Senator Kennedy.
Well, look, before I just go into some questions, I was out of the room, but I did notice, Chair, that you're asking questions about the coalition's policies, and I wonder if maybe on reflection we get a ruling on this from the President, but these are estimates to deal with government spending and proposals, and so I hardly see how questions about the policies of other political parties are relevant to those estimates, and I think it really does besmirch this process if such questioning does continue. So I'll leave that with you. Can I ask?
I missed all that.
Sorry?
Sorry, I missed all that.
Well, you can review the record and the tape. You know what you did, Chair. So,
oh, what I did?
Yes, you did. You did.
Well, maybe I should reframe it and say, well,
okay.
where will you cut?
Sorry?
Where will you cut?
Well, you can ask those questions of the coalition if and when we're on that side.
Tell the department.
These estimates are not.
Where will you cut?
These are not. These estimates have never. And you are constantly accusing us of somehow dragging this committee down.
Where are you going to do
and then
the
you
cuts?
behave like that. That
where
completely
are you going to cut?
Diminishes this process.
No, it doesn't. You've diminished this process for a long, long time. This committee used to be very, very efficient.
I remember how this committee started in this Parliament, and you shut down Senator McKenzie with the very first intervention. So
and I put it down
you just need a mirror
on this side
to work out where that happened.
You're a disgrace, some of you.
So, okay.
You got the courses in Canavan? What would you like to do?
I was going to ask about fire ants. How much funding has been used this year on the fire ant response task force?
So we'll just bring the right people to the table.
Thank you.
Senator.
Senator, I don't have the specific expenditure for this period, but I'll endeavour to come back to you. I can certainly give you some overall figures of funding by the Commonwealth.
Okay, we'll start with those. I mean, we sort of had those, I think, but has there been any updates from
sure
last estimates?
No, there are no updates.
Are all the states funding the program now?
That's correct.
Okay, that's good. And so how often do you get updates on how much is spent under the program?
I'd have to confirm that, Senator. I mean, obviously, how the program is tracking is reported periodically, but how regularly I'd need to confirm.
Okay, because a lot of the funding is, my understanding, is spent by the Queensland government. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Senator.
A lot of the actual operational spending is done by the Queensland government?
The expenditure, the delivery of the operational plan is by the Queensland government, and we pay 50% of the costs associated with that response.
So I suppose that's why it goes to my question. I mean, I'm just wondering, when do you get reports that this is from the Queensland government, this is what we've spent this quarter, this month, etc.?
Periodically. I'm just trying to confirm if it's quarterly or six-monthly or every 12 months.
Right, okay.
And Senator, I'll just add to that, it's all done through a National Investment Board that sits over the governance, an executive board, and then there's the program board. So that's how we get it, but we can find the specific details after that.
Okay. All right. So how much is budgeted to be spent this financial year?
To be spent. I don't have that breakdown in front of me. I've obviously got the funding for the program. I do note that.
But you mean so you've only got the total funding? You don't have it broken down by year?
Funding.
I would have thought you'd have to. You do budget it, presumably.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I'm just asking for the overall amount under the program for this.
I know we know the Commonwealth component for 24-25 is 74.1 million. That's the Commonwealth component, and then other states, territories all contribute accordingly.
It's 50-50, so it'd have to be 148.2 million, is it?
So the total figure. So if we break down by financial year, Senator, 24-25 is 74.1 million, 25-26 is 73.9 million, 26-27 is 79.2 million, and 27-28 is 41 million. The total figure is 296 million.
But that's just the Commonwealth contribution?
That's the Commonwealth contribution, which is 50% of the overall cost.
So you times that by 2 to get the total amount. Okay. Is the objective still to eradicate?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, is there a timeline to which you want to get to eradication?
Yes, it is. It's
okay.
2032.
2032 for the Olympics. Okay. Is there any? Have you set up any trigger points or thresholds for which you may have to reflect on the eradication commitment?
Yes, the response plan does have trigger points, and certainly in light of there are 6 triggers in fact, and certainly as the Commonwealth we're working with the program in relation to the evaluation of 2 triggers as it relates to the plan. One relates to the increasing numbers of outlying detections of importance that we've seen, the 8 detections since 2023. And the question is, what should be done to mitigate that risk, and is this an ongoing risk? As a result of that, the program has established a task force which is actually looking at how compliance and assurance of landscaping supplies, noting all of those outlying detections have been the result of the human movement of landscape supplies. So there's some specific work being done in relation to that, and we're supporting that work by providing some capability within our own department to actually look at their compliance and assurance arrangements in that regard. And there's also a close look at the engagement with the community, knowing that whilst still very small non-compliance, still noting though that whilst there is concerns through some small numbers within the community, how do we address the concerns of those community members?
Okay, yep, I might come back to that. Have there been any other incursions outside the not incursions, any other reported fire ants outside of the containment area?
So, as I indicated, Senator, that fire ants have been detected outside the South East Queensland containment zone on 8 occasions since November 2023.
That was since November. 23. I'm sort of more asking, I suppose, recently. From the last estimates, has there been?
Yes, so there has been, and I'll be corrected, at least one more detection since our last hearing, Senator, but I'll be corrected if I've...
So Gabrielle Vivian Smith, I'm the Australian Chief Plant Protection Officer, filling in for the Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer. So there's been one further detection in North Arm on the Sunshine Coast.
On the Sunshine Coast, okay.
And that was the start of this calendar year,
right? Okay.
January 2025.
Who's leading the response to that? Is it being led by the local?
That's Queensland Government.
I just noted that when they incurred in New South Wales, I know the local government did quite a bit of work, but
because it was still dealt with as part of the program, and so New South Wales leading it in collaboration with Queensland Government and funded by the response plan.
No, I get that. So is the local government's not on the ground doing anything on the Sunshine Coast? Is that right?
Queensland is dealing with
just all Queensland. On the northern New South Wales, keep using the word incursion for some reason, but on the New South Wales outbreaks, have there been any further, or have they completely suppressed fire ants there? I think they might have been in late 23 or something around that time.
That's right. My understanding is they've eradicated that.
Okay. And that's been declared as eradicated now?
I'm sorry?
It's declared as eradicated?
I'll have to confirm the formal declaration, but I understand they've removed the threat associated with the NES. I also know New South Wales have taken action which prevents the movement of landscape supplies from South East Queensland.
Yes, that was covered in our inquiry. How many staff are employed in the program at the moment?
I'd have to take that on notice and confirm current figures with Queensland Government, Senator.
Okay. Just going back then to this issue over the chemicals, I've had a lot of complaints about this too. Can we just confirm what chemicals are being used in people's sort of residential properties outside of an eradication effort? So if it's just a preventative type measure, what chemicals are being used?
Senator, evidence hasn't changed from the last hearing, but so I can reaffirm there are 2 treatments permitted for use by the program by APVMA. Direct nest injection using fipronil, which is applied directly to nests by licensed pest operators and used in areas of high risk, such as schools, etc. And then there's the broad-scale treatment, so insect growth repellent.
Yeah, it's the latter one I'm asking about.
The latter one?
So if you've got a nest, that's, I suppose, a bit different.
That's right.
But if it's just
applied,
a broad-scale treatment,
that's right.
What's the chemicals used there?
So you're going to test me, Senator, with my pronunciation,
okay, that's
but
fine.
I'll give it a crack. Let me spell it. pyriproxyfen.
Right.
Or S-methoprene, which is applied aerially by helicopter or drone or by hand.
Okay. Yeah, there is quite a few complaints, and you mentioned earlier there's some people. How many people aren't cooperating at the moment?
It's less than 1%, Senator.
How many is that? How many properties does that amount to? You don't have the absolute number?
Let me confirm. I might have some figures. Here we go. This was... the program is authorised to access all targeted premises. Of the 145,000 sites visited so far, and this was in August 24, so it's dated,
okay.
Refusals currently sit at 1,442, with many people claiming chemical sensitivity concerns, so
sure.
less than 1%.
Have any of those 100,442, have they any treatments been applied against the consent of the...
I understand that I've got to say it's an assumption by me, Senator, so I'd need to confirm this, but the advice I have suggests that the compliance team has sought support from Queensland Police to access those premises, so I presume that's on the basis of implementing treatment.
Maybe if you could take on notice, if you might have to go to the Queensland Government, but ask for a figure
yes,
of those, how many have had...
Well, Senator, I'll just add that with that, the S-methoprene and the pyriproxyfen,
thank you.
Those have both been assessed by the APVMA and then reassessed by an independent expert toxicologist because of those community concerns, and that happened late last year, October 2024. And as we've said before for this committee, those active ingredients in those 2 chemical treatments are the same as found in household pest control products. They have a very low acute toxicity to mammals when used in accordance with their label directions. So that was both the assessment of the APVMA and the confirmation of the independent expert toxicologist.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's me done, Chair.
Senator, if I could, just noting your earlier question about advice on quarterly reports, including budget, I haven't received the last quarterly report for 24-25, but a program report to the board, 63 million year to date as at 10 February, 20 million underspent due to weather constraints and treatment. So that's the last advice that we've had.
Okay, thank you.
Any other colleagues? Senator Dunham?
Yes, thank you. If I can just go to the matter that I know you've been corresponding with people out of Tasmania on, and that is Chilean salmon imports, if I may. Thank you. So in terms of the process that was taken to approve the import of salmon, what steps are taken to satisfy the department that what we are going to allow into this country do meet with the standards we apply to our own producers, growers and producers here?
Yeah. So, Senator, I might start by saying the 2 processes we're focused on are biosecurity risk aspects, which Ms Saunders could speak to, as well as the broader industry processes. But from a regulatory perspective, the second issue is food safety and labelling. So that's where we work with, in this case, any state government where a concern might be raised. So I think in this case, the New South Wales government. But I can get Ms Saunders to speak to the biosecurity import risk assessment for Chilean.
Okay, and we'll come back to that food safety component and where the line is relating to what comes into the country and when it becomes a food safety issue in a moment.
Yep.
Thanks, Senator, for your question. So in terms of the process, the current import conditions for salmonid products imported into Australia are based on the non-viable salmonids and non-salmonid marine finfish import risk analysis, the Salmon IRA. which was released in 1999, and the 2019 updated conditions for the onshore processing of imported salmonids. The salmon IRA is a generic import risk analysis, and this means it assumed that all potential source countries would have all pathogens of concern when recommending risk management measures. Salmon can only be exported to Australia providing they meet specific import conditions, including that they are sourced from a department-approved source country and or processed in a department-approved processing country. Most approved source countries were assessed during the salmon IRA period, and the department has approved several salmon processing countries since the early 2000s, with only 2 countries having received source country approval, that being Iceland in 2023 and Chile in 2024. A note concerns that while there hasn't been a formal review of the salmon IRA, there has been a review of pathogenic agents of concern for salmon that have emerged since the release of the salmon IRA and have determined that the current risk management measures manage them to a level which achieves Australia's appropriate level of protection. We took a very conservative approach in the Salmon IRA in 1999, which means that extensive and stringent import conditions were recommended to manage biosecurity risks to the level that achieves Australia's level of protection. And these conditions are also capable of managing new and emerging diseases. So this is done through the import conditions, which require the competent authority to attest that products are processed in a way that has removed risk tissues, such as the internal organs, head and gills, and made them into a consumer-ready form, as well as meeting a range of other requirements related to the age and sexual maturity of the fish and population health requirements. The import conditions that the department implements for salmon products are more stringent than other trading nations, including New Zealand, and they are in excess of the measures recommended by the World Organisation for Animal Health. I might pause there, Senator.
Yes, look, if I could just say, you will ask, the IRA, you said, assumes certain conditions. Now, assumptions are never a good thing, but I presume there are points in time where those conditions are tested somehow so that we aren't really assuming?
So, as I said, the conditions that were put in place were particularly stringent at that time.
In 1999?
In 1999, at a much higher standard than was required internationally, recognising the importance of our biosecurity system and the preservation of our industry in this country. And that since that time, there has been ongoing monitoring review of the operating environment to see whether there should be a change in that IRA and the conditions. But those reviews, and I can refer to my colleague to give further information on this regards, but there is nothing that has changed that has required a change in the IRA. Does that make sense?
So the government doesn't intend to change the IRA because the evidence hasn't yet suggested we need to?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's fine.
Senator, what I'll add to that is that reviews for the same biosecurity risks and threats have been taking place regularly and as recently as the end of last year, is my understanding. So while that original import risk assessment is from 1999, we are testing for the same range of biosecurity risks very frequently.
Including new pathogens.
Yes, okay. All right. So just then you talked about import conditions and you talked about removal of certain elements of the animal, vital organs and gills and whatnot. Are there any other import conditions that need to be adhered to in order to, and I guess I'm getting to the point around where we have interplay between biosecurity and then food safety. So what other conditions are there on something being imported?
So there's quite specific requirements which go to this issue, Senator. So must have had wrist tissues removed. So we sort of touched on head off, de-gilled, eviscerated. Must be in consumer-ready form. So cutlets, including the central bone and external skin, but excluding fins. Each cutlet weighing no more than 450 grams. Skin on or skinless fillets, excluding the belly flap and all bone except the pin bones of any weight. Eviscerated headless fish, each weighing no more than 450 grams. Product that is processed further than described above. Must be accompanied by official government certification attesting to the health of the fish, including that they are sourced from a population with a health surveillance program. Were not sorted as an official disease control measure. were inspected and graded, ensuring the product is free from visible lesions associated with infectious disease, and were not juvenile salmonids, so fish weighing less than 200 grams in head-off, de-gilled or eviscerated state, or sexually mature adults or spawners fish with developed gonads.
Okay, so they're all conditions about it in a sort of static form. So at what point in the transaction, if you will, of a fish processed and meeting all of those conditions you mentioned, does it become no longer a biosecurity issue and a food safety issue? Is it at the retailer? Is it at the port of entry? When does that occur?
So obviously Commonwealth has responsibility up to and including the border as it relates to, and as the Secretary touched on, both biosecurity and food standards, but then risks as it relates to food safety in the retail context, so post-border is responsibility of the relevant jurisdiction.
Okay, and so what about temperatures of the product? If it's directed that it must be maintained at a frozen or some specific temperature and it is not kept at that temperature, is that a biosecurity issue or is that some other?
It's not a biosecurity officer, Senator, that's a food safety issue.
Even in transport from its source?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's where
because if I can just be clear, and
Sorry,
you'll all
yes.
correct me if I'm wrong, but to meet the biosecurity standards, noting that for it to be imported, it must be cooked.
What have you done with RAF?
No,
Aren't they
it doesn't
raw?
need to be cooked. It can be, I suppose, but the conditions we're talking about are fresh or frozen
Yes.
salmon, and the issue with the temperature is about its wholesomeness by the time it arrives, I guess, in the country, which is a food safety concept. So once it arrives at the border, we've got the Imported Food Control Act that the department manages to check that the product has the requisite features that you would expect. So, for example, if it's frozen salmon, it's frozen, it's come in a frozen container, that it's appropriately labelled for the type of product that it is, and that it's in a language that people can read. And then it moves to the responsibility of the retailer or the wholesaler to comply with Australia's Food Standards Code.
Okay. So obviously there are a range of complaints relating to temperature, labelling as well, and then also, so temperature, food safety, labelling, I gather, biosecurity, is that correct? Food safety. So all of these are matters to be dealt with between the Commonwealth and New South Wales, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so what steps is the Commonwealth taking to deal with the complaints that have been raised about this and what impact that might have on human health?
So we've proactively engaged with industry and have met and maintained open lines of communication with industry and their concerns. We have, as a department, we sought information from the relevant government authority in Chile on how the stated shelf life can be achieved with storage conditions of either 0 degrees Celsius and now also 5 degrees Celsius.
And have you received a response?
No, Senator, we haven't yet.
When did you ask for that?
I'll have to take on notice of a particular date, but we asked that last week, I believe.
That's fine.
It's recent and on the back of, directly in response to the advice of industry. And we've also requested advice on whether additives or other processes have been used to extend the shelf life of the product. And all the information we have, we've also brought to the attention of New South Wales Food Authority, who are also making their own inquiries in relation to the food safety concerns raised by industry.
Okay. That does it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
No, can I just say thank you to the department for being so helpful all day. I know we won't see each other before the election, but you've been really helpful, not us having to rely on quants to get those job list of things done. Geez, you haven't been that helpful.
No.
But and even when we'd moved on from outcomes to actually get those answers in, so appreciate it.
If that's it, colleagues, we might have to have a quick suspension because we're chasing witnesses. I think that's outcome 2 done.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Fantasy and Saunders, if you could let your people go, Let's just suspend quickly. Are we far away from... Witnesses, please to keep an eye on the timetables so we can find out what's going on. It's always dangerous to assume that we would finish at a certain time, so we've just put the message out to everyone coming to Senate estimates. There's worse things you can do than have to sit at the back in the room next door having a fantail and a cup of tea. Right, on saying that, welcome, Mr. Senator. It's good to see you.
Great to see you too.
And I haven't been called that since I was in court last time. Fancy that. Sorry, you just threw me right out. Wow. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Hansard Broadcasting, we're all good to go. Fantastic. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome LiveCorp. And would you like to make a brief opening statement, Mr. Senator, before we go to questions?
I would. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to make an opening statement. Wayne Collier and I are here in our capacity as CEO and Chair of LiveCorp. So I want to start by confirming LiveCorp's responsibilities. These are to further the interests of the live export industry and to promote the export of Australian livestock. We're not responsible for policy creation, we do not lobby government, and we're not a regulator. In keeping with our responsibilities, there's been a strong focus from LiveCorp on market opportunities since we last appeared before this committee. Indonesia is a big part of this story as industry's biggest market and a close neighbour for Australia. Long-term relationships created through the export of live cattle act as a foundation for dialogue that extends beyond agriculture. Planning is underway at the moment for a live export and cattle industry conference in Jakarta in May, which will once again bring together government representatives, commercial players and both countries to network and learn from each other. We would extend an invitation to any member of government that would like to attend this conference in May in Jakarta.
What about the opposition, Mr. Senator?
I'm not even going to go there. Who may or may not be in opposition at the time. We are apolitical. It is pleasing to see Parliament's Standing Committee on Agriculture recognise Australia's crucial role in the food security of Southeast Asia in the report from the inquiry late last year. Some of the committee's recommendations align with the observations of LiveCorp in our submission, including the long-term need for investment in relationships, maintaining the agricultural counsellor network and increasing the resources for regional collaboration on biosecurity. Cattle exports to Indonesia surged in 2024, returning to levels not seen since before COVID and the country's FMD and LSD outbreaks. Discussions also continue with industry and government representatives in both countries about the Nutritious Meals program, which aims to provide more protein to support the health of Indonesian children. Dairy cattle are very much a part of these conversations, and on a wider level, LiveCorp is actively supporting exporters of dairy cattle, southern Australian farmers to access new markets and boost demand from existing ones. Meanwhile, Wayne met with a delegation of government officials and livestock importers from Morocco in Perth earlier this month with suggestions they're seeking 100,000 sheep this year. They've arrived just months after an agreement was signed to allow cattle, sheep and goat exports from Australia to Morocco, with LiveCorp helping to organise one-on-one meetings with potential suppliers as well as property visits. Last year was the first year of the reopening of the Saudi Arabian trade that took 122,500 Australian sheep, and there's ongoing interest from multiple other countries. I need to note that whilst demand for livestock to the Middle East has certainly increased, overall sheep export numbers from Australia were down in 2024, with tensions in the Middle East and increased supply from South America continuing to impact shipments from Australia. To close, an update of our long-running independent research into community sentiment towards live exports, with the latest results coming out in November of last year. The results show Australian community thinks about the industry in a very different way to how it is portrayed by many, particularly on social media. People appear to be open to learning more, and the survey suggests there is more positive about live exports and its performance once they do know more. 78% agree that live export industry makes an important economic contribution to Australia, and 76% believe the benefits of live export outweigh or equal to the costs of the industry. Wayne and I thank senators for the opportunity to present our industry to you tonight.
Thank you, Senator. Questions? Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, and thank you, gentlemen, for the work you do for the industry and for your swiftness in getting here tonight ahead of meat and livestock. Mr Setter, in the November estimates you gave an update on the live cattle and live sheep industry, and we understand that since then there's been a delegation from Morocco and meetings with the department that was discussed today. What does the Morocco market mean for live sheep export?
Look, Morocco has suffered significant drought for many years and seen a decline in their local sheep and cattle and goat flocks and herds, and certainly an opportunity for Australian livestock. They value significantly the quality of Australian livestock, our disease-free status, and our reliability as a supplier of high-quality livestock with good traceability systems. I was unable to attend the meeting with the delegation, but Wayne was. If you'd like some more answers from Wayne on the details of the delegation.
Just your 3 high points, please, Mr Collier.
Well, as Troy mentioned, I think one of the high points was that it was just a very positive visit. We had 15 Moroccan government and industry representatives, commercial players, with many more who were keen to come along, but unfortunately couldn't of the size. Probably one of the highlights was that we were able to take them out and show them the full supply chain with great support from producers and quarantine operators and ports in WA, and they got to meet sheep farmers and cattle farmers there. So, no, just lots of interest, a real interest in our livestock, and they were quite impressed by the quality of what we had, and with some challenges in Europe with the disease-free status that we can offer as Australia.
Great, thank you. Has there been any research or work completed on how the live cattle export trade is going to handle the live sheep export ban, particularly in respect to when mixed shipments can't be used, particularly from the Western Australian lower range lands?
Thank you. It's worth noting out of Western Australia, 69% of ships heading to the Middle East carry cattle as well as sheep. They're dual-purpose shipments that will have an impact on cattle heading to a variety of markets in the Middle East. In terms of economic work, we haven't broken down economic specific work, but it does provide quite a bit of competition into that market, into those markets, and for Western Australian cattle producers.
I understand you have a number of research projects such as the contributions of livestock exports to the International Development Goals. Can you give us a very quick rundown on that research?
Wayne, do you want to?
Yeah, so that's a research development project that we're delivering through the partnership we have with MLA. And that's looking at trying to get some more information around the contribution that Australian live exports have in terms of linking in with the market impact, the positive impact we have on communities and economies, and supporting food security and capability transfer in the markets that we supply, particularly in Southeast Asia, but across the world as well. So that project's looking at what those international goals are, what we deliver and contribute, which is something we put into the inquiry early last year. So it's trying to quantify some of those and give us some information to share more widely about what we're achieving overseas.
Okay, thank you. I just want to turn to the Community Confidence Survey now that measures Australian attitudes towards the livestock export industry, released in November. I understand these latest survey results show that public confidence in the livestock export industry has increased in 2024. Can you tell us a little bit more about this? The CEO has stated publicly in Beef Central in November that the results of this survey indicate that public sentiment towards live export is more positive than ever, and show that the government's decision to ban live sheep exports by sea is unjustifiable. Is this view shared broadly, and would you please expand on those comments? So 2 questions around the survey.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. From the report that was released in November 2024, there was certainly a big jump in agreement that the industry is willing to change its practices. That was up from the baseline in 2019, so up, just doing the quick maths, up 16%. Around 3/4 of respondents, or just over, believe the benefits of the live export industry outweigh or are equal to the costs of the industry. This is the highest result ever. 78% agreed that the live export industry makes an important economic contribution to Australia. That was up 6% from the 2019 baseline. 64% agreed that the industry supports the diet and nutrition of people living overseas, up from 55% in 2019. And 88% either agreed or were neutral on applying animal welfare standards to our animals when sold overseas improves animal welfare standards in those countries. Just for clarity, can you just repeat the second question?
Well, it was a quote that was in Beef Central from, I think you, Mr. Collier. Was it?
I think it was from, the policy, Alec. Yeah.
Okay, yes. That said, the results of this survey indicate that public sentiment towards live export is more positive than ever and show the government's decision to ban the live sheep export trade by sea is unjustified. Is that a view shared more broadly? Given the results you have just
given the results
out.
of the Voconic survey that just about for all sections were 75% plus of support or neutral on live export, it does not align to some of the other comments and representations that we have seen. Certainly doesn't align to some of the work done by RSPCA either. So.
No, we discussed that earlier with the department, and also the advertising campaign on the transition package, which went to inner city Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane rather than into Western Australia, which I think is millions of dollars, a shocking misspend of taxpayers' dollar.
That's not an accurate reflection of the discussion we had,
Minister,
Senator McKenzie.
You know, I'm asking the questions.
Well, you're not actually, you're making
statements.
You're making statements.
I've just got one
I am
question,
making statements
Chair.
that reflect the evidence given all afternoon.
That is fair. Senator Canavan has a question.
Just following up on the survey that was discussed just then, did Live Corp share the results of the survey with the department or the minister?
On the 18th of November 2024, the Voconic report and this sentiment update was referred to the Department of Agriculture.
Strange that they didn't seem to know about it when we asked them earlier. Yeah.
I didn't.
They
I only knew
obviously
about
aren't
the RSPCA.
prioritising the communications they receive from Live Corp. All
Maybe,
right.
Minister, you could
Thank you very
pass
much.
that on.
I just did see Senator Roberts on the screen. He's gone now. Yeah, okay, he's gone. All right, thank you, colleagues. Mr. Sido, thank you very much. We'll let you go. We'll now call MLA here? Or Rick? Rick, we'll go to Rick first. Rick?
Rick. Thank you, gentlemen.
For those out there listening, I should say Regional Investment Corporation.
Don't wait for the seats to be vacated. Sorry, George.
I don't want to talk on behalf of the Rick, so
I'll take your name down, shall I?
I can't read those names down. I now welcome representatives from Regional Investment Corporation. Ms Smith Pomeroy, did you wish to make a brief opening statement? You don't have to.
No, I don't think we have one.
Thank you. Question, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, and thank you for getting here. Can you please provide an update on the amount of loan funding still available for loans in 2025 and in 2026?
Sure. The loan appropriation after a recent movement of funds for FY25 is a total of $350.2 million. Of that, $142.9 million has been approved up to the 31st of December. And for FY26, there's 349.7 million available for loan as a loan appropriation fund.
Right. How many loans are expected to be provided over the next 18 months to the 1st of July 2026?
Yeah, look, given the 6-month run rate, we're expecting to be up around 300 million this year of that 350.2 that's available. Good guess for next year, but let's say another 300 million given the activity that we're seeing in demand at the moment.
Thank you. Can you confirm for this committee that you do not have any funding beyond the 1st of July 2026?
We do not have funding beyond the balance of the 4.057 billion that was allocated initially for the funding over 10 years.
There's operational funding post that date, but not funding to deploy in loans.
Have you put into the Expenditure Review Committee through your Minister requests for funding beyond into the forward estimates?
Not outside of the Act Review submission that we provided into the process that was undertaken by Dr. Craig last year.
So, but the Minister is aware of the funding cliff that the Regional Investment Corporation is facing?
Yes.
And what was her response?
So far as we're aware, the government and the Minister obviously are considering the recommendations emanating from the review and will determine their position at some point.
So how long have they had the review?
It was delivered to them by, I think, the end of June 2024 and then made public subsequent to that in accordance with expectations.
And just for everyone playing along at home, what type of investments does the RIC support?
So we provide concessional loans primarily in response to drought or the impacts of natural disaster into varying areas. We have 4 loan products: a drought loan, a farm investment loan and an ag biz drought loan. So that's not for farm businesses, that's for small regional businesses that could be impacted by that farming community experiencing drought. And then we also have an agri-starter loan product which is to help with succession planning, and also new farm entrants.
All worthy things to invest in. Minister, it seems your government was handed a set of recommendations over 8 months ago to invest in the RIC, and yet we've seen a MyEFO with no money being put aside that the RIC knows about, and the RIC is waiting for this funding cliff to be addressed by your government post 2026, as we've heard. When is the government going to respond to the Craig review, given that the PM's about to go to an election and you will be in caretaker within a matter of weeks?
Thanks, Senator McKenzie. And I don't have a timeline on when the government will make a decision. I know we covered this earlier today with the department as well, and I don't really have anything further to add than that, sorry.
So the government refuses to make a decision on this before the election?
Well, I don't...
You're planning a big regional Australia announcement?
Well, that's not what I said, Senator McKenzie. All I said is that I don't have a timeline on when the government will make a decision. I'm happy to take it on notice and try and come back to you.
I doubt we'll be back, Senator Chisholm. I know you're trying to pretend we're going to have a budget week in March, but that is not happening, as we all know. So you can't guarantee that the RIC will be funded post-2026, given you've had 7 months to respond to the Craig review, which recommends funding, and you've done nothing.
Well, I wouldn't say we've done nothing. I think the department talked you through some of the actions that have been taken. We understand the importance of supporting...
It's an investment corporation. It needs money to lend. That's
we
what
understand
it does.
The importance of supporting regional communities, particularly in their times of need, and the work that RIC do.
Doesn't sound like
I don't
it.
have any further
funding.
information as to what I can provide in terms of government response.
No, Senator, you've been very, very clear the lack of commitment of your government to the regions by failing to actually fund the RIC past 2026?
Well, there's
Thank you. That's all the
enormous government
questions I
support
have.
to the regions.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Thank you very much, officers. We'll let you go. And now to wrap up, our final witnesses, Meat and Livestock Australia.
Well done. I'm going to get my weights done.
There you go.
Welcome, gentlemen. I'll let you get settled, but I will give you the opportunity, Mr. Lloyd, if you wish to make a brief opening statement or go straight to questions.
Thank you, Senator. I would probably just like to kick off by saying this is my first appearance. Not my first appearance at Estimates, but my first appearance as Chair of MLA. I was elected to that position late 2024, and I'd just like to acknowledge the work of the previous chairman, Mr. Alan Beckett, and I certainly hope I can live up to expectations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to recognise some of the challenging conditions that many of our members have seen over the recent period, but also highlight some upside fundamentals. The flooding in North Queensland on the coast and tablelands in particular has been incredibly severe, and it will take some time to assess the effect of that event. And at the other end of the country, we've seen drought persisting and bushfires wreaking havoc, with the drought being particularly persistent in South Australia and Western Victoria. However, there are some significant highlights from the last few months that are worthwhile bringing to the attention of the committee. In 2024 was a record year for red meat exports, with 2.24 million tonnes going to 104 countries, representing the highest volume ever. Beef exports reached 1.34 million tonnes, lamb exports 359,000, mutton exports 255,000, and very pleasingly for a small industry, goat meat exports reached 51,000 tonnes, which was also a record. We've also had another amazing response to the Summerland ad, encouraging people to get out of the comments section and into the cutlets, with total online views of the ad as being some 20 million times. Thank you, Chair. Now Mick Crowley, our Managing Director, and myself are happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you and welcome. And I'll just let MLA know that you've got to buy both the Rick and Live Corp drinks when you next see them, because you're all in the Uber racing to Estimates.
So we got in early.
Yeah, they beat you. Just going to that lamb campaign, very, very funny, but that was for Australia Day, right?
Yeah, it's now a summer lamb campaign across the season.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, that's so Woolworths 2023.
It's no longer Australia Day.
It's no longer Australia Day?
It's always timed around Australia Day.
Which is iconic
yeah.
for Australia Day, right?
We've released in the ad earlier than ever this year, so it came out much earlier than waiting for Australia Day, and then as a result we've been able to get more traction as a result of having a longer campaign.
Did you talk to your levy payers about their views on Australia Day and celebrating Australia Day and the role of lamb and red meat in that?
I think they're... no, not specifically.
No, that's okay. I don't think you should be ashamed of Australia Day and your industry's role in helping Australians celebrate it.
I didn't hear any comment that they were.
No, I didn't hear them say anything.
Drop the charade. No, everyone knows.
No comment? Oh, MLA. All right, I just wanted to ask what's happening in the sheep industry. You're aware of the Community Confidence Survey?
Yes.
Yep. I understand the latest survey results, and Mr. Setter ran us through them earlier, says that Australians are very confident in the livestock export industry in 2024. Is that your understanding, MLA?
So certainly the survey showed that there is strong support. We also ran the sheep producer intention survey in October last year, and they're probably the numbers that they're the numbers I've got in front of me as well at the moment. But is there anything in particular out of because that was a co-funded report with Livestock?
I was just wondering what your views are on that particular industry as reflected
Look, our role is very clear. We're continuing to invest in marketing and market access work in our key international markets.
And
we'll continue to do so.
Sheep?
For sheep.
For live
yes.
sheep?
Yep, absolutely.
Yep, excellent.
And our budget remains the same as it was in the previous years
That's
going
the kind
forward.
of thing we like to hear in this committee, well, most of us. What does MLA forecast will happen with the sheep industry over the next couple of years?
The forecast is really around sentiment. We don't have a forecast on numbers, but the intention survey from October showed that whilst there's an improvement, there was a significant improvement in confidence of sheep producers, and the results increased a lot around their sentiment. But there is an intention, particularly in Western Australia and South Australia, to reduce their flock numbers, and there's a range of factors around that. But certainly the market outlook, the market in Western Australia for mutton is depressed at the moment, and seasonal conditions, particularly in South Australia and the Western districts of Victoria, as John mentioned, are causing quite a lot of concern around the sheep industry at the moment.
Policy settings of the government have an impact?
They do, yes.
Positive?
Not if you're not if you're reliant on the live export market in Western Australia, but we're supporting the trade while ever it continues.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Meat and Livestock. I have no further questions.
I've just got some questions. I just want to raise, there's been a lot of concerns raised about the use of a supplement to reduce methane emissions, but I don't know. Bovair.
Yep.
Right. So it would seem to me, as I've looked at this, that the regulatory authorities have approved this because at the appropriate doses, it shouldn't actually transfer through to milk or meat. How do we know it's being used in appropriate doses, though? I mean, who checks that?
It's very similar to other products that are used in feeding livestock. So there's very clear handling directions and labels that are followed on the product. But because the product itself it's less than a teaspoon per 20 kilograms of feed, and it's fully metabolised in the rumen, so it can't pass on to meat or milk.
But what if it's more than that? It could be then.
Yeah, there's been no detectable residues in meat in any of the studies that have done.
In the studies, but do we test in the real world whether?
Those studies are very comprehensive and gone all the way through to consumer.
I mean, the problem with any specific test presumably is they're controlling the dosage. I've worked on a cattle property. Sure, there's things on labels and what have you, but quite often the people doing that stuff may not have read the label, or things go wrong all the time.
Sure.
Are there any real-world studies about whether or not this supplement is ending up in meat, for example, in the real world, outside of a controlled substance?
Yeah, so it's, well, we've got the results from the work that we've specifically done, and there have been no residues found.
But is anyone testing going into Coles? Does Coles use it, do they?
Yes, they do. Yep.
Is anyone going to Coles and testing the meat there to see if there's any in there?
So I believe that that's all been followed through in the work that has been done.
I don't really want your belief, but maybe you could take that on.
Yeah, we can provide.
Is there any nutritional benefit for this?
Because it's fully metabolised in the rumen, there's no issue from a consumption point of view. From a livestock perspective, one study did find a productivity gain, but unfortunately that hasn't been able to be repeated, so it's very specific on reducing methane emissions, and there's no claim being made around any production benefits at this point in time.
Yeah, I think people are just sick of stuff going in our food. I mean, why don't we just have natural food? Anyway, all right, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, colleagues. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Travel safe. That concludes today's hearing. I want to thank, Patrick, thank you. But to the Secretariat of the RAD, I want to thank Senator Ciccone for filling my shoes today while I was out of town. And to the witnesses all today, on behalf of this committee, thank you very much. Drive safely. Hansard Broadcasting, as always, fantastic job. We now stand adjourned. Thank you. Well done, everyone. Thanks, Patrick.